Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Not one race contested, yet so much has happened. This morning, 2026 Hall of Fame class enshrined, 11 new members inducted. Special day, an emotional day, honoring and remembering. On this side of Union Avenue, it's about that time. First of 11 races in moments, highlighted by what else? Grade 2 Hall of Fame stakes. Touch of Fire is favored. Churchill's Audubon winner, trained and ridden by future Hall of Famers Brad Cox and Arad Ortiz. Speaking of which, about 35 minutes later, Chad Brown, Flavia and Pratt team up with Fitz Wright. Wonder Again winner, serious threat in the Saratoga Oaks. Over the Humphrey S. Finney Pavilion on this steamy Friday at the Spa. Live look, Saratoga Racecourse. So glad you could join us on FS2. This is Saratoga Live. Horses in the paddock for the opener on this Hall of Fame Friday, joined by my Hall of Famers, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, multiple Grade 1 winning trainer Tom Amos. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Guys, this particular day, from the Hall of Fame ceremony to the racing upcoming on the eve of the Whitney, Tom, a little bit of everything that makes Saratoga, Saratoga.
Yeah, when it comes to Saratoga, I mean, really, the horses are the celebrities, you know, and they're not just part of the conversation. They are the conversation. You hear us on the air talking often about pace in the race. Well, the horses not only set the pace in the race, they set the pace for that evening when you're in downtown Saratoga. You take advantage of it all. This town is all about horse racing.
Oh, it's buzzing. Yeah, you can always tell when it's Whitney weekend. The traffic gets a little bit harder. You start to panic a little bit when you left a little bit later than you normally do. But you could feel the energy last night in the town. You could feel the energy. It's going to be a fantastic weekend.
A celebration of the best, one of the best weeks all summer, Whitney week. Whitney tomorrow on Fox, but this 2026 Hall of Fame class inducted earlier today. As mentioned, all started around 10:30 this morning across the street, Humphrey S. Finney Sales Pavilion, the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. Christophe Clement, world-class trainer, French native, who saddled more than 2,500 winners, posthumously inducted. Very emotional. Wife Valerie accepting on his behalf. Tom, when somebody mentions Christophe Clement, for you, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
Well, I would have to say from a trainer's point of view, because I came up here, you know, later. These guys were coming up year after year as a trainer, and Christophe was always welcoming. He was one of the boys, liked to hang in the mornings with us, watching him train, liked to yuck it up. But my gosh, his accomplishments speak for themselves.
Trained the three-time champion Gia Ponte, of course, won the Belmont Stakes with Tonalist. We'll have much more on the ceremony throughout the course of the broadcast. Also, John Sheriff, who passed away in February, inducted into the Hall of Fame. Campaign the great Zenyatta to a 19 for 20 record. He won a Kentucky Derby with a 50-1 outsider. Giacomo and Jonathan, I know some time that you had to spend with John during Cart Talk. And going back to that time in Del Mar in a restaurant when you randomly saw him and showed him your Big Z tattoo. Yeah,
I came to this game as a fan first, and John Sheriff's trained two horses that were probably the most impactful when I tell my X-Men origin story of how I found racing in Zenyatta and Giacomo. And I was able to see him one time at a restaurant in Del Mar ever before I was on TV, and I got to show him my Zenyatta tattoo, and he was very gracious, and I was that guy who came up to him at his table while he was eating.
Accepting on his behalf his wife Dottie. You mentioned yesterday how some trainers, like they speak horse, and that's who John Sheriff's was as a trainer.
I think as a horseman, the worst thing that can be said to you is if only they could talk, speaking of the horses. And of course they do talk, and the trainers that are the best at their job understand that language. They're fluent in that language. John Sheriff could literally have given a master class on that.
The great Zenyatta, Giacomo, 50-1 outsider back in 2005. And then finally, his 9th time on the ballot. He was a California sprint machine trained by Bruce Headley. Kona Gold finally in the Hall of Fame. 5 appearances, Jonathan, in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, finally taking it down in 2000 at Churchill Downs.
And that's unheard of, 5 appearances. I mean, that's the longevity to keep a horse like this. It's running that fast, sound for that long, and to finally get that glory, it's always a good thing.
9 times on the ballot. Bruce Headley, a brilliant job that he did with Kona Gold throughout the course of his career and his rightful place in history, along with the best of the best, the elite, the celebration inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame earlier today. The entire class, 11 inductees, the pillars of the turf, forever enshrined as the best of the best. Again, much more on the Hall of Fame induction ceremony later in the broadcast. All part of the tradition, naturally Grade 2 Hall of Fame stakes. As you take a look at today's races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. The opener very soon starts the early pick 5. Pick 6 begins in the 6th. Hall of Fame race 9, Saratoga Oaks race 10. Main track fast, turf course is firm, temperature around 82 degrees, little humid at the spa. And on a weekend like this, among the very best every summer, Whitney Week, what better time to sign up? NYRABets.com. Get involved. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. You can use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now. NYRABets.com. Just like that, we're about ready for the opener. Riders up. Just a $20,000 claimer. Non-winners to lifetime means they're all for sale, means they're all for something. 7/8 of a mile. Scratch numbers 3 and 8. Margarita Molly, even money favorite. Post Parade presented by the new Belmont Park. Racing returns to Belmont September 18th. Visit newbelmont.com to learn more. 3-1 shot drawn inside, pictured there to kick off the Post Parade is Mobella Dream.
Yeah, making a significant class drop into this level, and I think better at the distance she'll be running today than she was in the distance last time.
Margarita Molly ran second at the level at 4-5.
Yeah, ran well last time. I don't think this horse should be this short. This race is wide open.
Furry Fox, 13 starts, all at Aqueduct until today.
Yeah, the last few races for this horse have just been disappointing, beaten by open links in the last 6 or 7 races.
Number 5, here's Your Trouble, coned and trained by Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, this form's a little cloudy, but on the best day, this filly or mare can get it done.
Make the rider Sylvester Gonzalez, then number 6, Lady Delilah, a third at the level last month.
She just feels a little bit too slow for this group.
10-1, followed by a 13-1 shot, Call Me Joe. And James Ferraro, trainees to break side by side.
Yeah, we talked about distance, and this race is a 7/8 distance, a middle distance. This horse appears to be a little bit better going shorter.
Admiral Soul, second, facing similar at 51-1.
Facing similar, and a horse that's going to want some pace up front to make a late run.
First of 11 on this Hall of Fame Friday. Early pick 5 begins here. First race, Saratoga, 3 minutes. Tom, a look at your top selection and your early pick 5 ticket.
Yeah, so let's start with the pick 5 ticket because, look, one thing, we want to make it affordable. So we're going to narrow down in a couple of races, and I want to key on those. In the third race, Maximum Heat has had one start. It was a very troubled start. We can call it a get-to-know-you start. Jose Ortiz back on. I like the 10-horse Maximum Heat in the third race. Then the fifth race, we've got a big favorite in Easy Roll, the 4-horse. I'm going to single those 2 horses and spread out in the other 3 legs.
$37.50 investment. Scan that QR code right along with Tom. Best of luck, Tom, and everyone playing this early pick 5 at Saratoga as we welcome in Megan Burgess to the broadcast, standing by trackside. Megan, 2 minutes out watching these restricted $20,000 claimers warm up. What caught your eye?
Well, I'll start with the inside runner, the number 1, Mobella Dream, who I went to in this race, taking a drop down in class out of Stakes Company, where she'd had really no shot that day, kind of chasing off of it, routing. She is cutting back in distance, and she's one where she's a massive filly. I can understand why they've wanted to try her going longer, the body of work mainly sprinting. I'm hoping she can get a little bit more forwardly placed in a race that's not exactly a plethora of speed signed on, and she's run some strong races enough where I find she puts her squarely in the mix. And the key to doing so, she's done so consistently. I thought she was just a little bit more reliable than a horse like the number 2, Margarita Molly, the current favorite, who will be likely the controlling speed. We'll see if Furry Fox gets aggressive and tries to go with her. Will likely Margarita Molly could be a bit quicker. That's how she ran last time out, in for $25,000, and I was just disappointed that day. It felt like she got all her own way. She got the right kind of trip on the front end, exactly likely the kind of conditions she'll get today, and she just wasn't able to finish the job. That was at a mile. We'll see if the cutback in distance will suit her. I thought she was a bit untrustworthy, though, at a shorter price. As far as the number 9, which I saw Tom included on his ticket, I liked this horse a bit at a price, too. She put in a really strong rally at a massive price. She was 51-1 last time out. She was well back. She did get a quicker pressured pace with a wide bid, and she had a really strong rally late, trying to run down a horse that was on the lead and was favored that day. Now, Admiral Soul, I was actually on hand for her 2-year-old race when she won on debut by 6 lengths. She was more forward. I'm not saying she has really much of any early speed, but perhaps Lafitte Katie Davis can at least put her in a better position to not leave her with quite as much to do.
7-1 if you like her. Indeed, Tom has her on his ticket. Admiral Soul. 6-5, Margarita Molly. JK, who takes down this first of 11?
It's a phenomenal question, Lafitte. If I knew that, I would not be sitting here with you. I would be somewhere on a beach watching the show, but I wouldn't be. I'm just kidding. Look, I
wondering where you were going.
Margarita Molly just feels a little bit overbet to me in here. The problem is the alternative that I have is the one Mobella Dream, who's not that much better of a price. That's what makes that tricky for me. You're watching Call Me Jal here on the screen.
She ranged up there, Tom. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't pretty, Call Me Jal, but it's a win.
Phenomenal comment, Lafitte. You know, this horse was wide around the turn and really covered more ground than everybody else to get the win done.
It seems like we're both trying to get something out of you.
Able to hold on. Call Me Jal. Let's see what she does today at a price. Ignored 13-1, while Margarita Molly continues to reign as a heavy favorite, 6-5.
Yeah, another great setup there, Lafitte. Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, you know, what I'll mention is the Margarita Molly's last race is why she's being bet like this, but it's a little bit of a standout for her. It was the best performance she'd had in some time. Even her maiden special weight win wasn't quite as good, in my opinion, as her last race. So while she's the right horse to be favored, I just think she's a little bit overbet.
Even money. To the voice of Saratoga, Frank Mirmati with the call, first of 11 on this Hall of Fame Friday, live on FS2.
Here's Your Trouble is coming up. Thank you, Lafitte. Lady Delilah. Here's Call Me Jal in the yellow colors. Gold, actually, to be accurate. And Admiral Saul to the outside. They're in the gate. Just making a final adjustment for number 9. And they're off. A stumble there for Mobella Dream at the back of the field. Call Me Jal is going out among several to vie for the early lead, along with Furry Fox, who is just in front, and Margarita Molly prominent 2 taking second. They've already put 5 lengths on Admiral Saul in 4th. Then Lady Delilah, Here's Your Trouble is next, and another 4 back to Mobella Dream. The opening quarter in 23 seconds flat, and it's Furry Fox taking them into the far turn. Call Me Jal asked to get closer, but now 2 lengths behind. At the rail, it's the favorite Margarita Molly in 3rd. She's followed by Admiral Saul as they go past the 3/8 pole. Admiral Saul is 6 lengths off the lead. Racing 2 clear of Lady Delilah. Here's Your Trouble is next, and Mobella Dream. 46-3, Furry Fox in front at the top of the stretch. Leads it now by 3 or 4 lengths. Call Me Jal trying hard on the inside. Margarita Molly has 4 lengths to make up in the final 1/8 of a mile. And from well out of it, Mobella Dream is rallying in between horses. Furry Fox keeps going. 3-length lead. Mobella Dream running a good race into second. Furry Fox in front running fashion. Scores it by 2 under Kendrick Carmouche. Mobella Dream was second. And then the battle for the minors among Call Me Jal, Admiral Saul, and Here's Your Trouble.
At a price, Furry Fox, 14th career start, previous 13 at Aqueduct, Saratoga debut, and right to the winner's circle at 9-1.
Yeah, look, speed can be dangerous in these kind of races, particularly when we go over what happened to maybe some of the big players in here in a second. But for our winner, Furry Fox, getting that lead, staying in front, look at those nice clean silks going to the wire, made all the difference.
There was nothing on form that really suggested a performance like this. I guess, you know, in hindsight, you try to look back to see what you missed. This horse was getting Lasix for the first time after about 5 or 6 starts, and maybe that had something to do with it. Second off a trainer change as well.
Let's watch this start. I think this had a lot to do with it. Watch the one horse here. That's the horse both Jonathan and I like. Boom, a big stumble there, and this horse could be dropped back to last. So immediately he's not part of the equation, and despite that, Mobella Dream finishes second with a good rush at the end of the race. That's a big race for the one horse, and I think it's what put Furry Fox in the winner's circle and kept her out.
Was she best, Mobella Dream?
Well, I mean, I think you certainly can make the argument if she breaks clean, she makes up. I mean, the stumble probably cost her 2 lengths, and she lost by less than 2 lengths. I think you certainly could say that made a difference.
Emily Racing Stables, Furry Fox, winning trainer Roshan Samsundar, Kendrick Carmouche.
I just hope his daughter's with him again. Last time, she was so much fun to watch. She was ear to ear smiling, ecstatic when he had his first win of the meet.
Wealth continues to be distributed at this Saratoga meet. The parity among the trainers and well over 70 different trainers that have saddled winners here in the first half of the meet. 9-1 Furry Fox strikes to kick off the early pick 5. Results forthcoming, reaction, and much more on the day to come with the Saratoga Oaks, one of 2 Grade 2 events on turf on this Hall of Fame Friday.
To get up into number surfing classic is Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
Picture perfect Friday afternoon. Welcome back. Just getting started. Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today, because here's what's new at ABR. About that 2026 Whitney Stakes cheat sheet for tomorrow afternoon. You get an overview of one of the best races of the year to date. That Grade 1 4-star Dave at a glance. Bob A. Hall takes a look at this robust field and a tribute. One of racing's greatest families, the history of the Whitney Stakes. For all this and much more, visit americasbestracing.net today. And moments ago, Kendrick Carmouche in a 9-1 shot Furry Fox in an upset. And now we welcome Megan Burgess to the broadcast. Standing by in the winner's circle. Megan.
Thanks, Lafitte. Not without a little technical difficulty, but Kendrick, road to perfection. You were able to get her in a forward position and made all the difference in the end.
Yeah, whenever I read this, the paper on the filly, I saw that he ran her back close. And then he gave her like 2 months in between that last race and this race. And I'm saying to myself in my mind, this guy got to be getting his horse really ready for a good race. And you can see where he worked her a nice little 47, 48. And I was like, you know what? He told me to keep it with the opponent. She a little nervous, but boy, she left there running. And I didn't see Pratt like if his horse was just going to explode to the lead, so I just took advantage. And once I felt the first quarter in 23, the race was over from there.
You know how I love seeing aggressively ridden races, Kendrick, but you will ride a deterministic. That's your partner in crime in tomorrow's 4-star Dave. There is some speed on paper. He's cutting back in distance. What trip do you find in store for him?
In these Grade 1 races, they're always going to have type of pace in a race, but he's deterministic. He's going to tell me what he want to do tomorrow, and I'm going to just listen to him and point him in the right direction. That's the winner's circle.
Always love to hear it, Kendrick. Best of luck tomorrow, and congratulations here.
Thank you very much.
Lafitte, Louisiana in the house.
Louisiana in the house.
He didn't say it. She was going to say it for him. Louisiana in the house indeed. Furry Fox. Deterministic tomorrow. They're going to go back-to-back in that 4-star Dave on the Fox coverage. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Coverage begins 5 Eastern. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile. Race 2. New York Preds. $50,000 maiden claimer sprinting on turf. No surprise. Number 2, Midtown Mischief. Strictly the one to beat 6-5.
Indeed. You look at those at this horse's resume, you can see that this filly's had some very, very good races. We'll cover those, but that's why she's favored.
Yeah, I love this horse last time, was disappointed. I think the 8 Ticket to Ride also deserves a little bit of a look drawn outside for Safi Joseph.
Early pick 4 gets started, 22 minutes. Second race here, Saratoga. Much later on in the evening, as we mentioned, a pair of graded stakes races on grass, the Hall of Fame and the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks 3-year-old fillies. Mile and a 16th. Faithfully Departed, installed as a 9-5 favorite, ran real well. Opening weekend, and the Belmont Oaks just upset by the Irish import, the Irish filly, Kensington Lane.
This was a very, very good race by Faithfully Departed. Gets a quick pace up front, which she really enjoyed because she's saving all that energy, Jonathan, for this late kick at the end. She's going to come through along the rail. Very good spot.
Yeah, Kensington Lane just freaked this day, finding herself on the front end, shipping over from Europe, and Faithfully Departed came running. I understand why she's the morning line favorite off of a race like this. I think there's a lot of other opportunities in here besides her.
She's the favorite, Faithfully Departed. 9-5, right next door to her inside Imagination the Lady. Things didn't work out in the Belmont Oaks, but prior, Tom, this score, hard-fought victory in the Edgewood Kentucky Derby weekend.
Well, you want to know why Tyler Gaffleone's a good rider. I mean, if he's got the right horse, and he does here, he saved all the ground there, finds a seam, steps outside here, Jonathan, and kicks home very, very nicely to time it just right.
Yeah, I like her in here. I guess the biggest question with Imagination the Lady is you have to ask yourself, is she going to appreciate the added ground? When it comes to those types of situations where there's people that are trying things for the first time, I usually just defer to if I think the trainer's good or not. If I think the trainer's good, then I assume that that'll be a good move. I feel that way about Brendan Walsh. I think she'll be just fine with the added distance.
Todd Pletcher, pretty good trainer. 5,999 victories, sitting on yet another milestone. And the 2 runners today, and then 10. 10 horses entered tomorrow afternoon. Again, a milestone that we assume he will reach by the end of this Whitney weekend. He has code 20 to 1 on the morning line in the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks. Plus, when we return, a walk the Shedrow with Todd Pletcher, racing's 6,000 race winning trainer. Before long, you're watching Saratoga Live on FS2.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Todd, a big weekend for you, but specifically you had 3 Keeneland sales grads. Local Knowledge was a pin hook. Then you also had Pin Point and the big horse Renegade. What is it about that Keeneland sale that's such a big part of your operation for your owners as well?
Yeah, it's always been like the premier sale for us, you know, for years. My dad started taking me there when I was 12 years old and, you know, taught me how important the Keeneland September sale is. You know, it's really the lifeblood of the industry, and you know, you get such a wide variety of horses. You get, you know, all the best bred horses, but also, you know, you get everything from turf to dirt to, you know, $50,000 horses to $5 million ones.
You had 5 winners on Saturday, 4 for Mike Rapoli. Was he mad that he wasn't that 5th?
Probably. Someone asked me if he was happy, and I said, yeah, for about 5 minutes. No, it was a great day for the Rapoli team, and you know, to have Renegade win the Jim Dandy on top of the other 3 wins is pretty cool day.
Is Dak the quarterback that's going to get the Cowboys their first Super Bowl in 30 years?
I'm hearing good things this year, you know, and I do think they did a good job of filling the voids, and they tell me this guy Caleb Downs is superstar, so I think, you know, I'm trying to generate some optimism. Hopefully they don't let me down.
The day after Thanksgiving, Texas or A&M?
We kind of have a split family. My wife graduated from Texas. I got 2 boys that graduated from A&M, so they take it a little more seriously than she does.
Do you think I have any shot of getting a 90-second or less interview with Mike Rapoli like this?
0 chance.
Thanks, Todd.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Made any progress on that front yet?
Oh, the Rapoli thing? Oh, I'm sure we could try, but it'd be pretty hard. Mike's got a lot to say.
Did he ever give you an answer? Texas A&M? He
was on the fence. Yeah, a little A&M-ish, I think.
What a pro. What a pro.
5,999 career wins, Todd Pletcher, and what felt like a sleepy start to Saratoga for a guy who has won 15 training titles here at Saratoga. Everything came to life in the barn last Saturday with 5 wins, including that performance in the Jim Dandy by Renegade.
I got to hear that on the set for 2 weeks before he started lighting it up. But shooters shoot, JK, and Todd Pletcher's a shooter.
Yeah, I mean, 5 wins in one day and 4 for, you know, arguably his biggest client, if not his biggest client. I'm sure that was a lot of fun. Look, I always joke, it's hard for us. We get to pick any horse we want. It's hard for me to pick 5 winners in one day. They can only run the horses they have. To find 5 winners is very impressive.
Especially in this environment.
So.
To do so with 2-year-olds just getting started and what that represents moving forward. Before long, he will join that 6,000 win club as a trainer. Todd Pletcher doing what he does summer after summer, win races here at the Spa, coming off that massive Jim Dandy weekend. 10 runners entered tomorrow afternoon code. A little bit later on this evening in the Saratoga Oaks. When we return, early pick 4, Midtown Mischief, pictured with trainer Mike Maker. The favorite, strictly the one to beat. Race 2 from the Spa, next.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
This gorgeous Friday afternoon, welcome back. Saratoga Live, Fox Sports 2, horses in the paddock, fillies and mares ready to sprint 5.5 furlongs on turf for the New York bred variety. And number 2, Midtown Mischief. Live look at the current 6-5 favorite. Flavien Prat to ride, trained by Mike Maker. This was her latest effort a couple of weeks ago. Same level. She was favored. Tom Midnight Mischief here. She runs third in a race with lots going on.
Yeah, pay attention to her, the pace setter right inside of her. He's going to carry her out here and really make a difficult wide trip for her. It wasn't the easiest of journeys in this race.
Yeah, I'm a little bit gun-shy on what to do here. I loved her. Like, I believe she was late in the card. I singled her and everything, and I was just very disappointed on the way she ran. So it's hard for me now to get over that, to ask, well, what's different now, which is why I think I'll probably go elsewhere. And when I say elsewhere, I mean further to the outside, the 8 ticket to ride.
Megan in the paddock, how's she looking, the 6-5 choice, Midtown Mischief?
Well, you're in luck, Jonathan, as far as the number 2 is concerned. She's actually the horse to beat in this field as well, and she's just that short, compact, little typical sprinter. There's no issues with her physically, as she's incredibly athletic. Second time now in claiming company for trainer Mike Maker, and she was just involved in a pace that was absolutely vapid, and she was able to be the last one standing that day, arguably much the best in her last race, and I just couldn't pick her apart from a trip perspective or from a physical perspective. She is going to be a short price, as she should be. A horse trying the turf for the first time, the number 4, Luck Be Our Lady. I like her getting onto the turf. She gets blinkers on for the first time here for trainer Miguel Clement, who is absolutely lethal on the pivot from maiden special to maiden claiming company. And doing so on grass, he's 5 for 14 and 36% overall. And this horse looks like she'll do just fine on the green stuff. She's got that lighter frame, a bit angular behind, a nice big flat hoof on her that would be a little bit more indicative of taking to the grass. I like the pivot, and you're getting a square price on her as well for dangerous connections. As far as the number 9, Mobile, for trainer Graham Motion, a horse that has some dirt pedigree, but in Graham I trust when it comes to getting these horses on the turf, and when looking at her, that's exactly what she wants to do. She's shorter to the ground, a little bit more elongated through her mid-body, and while, Graham Motion hasn't debuted horses for a tag that often in Saratoga, he's 2 for 16 doing so. She looks fit enough for this group. I was intrigued by the first-time starter in a group of horses that have had many chances. Lafitte?
Mobile, all set for her debut. At 6-1. To her outside, you're looking at Lake Ariel. Lots of changes. Rudder Tees takes over. It's the class drop, Jonathan. Turf debut. What does her pedigree tell us?
Yeah, a lot of these horses don't have great pedigree, right? I mean, it's why they're running at these levels, so it's hard to tell for sure. I would say that she has a winner. She has a horse that has a sibling that has one on the turf. But that's not enough to give me a lot of confidence. I think the one thing is Irad, showing up here for Dave Donk. Now, I wouldn't get carried away with that. A lot of these big riders do show up for Dave Donk, even though his percentage isn't the highest. You'll see Johnny ride for him. You'll see Jose. You'll see Manny. You'll see Johnny. You'll see Irad. So I would say that is at least the way that Irad's riding, at least some sign of confidence.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Jonathan, when you talk about turf racing and horses that have never been on the grass, you're always looking at family to see if there's anything to back it up, particularly on the female side. In terms of siblings, 10 starts on the turf, 1 win. The mom, 1 start on the turf, unplaced, so it's a really, really gray area how much this horse is going to like the grass.
My stallion Cupid doesn't scream turf pedigree. There's a look at Ticket to Ride. What went wrong in her latest? Expected more.
Yeah, I mean, she lost a lot of ground. She was wide all the way around there, so I would guess that would be one situation you could say was problematic for her. But her turf sprints and her synthetic sprints are all pretty good.
Make the rider Micah Husbands on Ticket to Ride. Another look at Midtown Mischief. You walked away, Jonathan, feeling like, no excuses, just expected more, and she just didn't bring it, disappointed with the overall effort, yes?
Well, I think it's a journey that handicapping takes you on, especially when you're at a place like this where you're seeing horses start to run back for a second time. You get to now meld 2 opinions together. I had this really strong opinion that the horse in my brain, I know what I'm saying, couldn't lose that race. I loved the horse singles. And then when they don't run well, there's a lot you still have to gather from that. How was I so wrong? And basically what all handicappers do, they just blame it on the horse, so I'm blaming it on
So why will today be any different, Tom? 6-5, same level?
I mean, that's a great question. So, she's been favored in her last 2. She ran the exact type of race last time. Didn't really finish up well after being pushed out wide, wrong lead. I mean, nothing that suggests she'd be this big a favorite in a race that really looks wide open on paper.
Typically, Jonathan, it's the speed of the speed for you. Turf sprints, quickest to the quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I think Midtown Mischief from the inside should be pretty aggressive. I guess Ticket to Ride has a little bit of early speed, but not enough to love. Lake Ariel drawn outside has a bunch of dirt speed, but this horse has to, appreciate the grass as well. So a lot of times it would be intent. I would say that down on the inside, Midtown Mischief, because they've drawn inside, will likely be sent away from there a little bit.
I completely agree with that, and I think that's why she is the favorite. To me, she has enough speed to clear. when you clear and you control the tempo of a race, it can change everything.
And the Sun Splash Friday at Saratoga. Fillies and mares making their way front side of Post Parade, New York Breds. Right after this sixth race, we'll be joined by John Green, General Manager, DJ Stable. On the eve of the Whitney, Philly taking on the boys tomorrow afternoon. Nitrogen trying to become the first female to capture the Whitney since Personal Ensign back in 1988. One of the best Whitneys of recent memory. Live coverage on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Live coverage begins 5 Eastern. 4 Grade 1 events tomorrow afternoon. One of the best days every summer here at Saratoga. First things first, playing our song. Let's meet the field. Midnight Blue is out. We start with a favorite, Midtown Mischief, Flavian Pratt, fourth rider in as many races.
I thought last time was the time, dropping from maiden special weight to maiden claiming. Didn't have much excuse, in my opinion.
Raynham Hall, number 3 to follow. There she is, fifth try at the level.
You like a long shot at a price here? I think Raymond Hall, if the pace backs up, can be finishing hard on the end.
Christopher Elliott aboard. Then number 4, Luck Be Our Lady, second start, turf debut.
Yeah, puts the blinkers on. This horse has entered NTO a couple starts back and on the dirt last time. Makes me feel like this is just a guess.
Long shots, side by side, numbers 5 and 6. There's Dancing Miracle, best race to date on synthetic.
Yeah, on her toes, but like you said, a true long shot.
Bank on, baby. Very one geared, very one paced.
Yeah, there's always a big price, and typically runs to that price.
Number 7, Frog Hollow Summer, the 11 race maiden.
11 race maiden, but added blinkers last time. I saw improvement in that race.
See if she can take another step forward. Tyler Gaffley on aboard. 11-1, Frog Hollow Summer. Ticket to Ride. Let's see if she can do a little bit more than she did in her most recent, where she did disappoint.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land. I thought the horse ran better than it looks on paper, with a wide trip all the way around there.
Number 9, Mobile, Eclipse Matikit debuting filly.
Yeah, only horse that has not started, making her debut in this spot, and it's in for a price, meaning you can buy her out of the race.
Contender, Lake Ariel and Arad Ortiz.
I always root for Dave Don, because him being such a big Jets fan, I always know that this is like his last chance for happiness until we get to the fall.
Number 11, She's Sal's Dream, second start, turf debut, parked outside.
Turf debut, we talked about looking at family. This family actually has some accomplishments. The mother made $190,000 on the turf, 4 for 10 lifetime, has a sibling that won on the grass, so there is turf in this horse's pedigree at 44-1.
Who's it gonna be? Wide open. Turf sprint, early pick 4 begins here, emerging as a heavy choice, 7-5 though. Midtown Mischief, another look at Ticket to Ride. Micah Husbands taking over for Edgar Zaya, still banged up from an incident in the gate last week. Ticket to Ride here. How, Tom, are things going to be different today for her to graduate in what will be her 10th career start?
Well, she's had some problems out of the gate, and we're in a sprint race, and you can't afford to give the field a head start. So she needs to lead there running, which she sometimes does, but she's done it enough times that it is a bit of a habit. If you like her in this race, the 8, you're paying attention to her out of the gate and making sure that Husbands can establish position on her back.
Top of the show, Jonathan, as you look at that crowd and how things change here at Saratoga. Calendar flips. We hit August. It is the August place to be after all, but for this particular weekend, the crowds, the energy with the sales, right on the tail of the weekend.
Yeah, it's what makes for the best weekend, I think. Like you mentioned, there's 4 Grade 1 races. You got the Hall of Fame today. You've got the sale on Monday. It's like that one weekend that it feels like everyone who is planning to come to Saratoga once or twice circles. They circle that weekend because you can get the most accomplished in a weekend like this. The most people are going to be here traveling. You're going to have the opportunity to see the most friends, the best racing, and then also have some great social events as well. So, like I've said before, it's my favorite weekend of the year, even more so than the Travers.
So much to look forward to here at Saratoga this Whitney weekend as we check in with Megan as we close in on post time. Megan.
And as far as number 10 at Lake Ariel, and as you described, looking at the families and the pedigrees in these kind of situations, I agree with Tom. But when speaking with trainer Dave Donk, who's entered this filly on the grass on multiple occasions, and he's finally being able to run on this surface, and I feel like that's incredibly strong and fit. And I get it, you don't look at Cupid and necessarily think, okay, this horse is going to run on the turf. But I get the right impression from her. I do think she'll take to it, and she does have enough early speed to put her into a tactical pole position from her far outside post. As far as some of her races, going back to April the 30th, her best to date, she ran well against the likes of Vanetta, who came back to win a stakes race and won here impressively at Saratoga on debut. So looking at her just from a physical perspective, I do find she'll take to it at 9-2. Not understanding that the number 2, the current favorite, is squarely the horse to beat. As far as Tom's elaboration on the number 8, Ticket to Ride, and her issues getting out of the gate, trying to get her forward where her best trip lies, I can understand why she's not exactly the best gate horse, because she's not the strongest overall. Horses really use their hind end, that power, to be able to propel themselves out of the starting gate and put themselves into that good position from the start. And she's not the strongest whatsoever. Safi Joseph not off to the greatest of starts, and I thought that she's a horse that could certainly benefit from perhaps staying sprinting, but I was a little hesitant. We'll see if she can put herself into the mix. She certainly has the back races up there at a very square price at 7-1. Quickly, a little bit of a bomb for Rudy Rodriguez. That's the number 3, Raynham Hall, who just always seems to be consistent. Doesn't obviously see the winner circle, still trying to break the maiden. This the 12th try. Very substantive, very sharp. We'll see if she can put herself into a little bit more of a forward position after being way too far back in her last 2. Lafitte?
16-1 if you like her, Raynham Hall. They all have experience except one, Tom, Mobile.
Yeah, let's talk about this horse a little bit. Mobile, the 9 horse, trained by Graham Motion. So most trainers, myself included, you train at the racetrack. You apply for stalls here. The racetrack grants them to you. When the meet begins, you come on in. Graham does something quite different. He has a training center in Fair Hill and can do it on his own over there. I think that's a big advantage, especially when it comes to turf racing, showing the horses a lot of different environments out there.
With a red-hot Manny Franco in the saddle, Mobile all set for her debut. But the favorite? Number 2, Midtown Mischief, 7-5 at post time. Frank Mirmati with the call, the second from the Spa, live on Fox Sports 2.
Dancing Miracle has gone in. Here's Lake Ariel. Bank on Bibi. She's Sal's Dream will complete the line for race 2. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start right across the course. Frog Hollow Summer is among the early ones vying for the lead. Luck Be Our Lady is the quickest, and Midtown Mischief has sharp early speed in the second spot. Bank on Baby shuffles back just a touch behind Frog Hollow Summer, who is racing on the inside of Lady Ariel, 4th and 4 lengths off them into the far turn. Ticket to Ride is next. Mobile, the first-time starter, is 8 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 back to Dancing Miracle. Raynham Hall is second to last, and that leaves She's Sal's Dream as the trailer. 21-3. Luck Be Our Lady in charge at the top of the stretch, turns for home with a 2-length lead. Midtown Mischief angles out, and here comes Ticket to Ride, meaning business. And in the meantime, Mobile, that firster, came through under a very confident ride and simply blew them off the turf. Mobile fired hard and jogged. Second went to Ticket to Ride. Then it was Midtown Mischief, and Dancing Miracle picked up some pieces late.
In her debut, impressive. Mobile graduates Manny Franco teaming up with Graham Motion.
Let's take a look at this horse down the stretch. I mean, here's a horse that's never run before, in a crowd, slips through down the inside between horses, wins with the greatest of ease, not even being asked. You can look at the rider, the way you call upon a horse with your hands. They are perfectly still. This is a for sale race. For $50,000, you could have bought Mobile out of the race, and trainers love to play the game of looking back, and hindsight's 20/20. I'll guarantee you there are a lot of trainers that wish they'd put something in for this horse, because she was very impressive today.
Yeah, very good. Great ride by Manny. And the one thing I'll notice, if I'm not mistaken, this is the second first-time starter winner that had been training down at Fair Hill that we've seen already this week. Both of them for Graham Motion. Like you mentioned, Fair Hill, it's a beautiful facility with lots of different options to train, and it's lots of different options to get horses like this ready to win up here at Saratoga first time out.
And she was a complete pro. I mean, she just was such a professional in her first start.
Graham Motion en route to the winner's circle. This team, Motion, Manny Franco, struck On a Breeders' Cup stage, sharing Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf back at Santa Anita, I believe 2019. Mobile. It looked like we had a competitive race, and you could hear, and as soon as Frank identified Mobile, oh, this is over. There's your winner.
Yeah.
Right. And in a couple jumps, she was clear.
Yeah. She looked really, really good. She's striding back nicely to this winner's circle, too. She knows what she did. You know, we talk about the horse's ears and how they communicate to the rider. You could see Mobile when she made the lead down the stretch. Those ears went straight forward. She wasn't even using all of her energy anymore, just waiting for a command. There was no command to be given because she was well clear with Manny Franco.
Very comfortable first day on the job, and it's 7-1. I believe the winner in the first race was 7-1 as well. As we take another look at Graham Motion, Kentucky Derby winning trainer, Animal Kingdom, the head-on. Some bumping in deep stretch has nothing to do with the winner. Anything jump off the screen, Jonathan?
Those silks always make me think about Lady Eli. And then Manny, I think it's important to point out that although he did not win the MVP in the basketball game, that went to Raylu Gutierrez, who had 0 points.
Well deserved.
We're 0 points and 6 assists, which
Stuff
is
that box score.
Manny is riding lights out.
How does Kenan LaRose with 6 threes and 24 points in the game on the losing effort not get some honorable mention there?
Jockeys win by like 15.
I don't know. I made Kenan run sprints the next morning because, I mean, how do you lose to the jockeys? Come on, man. You played college basketball. You're captain of your team, D1 school. I mean, that's embarrassing.
You know, it's bad when you get beat and the MVP didn't score a point. Raylu. Manny here, he scores at Saratoga. Mobile in her debut. 9.825 results, reaction, plus John Green on set talking about that filly. Already a champion, but this is the test of her career, tackling monsters in tomorrow's Grade 1 Whitney.
Angelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
Further ado, a magnificent run.
Olympiad gets the gold.
Magnitude to the top of the class.
She's so speedy in that sprint.
Tap it twice. Tap it twice.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
Running away and hiding. Impressive on debut in this $50,000 claimer, the New York bred Mobile. Eclipse Thoroughbreds, Madiket Stable, and Manny Franco on the board. Race 2 of 11 here at Saratoga. Trained by Graham Motion, standing by live with Megan in the winner's circle.
And pleased to be joined, of course, by Graham Motion. And Graham wasn't claimed and a runaway victory. You had to be pleased with her turn of foot down the lane.
Yeah, I mean, I felt when things opened up at the top of the stretch, if Manny had enough horse, she would definitely get it done. She had a beautiful trip.
Happy connection, still keeping her in the barn.
Yeah, I told Sol Kuhlman before the race she should be competitive, so now he's giving me a hard time. I should have been a little more confident.
A little cheeky there, Sol, but you'll send out Bless Her in the Saratoga Oaks, a horse coming off of an allowance victory. What's given you the encouragement to send her into this Grade 1 test?
Yeah, I actually wanted to run her in the stake at Delaware, which came off the grass, so the allowance was a backup plan. She won it nicely against an older filly, and she wants the distance, so I've always kind of had this race in mind.
Well, best of luck in there. Congratulations. Nice win.
Thank you very much.
Lippy?
Megan, thanks so much. You get to keep her. Results from the first race, you had a 9-1 shot with Furry Fox in the opener, Jonathan, and in race 2, starting the early pick 4 with a 7-1 shot.
Oh yeah, I like to say if you're alive in the pick 5, you're sitting on a ticket, and a nice way to get started there.
Mobile, Manny Franco over Ticket to Ride at Midtown Mischief, defeated favorite. Again, more of the same.
Yeah, I've got no interest moving forward. I'm glad I got off that wagon this time as well.
Any interest in seeing Nitrogen take on the boys tomorrow?
More interest than you can imagine.
I think the entire horse racing world, the sports world, can't wait to see it as we're now joined by John Green, General Manager, DJ Stable. A look ahead to the third race on grass, mile and a 16th. Is there a normal wife, 8 to 5 early on? That's coming up, the third race here, Saratoga. John Green with us. John, off to a better start. It's not raining this time, so it doesn't matter if you left your car window open.
That's right. It's not raining. Andy's not here. It's a win. It's a win, double win so far.
All trending in the right direction. How you feeling? 24 hours out.
24 hours out, I'm feeling great. 6 hours out, I'm going to be pacing the hell out of my my room.
A long time to pace.
It's a long time, and it's the only horse we have running here that day. We have 5 others, running in Canada and Virginia, but nothing here. So it's going to be kind of a long wait and anticipation. But it's been a long 8 weeks.
And going back to that Ogden Phipps, I spoke to you shortly after and asked you, is this Whitney possible? And you were like, no, that's not in the plans. We're not going down that road. What changed? How did she wind up in the Whitney taking on the boys?
Yeah, I think 2 things changed. Number 1 is she put together just an absolute outstanding performance in the Ogden Phipps. And, when we have a great filly like this, and Tom, you'll appreciate this with, Serengeti Empress and Who's Your Filly, when you have a great horse like that, you have to be their steward and put them in the best position possible to win, but also you want to challenge them. And at this point in time, at this stage of her career, running in the Chuvy wasn't going to be a challenge for her. No disrespect to that race or the horses that ran in there, but she had kind of done that before. She's never training better. She's never looked better. Her numbers are outstanding, and she's running literally right out of her back door to run here. She's undefeated on the dirt here, and listen, it is going to be a yeoman's task for anybody to win this race, but we feel like that we have a legitimate shot with her.
Nitrogen, already a champion filly. As you mentioned, her best work here at Saratoga thus far. 2 Grade 1 wins here. So the gates pop open. Magnitude to your inside, the 9 to 5 morning line favorite. If you could draw up a perfect scenario, what does everything look like going into the clubhouse turn?
A perfect scenario is our gate opens, everyone else stays closed, and we get a 5-length lead. That's the picture perfect what we want, okay? In reality, if you're handicapping this, and Jonathan, I think you'll agree with me on this, Magnitude is the horse that really has the target on its back. It's a nice story that we're running here, but we're 4-1. We're third choice. There's a reason why, because there's a couple of horses, there's 6 other horses in here that are phenomenal, that really you can make a case for any of them. So when the gate opens, having a Hall of Fame rider like Johnny Velasquez on the horse, I'm going to let him make the decision. And if she breaks and is a little flat-footed, then Magnitude's going to go. Probably somebody else will go with it. If it looks like that she jumps out of the gate and is right there, he is not going to give up position and kind of follow Magnitude and just keep Magnitude pinned to the rail, hopefully.
Tell me about the relationship that Nitrogen has hopefully developed with Johnny Velasquez. It'll be his first time on her?
First time on her, yeah, exactly. And look, I have no ill will towards Jose. I think he absolutely made the right decision for his career. When you can ride a 9 to 5 shot in the Whitney, you got to take it, especially because that horse is going to be probably the favorite or one of the top favorites, top choices for the Classic. And what people don't realize is that not only do you get paid when you win as a jockey, but when you ride and win a Classic race, you potentially get a breeding right in that horse. So it's not just, okay, I'm going to get the 5% of whatever I earn from the purse. That could be an annuity for a jockey to be able to win on a horse like Magnitude, who is now going to be standing at Coolmore. So I don't blame him at all. for doing this. I'm disappointed, and we've talked about it, but from a business standpoint, I totally get it. And right now, as of the first week of August, I don't think there's any drop-off between where Johnny V's riding and where Jose is riding, quite frankly.
Has he gotten to know the filly?
He has. He's been by the barn a few times. Mark is a little bit religious about making sure that the same people get on the same horses because they have a rhythm with them. They know, you know how it is.
Of course, I get that.
Yeah, and so Johnny has not breezed the horse, but he's been around her enough, and he certainly watched her enough. And quite frankly, she's push button. I mean, she really, if you want her in front, go to the front. If you want her to come from off it, that's fine too. She doesn't have any quirks or idiosyncrasies where you'd worry about, oh my God, the jockey's never been on the horse before. I have to tell him, fill in the blank.
John, when I look back at my fandom of racing, there's a couple of days that really stand out, and they all involve a filly taking on the boys or a mare taking on the boys, whether it be Rachel or Zenyatta. I'm really excited for this opportunity to kind of wake up and have that excitement tomorrow morning about a chance to potentially see something really special with Nitrogen.
Yeah, and you asked before about where did we make the decision, or how did the decision ultimately, come up the way it was. I had to be convinced. I had to be convinced to run her against the boys because, in my mind, it's like, do we put her in that race, and is it going to gut her for the rest of her year? Because we have bigger races coming up, as silly as that sounds. I mean, the Whitney's important, but the Breeders' Cup is the ultimate goal at the end. But, Mark's had Tepin. Cassie's had Got Stormy, Dixie Strike, Wonder Gadot, Catch a Glimpse. I mean, he's done it 6 or 7 times. So when he brought up the idea of running a filly against the boys, albeit the best handicappers in the country, I paused and thought about it a lot and looked at what happened to those fillies after they ran against the boys. And all they did was flourish. So, it's not that Mark has the magic touch, but I think that Mark understands the importance of getting a horse ready for a race, giving it the proper amount of time pre and post race, because we do have another big race coming up, hopefully before the end of the year.
She went next level in the Ogden Phipps.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she wouldn't be here in the Whitney. Where is your level of confidence? And for Mark Cassie, what have you seen in terms of her training? We're responding from that big effort, Belmont Stakes weekend, and now her preparation leading up to the Whitney.
That's a great question. Our biggest concern was avoiding a bounce. And any horse, any athlete, when they peak, they need a little time to kind of regress and get back under them and then start building again. So we gave her 9 weeks. And that's one of the reasons why this race in particular was such a great calendar date for us, because it gave her enough time to peak, come down, and then get built back up and feel really good about what's going on. I wish the race was last week. I wish the race was today because she is just on top of her game, on her toes, and feeling good. She's been schooled 3 times. I mean, that's because they just have to keep doing stuff with her because physically she's there, and mentally we want to make sure she doesn't get overhyped.
Nitrogen, preparation for the Whitney. You had something to add, Tom?
I was just going to say, we're watching her work right here, and this is as good as it gets. Okay, she's by herself, but, a rider communicates to a horse with his hands. And, if the hands are moving, that means he's asking something, asking nothing of Nitrogen there. She's extending greatly, galloping out well. I hate to use an overused term, but it had to be exactly what you guys wanted.
Yeah, it definitely was. And when Mark called me that day, he said, I have great news. And then you go, okay, good. All right, now we can talk about the breeze. Because I knew exactly who he was talking about. I mean, we have a lot of horses with Mark, but really the only time he actually calls me in the morning is if there's a problem or if there's something spectacular. And that's why he had to preface it by saying, everything's cool, don't worry, everything's all right. Because when you get that call at 6 in the morning, you go, oh my God,
Absolute
what happened?
Panic.
Yeah, exactly.
What happened?
Exactly.
The Whitney tomorrow. Before we let you go, the sales, Monday, Tuesday, how active will DJ Stable be?
So we're fortunate enough to have not 1 but 2 not this times selling, both with TaylorMade, one on the first night, and then Philly that actually my wife and I own a piece of personally on the second night, which will be really exciting. That sale just is the place to go. It's a place to be seen. It's a place to see really good horses, and you get a glimpse into who's going to be running in the big races here next year. So even if you can't afford to buy, it's worthwhile to go and get a mind's eye of, who all the next superstars are going to be.
Appreciate it, John. Thanks so much for taking the time. Best of luck on both sides of Union Avenue, and specifically tomorrow with Nitrogen in the Whitney.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Good luck.
John Green joining us on set here on the eve of the Whitney. Basic Tipton sale coming up here across the street Monday and Tuesday. Don't miss it tomorrow afternoon live on Fox. The Whitney, it is the 99th running, and Nitrogen trying to become the first female to beat the boys, going back to Personal Ensign in 1988. Sensational day of thoroughbred racing on the horizon. And right after that, of course, the sale just across the street. As our coverage continues here on FS2, you're watching Saratoga Live on Hall of Fame Friday.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live. Valerie Clement, the wife of Christophe Clement, late great trainer who passed away last year. You see son Miguel, his daughter there, the family, and how emotional this must have been, knowing how much Christophe would have loved to have been there on this day, inducted into the Hall of Fame earlier this morning. There's the plaque. Tom, I think a lot of our viewers probably know a lot about Christophe Clement, the trainer. What should they know about Christophe Clement, the person?
Well, I think first and foremost, they should know he was a gentleman, a terrific guy in that sense. And his statistics, they speak for themselves. He was a brilliant horseman on dirt runners, turf runners. If anything, maybe a bit overdue for him to be in the Hall of Fame. But look at those statistics. I mean, those are Hall of Fame statistics, that many of the people that are in there with him don't have. It's just but more important as a person, he was a gentleman.
He was training a horse, Jonathan, like the longer the layoff and the longer distance the race. Oh no, we're good. It's Christophe. He'll have him ready.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, long on the grass and it was obviously a specialty, but you look there, you see some horses that ran really well on the dirt, specifically tonalist, right? Upsetting California Chrome and stopping a Triple Crown. Christophe was an outstanding trainer, an outstanding horseman, and outstanding man.
Acacia Clement is with us. Acacia, your father-in-law, you were at the ceremony earlier today. We appreciate you sharing a few moments with us regarding the ceremony and what you can tell us about what took place across the street as Christophe was inducted in the Hall of Fame posthumously.
It was a very emotional morning for sure, Lafitte, for the entire family and for so many people that knew Christoph, because his owners and many of the people around him were like family and were his greatest friends. And something that Valerie mentioned in her beautiful speech that she gave today, and something that Christoph also included in his final farewell letter when we said goodbye to him in 2025, was to enjoy life every single day. And that was a motto that he lived by. And I think it's a great reminder for all of us to continue and take that on with us. I'm very proud to see the stable legacy continuing on with our family. I'm very proud to see that he is in the Hall of Fame where he should be. Of course, I wish more than anything that he had been there this morning to see it, of course, to meet his future grandchildren, and just to be here as the larger-than-life personality that he was. But he has left an incredible mark on this sport and everybody that met him, and I feel incredibly grateful to have had him in my life as well. So always a clumsy transition from that, but he'd be very happy that we're continuing on and talking about horses here at Saratoga as we'll get into this third race, beginning with a couple of horses trying the turf for the first time. And I'll start with the number 3. Is there a normal wife? My husband would probably say no. And I always love the names that the very unstable comes up with. Incredibly clever. This one out of a mare who did win once on the turf, and by Galilean, who can have a turf runner. And he looks like he will appreciate the added distance and the surface switch today. He has a turf hoof, a lot of size, a lot of substance to him, but he's much stronger second time out for Dave Donk. I think very intriguing for a horse that actually ran pretty well on the dirt, now getting some big changes in here today. The number 12, Liam's Legacy, gets on the grass, and I've been waiting for him to try the turf because he is the half-brother to a horse my father-in-law trained, and multiple stakes winner Loon Cry, 7-time turf winner, and by Liam's map, whose progeny I love on the grass, and he looks like a turf horse. Ran okay first time out, enough to kind of be encouraging, but a horse that really seemed last time like they needed to kind of rev up his engines prior to the race. He's laid back in the paddock once again, but I do think that he will appreciate the surface switch on his pedigree and on the way that he is built, now making the third start of his career. Now, the number 10, Maximum Heat, did debut on the turf, and he is just a second-time starter. I was a little bit surprised to see him starting on the grass because he was a horse that did not physically look the most turf meant. He actually ran exceptionally well, all things considered. He was very far back on his left lead, green while closing, but a horse that has come leaps and bounds from first to second start. I wouldn't have been surprised to see him entered on the dirt again today, but the fact that he stays on the turf, I think, is a vote of confidence from Linda Rice, as he is far more focused and less green, much stronger overall, and he showed that he could have a good kick, and I think we'll see a better performance, maybe get him into the race a little bit earlier on today, Lafitte.
Something to watch right from the beginning. Jose Ortiz in Maximum Heat, exiting the same race as Coach Ryan. This was week 2 of the meet. It's the same level. Here, Tom, and these two, Coach Ryan, Maximum Heat, and what turns out to be a wild finish.
Yeah, I mean, look, this doesn't really do justice to how bad a trip Maximum Heat has. You can see how far wide he is here, and you're going to see his great late close. By the way, same rider on his back, Jose Ortiz, in that debut, is going to be back on today. And Jose's not going to get there. You know, he knows he's not going to get there. So he's just kind of, you can call it the get-to-know-you ride, the test drive, whatever you want to call it. But when this horse started the race, he hopped out of the gate. He was so far last, he wasn't even in the picture. Jose back on him. I've seen this movie before. You know, Maximum Heat's my man here.
Showing promise, a foundation-building effort that he should move forward upon, Jonathan. But he had the 11 post in his debut and stuck towards the outside once again, Maximum Heat. But he is a closer.
No,
or at least what we saw in the first start.
Yeah, but that could have been
Sure.
because he broke slowly. And you could also make a mistake assuming that he won't break slowly again. Maybe that's just who he is. Certainly in his second career start, he's got an opportunity to right that wrong.
The Keisha mentioned, look to see Jose Ortiz maybe get him involved a little bit earlier. We'll see him again in the post parade. We start with Take It Easy Charlie. Second start stretches out.
Stretched out to 2 turns by a sprint guy and Jimmy Creed, the father. We'll see if he can do it.
Runco picture at 50-1. Make the rider Jamie Rodriguez.
Yeah, it takes the blinkers off. Didn't take much money first time out. Not taking even less money this time.
Mind the comments. Is there a normal wife? Number 3, solid debut sprinting on dirt.
Was that a question, Lafitte?
Nah, I just said mind the comments.
Okay, just making sure. This horse should have some speed here.
Bold Scholar, number 4, an outsider, 43-1.
Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing to look at here. I mean, this horse is 74-1 first time out. I guess moving to the grass if you want to try to make a case.
Tango, Dylan Davis takes over.
Yeah, only 4-year-old in the race, only 4-year-old filly. But remember, these are maidens. None of them have ever won, so being older isn't necessarily an advantage.
The names in this race, emotionally available. Flavian Pratt takes over.
Yes, an interesting horse. Broke slow last time, had a little bit of trouble, and was trying to close into a slow pace.
Number 7, in front runner, third start, first try on grass.
First try on grass and a pedigree to like it.
Coach Ryan, Manny Franco, 6 wins now over the last 3 days.
Yeah, another horse that we saw that paint the horse ran out of. Broke a little bit slow that day. We'll probably need to break a little bit better here as well.
Hunty's own number 9, Arad Ortiz in the saddle. Productive in all 3 starts.
And been a bit unfortunate. Got slow pace up front in the past, and it's hurt his finish. I give that horse a real chance.
Lots to like. Maximum Heat.
Yeah, lots to like. I don't love the price in a race that feels a little bit more wide open than that.
Daisy Dew, number 11, most experienced, 5-race maiden.
5-race maiden, but in the last 2 starts ran as a gelding, and he's shown improvement.
And to the outside, Liam's Legacy, third try, first on grass in those Saratoga colors.
The good news, there is some pedigree there to suggest this horse might appreciate the grass. The bad news, drawn very poorly on the far outside.
More New York breds in the third. 50-cent mandatory pay. Pick 5 starts here. Third of 11 next at Saratoga. Another look there. Maximum Heat. Yeah, so he flashed some ability in that first start. The poor break. Acacia touched on him perhaps more forward from the outside, and Jose Ortiz trying to save as much ground as possible with this larger field in a 2-turn grass race in Saratoga.
And he should be better out of the gate. We oftentimes see horses make mistakes in their first start. Trainers will bring those horses back to the barn and work with them to correct those mistakes. The first time he's run, it's the first time he's seen what to work on. And once the coach knows what to work on, normally you see a great deal of improvement from that first or second start.
7-2. Then number 3, is there a normal wife? Johnny Velasquez taking over. The date with Nitrogen tomorrow in the Whitney. This is completely new for him. Jonathan, how does he respond, being that he has the 1 race sprinting on dirt? What does pedigree tell us? Is he 2 turns on grass?
Well, the mom won first time out on the grass, so that's always a good sign. So I'm not too concerned about the surface selection of Dave Donk. The one thing I would say, obviously, that you touch on is stretching out. And also the surface change. I love an inside draw for a horse stretching out. They have the tactical speed to get away from there, hold that position. You get a Hall of Fame rider in Johnny Velasquez. If they make the front, great. If they don't make the front, they're sitting in the pocket. Johnny's got a lot of options with a horse like this.
I really think we're looking at the pace setter right here, in the 3-horse. I mean, coming off sprint, fast in a sprint. Now we're going to a 2-turn race where the pace is continually slower from start to finish. This horse should really set the tone.
With how much pressure on paper?
Correct.
How many others figure to be up there in the mix with Is There a Normal Wife?
I don't see one. I see It's a Normal Wife being the one that goes to the front and really sets the tempo.
To Acacia trackside.
And I liked Is It a Normal Wife getting onto the turf, and I agree with Tom as far as his tactics are concerned. But taking a look at your favorite horses with some more experience, the number 9, Coach Ryan, is second off the layoff for Chad Brown, and he came back for the first time as a gelding last time out. And I thought he looked quite heavy actually off of the layoff in his most recent start. And this is a horse who looks way more fit today. Sometimes second time gelding really does make a huge difference for a horse, both mentally and physically. He is one that is quite forward prior to his races. He's sharp, but not over the top. It's that perfect balance today. I think he's a very worthwhile favorite. He was off the pace. He was a little bit erratic, I thought, closing last time out, but I do expect second time off the bench and second time as a gelding, we will see an even stronger performance from him, and we'll see if today's the day that he can break through, as he does seem to have appreciated that start off the bench. The number 9, Ohante's Own, he and Emotionally Available both come out of the same race, and I thought that Ohante's Own had the tougher trip that day.
Not that either of them had an ideal trip, but this one was 4 wide early, never saw the rail, never got any chance to save any ground. And he's a horse that has just really developed with racing. He's not the biggest, but he's continued to strengthen. And I know he disappointed as the favorite last time. I thought he had a legitimate excuse and one that at a bit of a price could step forward. But for more out of that race, we check in with Meg Burgess.
And we're here, Acacia, getting a little bit of a refreshment, not an alcoholic one. Don't tell my boss. This is a lemonade, not a vodka one, at the Post Bar, where patrons can come. They can see the horses right here exiting the paddock onto the racetrack. It's a great place to take part in the races here at Saratoga. As far as this race, I went to number 6, Emotionally Available. And he's a horse that's kind of cold on the tote board for trainer Brad Cox and Flavian Pratt, but I really liked the effort last time out, put himself into position. Hopefully he can kind of settle a bit more into the bridle. He was a bit keener in behind horses last time out. I expect him to take a step forward and think, despite being cold on the tote board, you could get rewarded with the price, Lafitte.
So many great spots, cool places to spend the afternoon at Saratoga watching the races. And you're about to watch this third race live, kicking off this mandatory pay. Pick 5, 50-cent mandatory pay. Pick 5 filing in. Third race. Post time live on FS2. Here's Frank Miramati.
2 more left to load. Emotionally Available. And Liam's Legacy to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. It's a fast start for Take It Easy Charlie. Is there a normal wife is up close in the early going? Here's Daisy Dew rushing up. Emotionally Available is in 4th, and Tango 5th through the opening furlong. Ojante Zone is next, racing on the outside of Runcott as the field moves into the clubhouse turn. That group followed by Coach Ryan. Liam's Legacy is next, some 12 lengths off the lead. It's another length and a half back to Maximum Heat, and then 4 or 5 more to the 2 trailers. Bold Scholar on the inside of In Front Runner. The opening quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Daisy Dew is the leader down the backstretch, has it by a length and a half to Emotionally Available in second. Another 3/4 of a length. Is there a normal wife in third? The answer is yes. 3/4 back to Tango 4th with 4 to make up. Take It Easy Charlie. Ojante Zone is next. 48 and 3 for the half mile as they move into the far turn. And the lead still belongs to Daisy Dew. Daisy Dew leads. Emotionally Available goes to put the pressure on in second. On the outside of them, it's Tango. Liam's Legacy is about 4 deep through 3/4 in, 1:13 and 3. Daisy Dew still there. Out in the center of the course, closing still is Tango, who's been in the thick of it throughout. Emotionally Available in between horses. On the far outside, Coach Ryan and Liam's Legacy. Driving finish. Coach Ryan is kicking into high gear when it matters. And Coach Ryan, Manny Franco again. Liam's Legacy was second. It's a 3-way battle for third among Ojante's Own, and a couple of others were in that battle too.
Locked in his zone, whatever you want to call it, he's there. Manny Franco, 7 wins over the last 3 days, 2 days and 3 races. Strikes with Coach Ryan, clear of all the traffic we saw in upper stretch.
Yeah, we did indeed see some traffic down the inside. It looked like the 2 and the 5 were doing the most, having the most problems. Coach Ryan avoided all that. That's him on the outside in the white, finishing with a charge. His second time as a gelding, as Keisha was mentioning to us, and just ran a very nice race.
Not the exact same ownership listed, but ahead of Plains, Madicket, back-to-back races. A lot of the same group there. Saul Koeman involved with both of those groups. A fun little moment for them.
Everything had already happened at this stage, I believe. The traffic, you saw Runco, who really had to take up sharply. Tango was involved, and as the horses came off the turn and a lot of bumping and jostling, fortunately, no incidents, but one of those races you're going to have to go back and watch several times to see who was compromised.
And that's exactly what the stewards are doing right now. So the stewards have the advantage of looking at the head-on of this race. We're watching it from above right now. Well, they'll look at this view as well. They want to know exactly what went on and if anybody needs to be penalized, the rider, for not keeping their course here. So it wouldn't surprise me if it takes a little while for them to get this together and make a decision as to whether there's some sort of interference here. But to this point, it looks pretty clean, Lafitte.
It's a couple of horses that had to take up when they straightened out looking from the pan. It looked like there was more going on in the pan than it did from the drone in that angle. Coach Ryan, who was clear, and Manny Franco teaming up with Chad Brown. He's slumber gelding, breaking through in his 4th career start. Steadily improving Coach Ryan. And for winning trainer Chad Brown, 3 fillies a little bit later on in the Saratoga Oaks. Jonathan, an 8-time Saratoga champion trainer, working on the 9th, the current leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah, look, if you're a grass race here at Saratoga, you're not safe from Chad Brown winning that on multiple occasions. I guess, oddly, the only race that was safe for a little while was the 4-Star Dave until Carl Spackler changed that.
Manny Franco. Another victory here. Coach Ryan, 8-12, 5-9. I'll be stepping aside. Todd Schrupp on set as our coverage continues and so much more. The 11-race program and still the 2 graded stakes races coming up. Hall of Fame and the Saratoga Oaks later on this evening. Great day of racing.
We're going to miss you. No, really, we're going to miss you.
Tom's going to miss me. If any guys buying that, did that feel genuine? Maybe. In the winner's circle last year. Deterministic. Can he go back-to-back in the 4-Star Day? We'll find out. One of 4 Grade 1 events on the Whitney Saturday tomorrow at the Spa.
This weekend on Fox Saratoga Saturday, one of the best female horses in the nation.
Nitrogen trounces them by more than 10 lengths.
Champion filly Nitrogen takes on the boys in the Whitney, facing Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, and Travers winning Sovereignty, White Avario, and Magnitude in a star-studded field. The 99th running of the Whitney, a win-and-you're-in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises. Join us 5 Eastern on Fox.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Lord Ascendi.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Well, I think what my racehorse does is it gives owners an opportunity to get involved in the game.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Safi Joseph Jr.
I'm Todd Fletcher, a trainer for my racehorse.
Sees the grade, wins the Preakness.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well as Coach Ryan gets the victory. And I'm pleased to be joined by Sal Kumin, owner and breeder. You had your own little double here with the horse in last race as well.
That was pretty nice, right? We got a bunch of youngins here from lacrosse camp, and yes, my guy, 2 in a row.
Thank you.
And so it was fun to take a picture with all the boys. It was good.
Yeah, it's awesome. You really filled up the winner's circle here. And I always know that you have some stories behind the name, so give it to us on Coach Ryan.
Coach Ryan is Coach Ryan Cayley, who is a 3D lacrosse coach that coaches all these boys. One of our favorite guys, great coach, and we named it in honor of him. He wasn't able to be here today because he has a wedding to go to, or he would have come. What's up, buddy? But we're psyched. We'll send him a picture as soon as the race is done.
Yeah, I hope that win picture goes on his wall. Really special. But big weekend for you. Great to see you here in Saratoga. You have Zulu Kingdom tomorrow in the 4-Star Dave. He was incredibly game last time out.
Ran great. It was close. That was the race that we won, and then all of a sudden it was a tied between two horses. Yeah, I think he's doing great. There's 3 or 4 really good horses in that race. I think it's going to come down to trip, and hopefully we got a decent post and obviously a good rider. So hopefully we get lucky, but it's going to be a tough one to win.
We've been lucky so far today with back-to-back wins. Saul, congratulations, and great to see the lacrosse team representing here.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Saul Kuban with the victory as he gets the win. And we welcome in for the first time today, Todd Schrupp with us on the set. Hey, Todd.
Acacia, thank you. Better welcome than I got from Tom Amos, who said, Lafitte, please stay. Actually, I got to tell you, I would happy to stay out in the picnic grove here. Jonathan, the fans have shown up en masse, and tomorrow it's going to be even more chaotic and fun.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling tomorrow's going to be something record-breaking feeling. It's just the energy, the conversation, the way that it looks here for a Friday. If you're not here, you should try to get here.
Tom, as a former trainer, is there different energy about your barn when you know you're performing on a big day in front of a big crowd?
Oh, yeah. Well, this track, any day is a big day at this track, and when you win here, it feels special. The town is about the horses, and so when you go out in the evening, you hear only thing you hear about is what's happening the next day in racing. So yeah, it's a big thrill.
Yeah, I heard that at Salivo a lot last night. All right, Chad Brown gets a win in race number 3. He knows that winning feeling here at Saratoga. This horse coming from off the pace to get the win late in here, but eventually drawing off. Coach Ryan taking race number 3 here and going off as the 2-1 favorite.
You guys missed it because you were busy working, but Saul Kuban got photobombed by Chad Brown in that interview just now. It was pretty cool. I liked it.
Yeah, if I weren't I'd like to watch what's going on in the background. I think that's a lot better than the actual show sometimes. Looking ahead to race number 4, our next race on this Friday card, Hall of Fame Day, 6-furlong optional claiming event for New York bred 3-year-olds and upward. We do have a couple of scratches in here. Scratch out the 4 runaway jokes, scratch out the 5 3Bs. What to do with the horse off the long layoff in a new barn? The 2 long pours not raced since June, but now goes to Rick Dutro's barn. What do you see there?
I see a horse that is pretty speed dependent. He's fast early, and can he clear? Can he finish? I mean, when I look at a name like Longpour, it makes me think of Todd. He's in town. Somebody's sponsoring tonight. That's what I'm thinking about. And then I looked at my text, and I realized it's me.
And if you're wondering why I'm sweating, it's not the humidity. It's the thought that he might not pick up the bill tonight. Let's talk about tomorrow, Whitney Day. Yes, of course, the Whitney, phenomenal field, but the undercard is outstanding. One of the great horses to ever race at Saratoga, 4-star Dave, known for his durability and winning often here. A race named in his honor is the 10th race on the card, the 4-star Dave. And when you look back at this great horse, 4-star Dave, a lot of great memories over the years. As far as this race in particular, trainer Bill Mott has had a lot of success. JK, as you look at the field this year for the 4-star Dave, what type of group is it?
I mean, I think it's a sensational group. I think you've got all the things covered, right? You've got a filly in Nitrogen. You've got a Belmont winner, a Derby winner, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner, a Dubai World Cup winner, and more.
And so in the 4-star Dave, going a mile on the turf tomorrow, race number 10 on the card. And Wise Dan, one of the great horses to previously win this race. And this is the day where we had another class inducted into the Hall of Fame. And we've had 2 horses who ended up there who had previously gone this route, the Great Lure and the aforementioned Wise Dan. As far as the field this year, Tom, our slight favorite is Deterministic. You want to talk about versatility. There were some thoughts that maybe he was up against the distance-wise in the Manhattan. Is he back at his best distance here at a mile?
He can do it all. Look, he's in a right position here, so that's rhetorical to his inside. He's in the green silks on the outside here, laying just off of him. Deterministic, 5 wins in a row, all grade 1s. Is that correct? That's a crazy stat. We'll be talking about this race in the future, and Deterministic will be one of those horses that's up there. Look, I love dirt racing. My favorite horses are dirt horses, but Deterministic has quickly become one of my favorite horses.
Does he keep the win streak intact, JK?
I mean, I think the one part of that story of the Manhattan was, let's not forget, Rhetorical had that issue where he had missed a work. I don't think we got the best version of Rhetorical. And I think that the way that changes is the best version of Rhetorical could have the pace be a little bit quicker where Deterministic plans to be forward. I think it could set up for someone else. It's definitely going to be a very interesting race.
Well, then how do you see a horse like Zulu Kingdom as far as where he's going to be placed in this race? Because he seems to be a little bit versatile when asked.
He's definitely tactical.
He's another one that's tactical. The one thing I have with Zulu Kingdom is he hasn't necessarily proven to be as reliable in the big races as Deterministic and Rhetorical have.
Zulu Kingdom, he was spotted as a 3-year-old as one of the best in the division on the turf, and now this season he's trying to climb to the top of the division with a win in the 4-star Dave. For more on Zulu Kingdom, Megan Burgess.
And we happen to be at the namesake of the race itself. That's the 4-star Dave Bar. And this is a Diet Coke, by the way. I promise I'm not drinking on the job. I had a lemonade at the post. We're visiting all of the spots here in Saratoga. A great place to be, great place to watch the races. But as far as the number 3, Zulu Kingdom, he's a horse that trainer Chad Brown is pleased with the work, as you heard from his ownership with Acacia. But he's also a horse that Chad has believed is probably better going the mile distance, and one that does get the pace to run at to do so. However, Zulu Kingdom is not without his own natural tactical speed himself. He was forwardly placed last time out, kind of at the mercy of a horse like Mibago, who got a very firm turf course, was able to control on the lead. We saw the fireworks of that dead heat. This is a tougher group, but I do believe Zulu Kingdom, from his well-drawn post, could have that tactical type trip. A lot of speed in this race. We'll see ultimately how Flavian Pratt plays it. I think he's in a really nice position to hopefully take another step forward, especially coming off of his 2-back race, where you could have perhaps said there was more to be desired. But we saw the real Zulu Kingdom last time out. Mark Cassie has been very candid. He will only run one of his 2 horses, Mibago and Classic Q. Both of those horses, Todd, are kind of against each other's style, as both of them like that early speed. We'll see if the course also gets some rain in the forecast for Saturday, but it's going to be an epic showdown and what's become an absolute tour de force edition of this year's 4-star Dave.
And we didn't even talk about Rhetorical, who probably can control things at the rail. Will Walden, fresh off getting posterized at the Jockey and Trainer.
Indeed.
Everyone saw that video. I still watched that several times. What about Rhetorical from the rail? How does he control this race?
Well, in a sense, I think it's where he wants to be, Jonathan. He's a horse that likes to kind of control things, but there's a lot of speed in here, so maybe it's not as advantageous for him to be against the rail like that. Whereas with Deterministic, there's no speed outside of him. He can watch what's happening inside him. He's pretty tactical.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're both really talented horses. And I think the race probably starts with those two in terms of how does the pace unfold. And Rhetorical being on the inside, it feels like there's only really one way to go from down there.
We're going to be back with more Saratoga Live. The Friday card well underway. We'll turn our attention to race number 4 when we return. It's Hall of Fame Day here in Saratoga Springs, New York. Stay with us. More coming up right after this.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Naira Bets bringing you part of our programming today. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Looking into the paddock for race number 4, I'm Todd Schrupp. Very pleased to be with Tom Amos and Jonathan Kenshin as we look into the paddock here. As mentioned earlier, a couple of scratches, the 4 Runaway Joke and the 5 3Bs. Curiosity about the 2 Long Pour. We have not seen this horse in quite some time, going back to June 7th, so a bit of a freshening here, but it was here at Saratoga, a winner last time out, gate to wire.
Yeah, he was. And he was fast early in this race, and he kicks home well. That's what speed horses do. If they can clear early, if they can allow their speed to get away from the field, and they can control the tempo, they're going to have a lot of energy left for the rest of the race. And that's exactly what you see here in Long Pour.
Jonathan, when you look at the 7, Party in the Army here, is he a threat to the early pace that Tom is expecting with Long Pour?
I would think so. You get Kendrick Carmouche, never been shy of being aggressive. A horse that's drawn outside. The one thing I would say about Party in the Army is he doesn't have to do anything from out there. He can be a little bit more tactical, see what the horses to the inside do, just like we were talking about a little bit earlier with Deterministic on that 4-star Dave.
So Long Pour is sitting up on the board right now at 5-2, trying to make it back-to-back wins here at Saratoga. Our favorite is the 3 Anyway, who comes off a win against New York Bred Company last time out by 2. Is this a good favorite or a shaky favorite?
Well, I know how you handicap. So, you know, Long Pour and Anyway ran against each other. Long Pour ran ahead of Anyway, yet Anyway is favored over Long Pour. We're talking about the 3-horse Anyway and the 2-horse Long Pour. But there's more that goes into it than that, Todd.
Did you just take a very subtle shot at me, or was that a very direct shot at me?
It's been too long.
This would be a good time to go to Acacia Clement.
I'm usually used as an opportunity to break things up on the set, Todd, as we'll start off with the number 3 Anyway for Linda Rice, a horse that got a win last time out and did so pretty impressively, was pressing the pace setter, and it looked like it took him some time to kind of get his feet underneath of him and to get going. And when he finally did take over, then he was able to pull away from his competition in there. I thought he was a little bit up against it when beaten by Long Pour 2 starts back. He is one of those handier type of physicals, but very strong in his shoulder in particular, and you really see that with the mechanics when he moves. So he's a horse that's in very good form right now. I think if nitpicking, I prefer the 6 furlongs versus the 7/8 that he did try 2 starts back. I like him sticking at this distance. Super coat on him. I have no problems with Anyway, as Manny Franco will look for his own little natural hat trick here. Going right to his inside, though, we'll take a look at the 2 Long Pour, who again did beat Anyway back during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. I thought that he was very much aided by the track that day, where he was able to get really comfortable in the front end and was with the flow of the race where you wanted to be when wiring the field. He was put in the digital sale after that race and sold for $190,000, moved to the barn of Rick Dutrow. So we will see him in here for the new barn and the new connections. He looks much the same as he always does. Always a very good looking individual. Not the biggest. He never really grew or changed too much, but he's always one that is well put together, always looks great, always handles himself with a lot of class in the paddock. So much the same as far as Long Pour is concerned. I do think that he was certainly helped by the return to New York Bred Company last time out. But again, that 89 buyer speed figure, a huge jump up from anything he had previously run. And I do question if we will see that exact type of race once again. The number 1, Elysian Meadows, is a horse that will be coming from off of it. If you look back at his last sprint race 2 starts back, he was very far back early and ran on well. Last time out, he faced Inexperience, a horse who loves a wet track, and just blew away from that field. And while Elysian Meadows has handled it, I don't think it's a surface that he prefers, but I like him cutting back in distance. He's a horse that sometimes in between his races, or maybe with frequent racing, can start to get a little bit light, lose a little bit of flesh, and I'm not seeing that from him today. He's continuing to do well. I think the cutback will help his late kick, as he will be coming from off of it. Bilmont kept him quiet in the saddling stall once they got the tack on, and he has started to get a little bit sharper heading out, which I do appreciate. So I like a little spunk in my sprinters, Todd.
Well put. And also, I mean, Acacia always makes really good points, but her point about the 2 Long Pour, It looks like an inflated figure. She said the racetrack was favoring speed. And look, it was a drying out racetrack listed as good. I agree with all those points. Do you?
I do indeed. That's why anyway, you look at the 3-horse who had a rider change after that race to Manny Franco, winning effort. And I think you'll see Manny back on this horse. I think that's what makes him maybe more attractive than the horse that actually beat him that day in Long Pour, the 2.
Okay, let's go back to this horse, JK, whom we were talking about. Could be a horse that gets out on the lead and makes it tough for Long Pour in the early stages. The 7, Party in the Army. We're going to go back to the beginning of the year, January 11th at Aqueduct, muddy racetrack here. Do you think this horse was helped with those conditions that day when winning so easily?
It's possible. I mean, it's hard to know when you have a horse who runs, basically one of their best figures of their career on a sloppy racetrack. The other thing I'll say is that day, this horse ran with Lasix and gets back to Lasix today. So I think probably another positive if you're looking for something to maybe cancel out the racetrack move the horse up.
Yeah, he didn't break well that day. He was ridden to make the lead. And once he did, he continues. You could see he's had some of that in his past. He doesn't always leave the gate well.
I think it's one of the difficult things for horse players is assessing horses on and off Lasix. Is it something you look at when handicapping, Tom?
It is, and it can be extremely frustrating because it's such a vague and gray area. But sometimes those are obvious. We saw it in the New York bred stake yesterday, Jonathan. You pointed it out about a couple of horses, and it held up to be true. You can't use Lasix in stakes races here, and so that's why sometimes they're on it and sometimes they're not.
I mean, the first thing I do when I look at horses with big performances is I try to find out why. Lasix just happens to be one of the things in my process of working through it. Why did this horse run so well here and then not run well elsewhere? And a lot of times it can be because of Lasix.
At the risk of getting too much into the minutia, how do you feel about horses racing on Lasix when it is high temperatures and high humidity? Is that anything to think about because it is a diuretic?
It is indeed. Look, I've had, bleeders as a trainer. I've never been able to put together horses bleeding or more if it's hot weather and it's humid. I've never been able to put that together in my 40 years of training.
Field coming out onto the track for race number 4. First horse we're going to get a look at is the 1, Elysian Meadows. Elysian Meadows for trainer Bill Mott. Been kind of icy this barn so far during the meet.
Yeah, I like the turn back in distance, and I know Acacia said the same thing about the 1, Elysian Meadows.
And Elysian Meadows currently up on the board at 7-1. Here is the aforementioned Long Pour, who went gate to wire last time out on that Belmont Festival card. And Long Pour currently up on the board at 5-2.
Yeah, I thought the horse ran really well last time. You got to deal with the trainer change. Not that can be a bad thing, though.
Here's the 3 anyway. We talked about the win last time out against New York bred entry-level allowance.
That was the day Manny Franco got back on this horse. He's on him again today.
Manny Franco looking for back-to-back wins. Scratch the 4, Runaway Joke. Scratch the 5, 3Bs. Here's the 6, Kenny B.
Yeah, this horse, another one with a little bit of tactical speed. This pace could cook up pretty quickly.
Here's the 7, Party in the Army.
I think Party in the Army wants to try to go to the front here, but I would pay attention to him out the gate. He's had his issues.
Okay, the 8, What's Up Bro, is the longest shot in the field at 15-1. Has some races to go to, but far back.
Yeah, very far back. And what's up, bro, to you as well, Todd.
Thank you. I'm glad we're on those terms. Here's the 3 anyway. And Tom, this is the direction ultimately you're going to go?
I think so. Look, I didn't expect Anyway to, well, I guess I did see, he was lower odds earlier. So I'll accept 5-2 on Anyway.
And a horse that was claimed out of the debut. What would be your concerns on this horse, Jonathan?
Not too many, honestly. I thought the horse ran well last time. Feels like the horse will run well again here. I thought the horse even had some unfortunate situations with trying to close into a pace that wasn't that quick. And I think a positive as well is you get that guy, Manny Franco, who's looking for his 3rd win in a row. Back-to-back wins on the card so far.
And Tom, are we getting to the time of year where it's not an issue, 3-year-olds taking on older horses? Like you don't
I
even
think we are.
Okay.
I think that's starting to happen. Here we are in August, and you see more of the condition books, which are the races we get to enter in as trainers, that are now not restricting the races to just 3-year-olds, just age groups like that. It's now 3 and up, and they have certainly shown that they can compete this time of year against the more mature 4-year-olds.
Yeah, two of the horses taking a lot of play in here. In fact, they are both 2-1 vying for favoritism are 3-year-olds. The 3 Anyway and the 7 Party in the Army versus the 2 Long Pour, multiple winner off a win as an older horse. But there's a good look at the 7 Party in the Army. The gap from January to June and now June to August. And Acacia, Party in the Army, pretty good warm-up out there, at least as far as we can see. What are you seeing?
He did warm up well. He's one of those horses and has done this previously that when he first breaks off from the pony, he kind of runs with his tail extended straight out, but that's just how he is. And then once he starts to warm up, he kind of settles, puts everything down and says, okay, I know what I'm doing out here. And he has strided out very nicely in his warm up away from the pony. He did hop at the start and have to rush up last time out. So the break will be a key for him, as Tom touched on. He ended up chasing an incredibly fast New York bred in Skull Coast Folly last time out, so doing a lot of dirty work and not making things easy for himself. So this type of warm-up that Kendrick Carmouche is giving him, I love for horses like that that maybe are not the best at the gate. Jogging, warm them up behind in particular, keep them circling, figure eights, all of those fantastic warm-up tools to really get a horse who maybe is not the best immediately breaking to hopefully try and be a little bit better at the start. The number 6, Kenny B, another horse that should be forward. He's also gotten a big warm up from Ricardo Santana as he broke sharpest last time out, and he actually put his head in front before New York Scrappy came back to claim that victory. I really respect Anyway, your favorite. I just thought with the number 1, Elysian Meadows, he might sit a nice trip with closing, because there are several horses in here to me that I thought should be forward, including this guy, as he has acted like a horse that does want to be sharp, and he is one that did break sharply last time out as well. He has the tendency to lug a little bit. You saw that in the stretch last time out. They've experimented with kind of taping over that outside blinker, so the hole that's cut in the blinker typically is taped over on this outside eye, all very typical for Kenny B, who had a lovely warm-up at 7-1. But as far as Anyway is concerned, he's 5-2 right now as we go back to Megan.
And quickly, Acacia, as they're entering in the gate, I am a fan of Anyway, and I'm also a fan of the fact that we've got some free wine tasting. I'm here with Bob. Quickly, they're entering the gate. Who do you like in here?
I like the 7 horse, Party in the Army. A shout out to my grandfather that served. He was in Normandy, so I'm going to give a shout out to him. Hopefully the horse runs for fun today.
Awesome story. We'll send it up to Frank Miramati, or I should say Todd Schrupp, with the call of this race.
And we're probably going to get it to Frank Miramati here shortly, because we got 3 more horses to load. JK, you're going to agree with Tom, the 3 Anyway?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 3.
9-5, slight favorite is the 7, Party in the Army, with 1 horse to load. Let's go up to track announcer Frank Miramati live. Race 4 from Saratoga on Saratoga Live.
What's up, bro? The last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Long Pour is out very alertly. Kenny B has speed. And on the far outside, What's Up, Bro, with Party in the Army. And Party in the Army is now right on even terms with Long Pour as they head to the half-mile pole. What's Up, Bro is racing 3 deep. Anyway is down at the rail. Kenny B next. And Elysian Meadows tailing off at the back of the field. 22-3 for Party in the Army that goes to the 3/8 pole. Pressed by What's Up, Bro. These two are head and head midway on the far turn. A gap of 3 back to Kenny B, who's a clear-cut third. There's clear sailing for Anyway in the lime green, starting to make some progress. Anyway takes third and is coming after the top pair as they reach the top of the stretch. Party in the Army on the inside. A big run from Anyway down the center of the racetrack, and in between those two, What's Up, Bro, as they come to the 16th pole. Anyway keeps rolling on the outside, and he has collared the top pair, and it will be Anyway. That's 3 from Annie Franco. What's Up, Bro was second, Party in the Army third, Long Pour fourth.
Tom, JK, you have to love when this game makes sense, although early in this race you might have been a little bit concerned with your top pick.
Yeah, you know, so with a horse like Anyway, they went pretty quick up front, and Anyway was pretty keen with Manny Franco. We're going to watch, go back here. I want you to look at the seat that Manny Franco has on Anyway. That's not his ordinary seat on a horse. He's got a lot of horse and nowhere to go. He's trying to be as patient as he can to save ground, and, well, he's already done it now, so he's moved outside. And when he does, this horse takes off.
And Manny Franco getting another win on the card. Final time here, 6 furlongs, 1:10-1. But when a rider like this gets dialed in, he's going to start winning races in bunches.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the confidence you can tell he's riding with, it feels good. You start just kind of thinking, I really just can't be beat anymore. You have to start making good decisions quickly. You know, it's an outstanding start to the weekend for Manny.
Sent off as a third choice at 5-2. Anyway, drawing clear in the end. Take you high overhead here with our drone view of the race and picking up where Anyway is in the latter stages.
So against the rail, behind the top 3 horses in the yellow silks, you can see Anyway. And right about here, you've got a horse that wants to do more than the rider is able to do because horses are in front of him. And Manny Franco is having to sit. He knows in his head he doesn't want to give up any more ground than he has to, but it gets to the point with these 2 horses in front of him, you know, it's almost like being in bad traffic. You got to move to the lane to the right, and so he does. He moves outside. He's going to give up some ground in this turn here, but Anyway gets home anyway. See what I did there, Todd?
Yeah, you don't have to do that again. JK, the early fractions. I mean, it wasn't a torrid pace, 22-3, 45-2, but as we say, it's not how fast you're going, it's how they're going fast. You did have 2 dueling leaders here.
Yeah, when you're looking at another horse in the eye, it's harder to take a deep breath. You know, you're always kind of getting that mild pressure, and it can take its toll when you turn for home.
Footnote to Richie Migliori, who came up with that term.
He's invented a lot. He's also up for a very special award from the NTWAB, the National Turf Riders and Broadcasters this year, the Jim McKay Award, which Lafitte Pincay has won.
Nice.
On the set. 3-8-7-2, 5-2 over 23-1 over 8-5 over 2-1. Talking about tomorrow's card, another outstanding field in the Saratoga Derby. Race 11 on the card. Title Roll trying to sweep all those big races for 3-year-olds on the turf. Winner of the Belmont Derby. Can he remain undefeated in the United States? That'll be part of our discussion when we return on Saratoga Live.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Justifying comes roaring home. He's just immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1, Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 3/5 seconds.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. One of the greatest responsibilities we have as a thoroughbred racing industry is what happens to our magnificent equine athletes when they're done racing. There are many great organizations, and at the center of it is the Retired Racehorse Project, which facilitates the placement of retired thoroughbreds in second careers by increasing demand for them in equestrian sports and serving the farms, trainers, and organizations that transition them. I know it is an organization that Acacia Clement is very close to, and it is an organization that we as an industry need to keep supporting. Meanwhile, back on the track here on this Friday card, Hall of Fame Day, coming to the winner's circle yet again is Manny Franco, this time aboard the 3 Anyway. This race has gone official. Anyway getting a win for Linda Rice, and now 3 wins out of the last 4 starts. But as we said, this day has belonged to jockey Manny Franco. Acacia Clement is with him now.
That's right, Todd. A natural hat trick, 3 in a row for Manny. A pretty good day, and including with Anyway, who really things set up nicely for him. But he was there when you called on him.
Yeah, definitely, he's a nice horse. I mean, he always show up. I get along with him pretty good, and I just had the good setup in front of me. And when I went to the outside, he just plugging it in, and he just get it done.
He came running, and as I said, a 3-win day for you. You're not done yet, but I remember you expressing maybe a little frustration from your number of wins last year. You're already past that this year. It just seems like the confidence is there when you're making a decision on the racetrack.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, every year is different, so we got to turn the page. I've been riding a lot of good horses right now for good barns. I just try to, get the most of the opportunity.
I'm hoping you still have a stakes win to come in the Hall of Fame later. You'll be teaming up with Botas. You guys did not have a good trip last time out.
It's turf racing. Sometimes you get outside, sometimes no. You have to eat it. So that's the way it goes twice with him. But hopefully we get a smooth trip today and see if we can get it done.
Looking forward to it. But congratulations on what's already been a great day, Manny.
Thank you, Cassie.
Riding with tremendous confidence right now. Todd?
Another example of it here, and downstate, JK, he dominated the proceedings at Aqueduct. It's different, obviously, coming up to Saratoga, but Manny Franco is a threat anytime.
I think Manny made a really smart decision at stages in his career to stay in New York rather than to be wowed by some of the opportunities to go to Florida and try to find a Derby horse, or to go to Kentucky to try to find a Derby horse, or wherever it might be. And he's established such significant business here in New York. And then, obviously the ability to start riding a lot more from Chad Brown and to get the trust of Chad, which I think, allows other people to have trust in Manny as well. It's just been a great transition for him into what now is the elite level of New York rider.
And he's had the ebbs and flows that every career has. I mean, as a young rider, got a lot of national attention. Then he had a bit of a slump, and as JK pointed out, he had to reassess where everything was, but he stayed the course here in New York.
Look, you got to market, and you got to have a business plan as a rider as well as a trainer, and you're going to go through ups and downs. So for Manny, not only staying in New York, but then this spring, the Ortiz brothers, Irad and Jose, they decide they're going to move their tack to Kentucky. It opens the door to get business that they used to have, and they got all the top business up here. So again, Manny Franco gets some help there.
Our next race on the card, race number 5, will bring us on to the main track to go 1 mile and 1/8. Easy Roll is the even money morning line favorite here, currently up on the board at 3-2, trained by Ray Handel. Looking ahead to tomorrow for the Saratoga Derby on Whitney Day, race number 11 on the card. Ray Handel will have Here's Johnny in there, and a Shining reference as well as to a Johnny Carson reference. I know you like the 50-year-old references, Tom. I'll keep them sending your way. But we do have Title Roll, who is coming off that win in the Belmont Derby, a narrow victory. With Here's Johnny, he's coming off a win in the Saranac, and he looked impossibly far back in this race, JK. What made the difference? How was he able to get there from so far out of it?
Yeah, well, Here's Johnny was able to run these horses down. He's an interesting horse. Going into that Saranac, he was still a maiden. He had been stakes placed, but wasn't able to get that win, and he finally did here in a great group and did it the right way. I mean, you gotta like Here's Johnny and his ability to keep running. The problem is he does seem a little bit pace dependent.
I mean, look, what a big race, though. I mean, this is a horse that has to go around everybody. He doesn't really have much speed. That is a big kick you're looking at the end of that race.
And it doesn't always mean that the longer you go, they're going to be more effective. As a matter of fact, the longer you go, the pace gets softer.
And it could fool you, those kinds of things.
Title Roll came to the United States last time out, as we mentioned, in the Belmont Derby, and got a slight upset win at 7-1, although I just looked at that as probably pretty good value. Just got there by a nose. We talk a lot about horses who come to the United States for the first time, run a big race. Sometimes they can regress second time out. What are you expecting second time to the United States for Title Roll?
Well, he was hard held early. I mean, he really wanted to go, and they were able to get him relaxed behind a pace setter. You know, in this race, I'm not looking at a lot of pace in the Saratoga Derby. Title Roll, you know, these foreign horses, they like to be what we call covered up, and it makes them drop the bridle and relax. Title Roll could be in a situation from the forepost where he's not going to have horses that are able to get in front of him and move in behind him, get him covered up. And when that happens to a horse from overseas that's been taught one thing, go to the open road and run when it's there, he may be trouble early on.
I want that horse that he's in the photo with right there, the 8 horse that he barely beats, West End Kid. Opening week of the summer, I was able to have Will Walden on Cart Talk, and one of the things we talked about off air is he was looking forward to trying to get the blinkers off of West End Kid, but the stewards wouldn't allow him to take them off because the horse had been winning. Now the horse has a loss. The blinkers come off. I expect him to take a step forward with that equipment change.
So even though he lost the Title Roll, you think he'll get bet ahead of Title Roll, right? At least the morning line says it.
Yeah, I would think so. Based on the body of work we've seen from West End Kid, I think also the blinkers coming off and the price differential last time.
I just can't help. Every time I hear West End Kid, I want to go ba-dum, ba-dum. When we come back, we're going to talk about it's Hall of Fame Day, and a new class entered the Hall of Fame. A trainer that many of us got to know because of his great horse, Zenyatta, went in posthumously. We'll be talking about the great John Sheriffs when Saratoga Live continues right after this.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live and Mohegan Sun, bringing you our coverage today, all in for Mohegan. I'm Todd Schrupp, alongside trainer Tom Amos and Jonathan Kenshin, and it's Hall of Fame Day here at Saratoga as a new class goes in to Thoroughbred Racing's Hall of Fame. Emotional moment with Dottie, John Sheriff's wife, throwing a hat into the crowd and the plaque going up to honor John Sheriffs. For those of you not familiar, it was this past February. We were shocked to learn that John Sheriffs had passed away. I got to watch him up close as I live in California, and the whole world got to know him with the great Zenyatta. It's interesting, Tom, there's a lot of different ways to train a racehorse, and John Sheriffs followed his own calling with that. And when you look at it as a trainer, you're sometimes known not necessarily for your methods, but the horses you trained, and everyone will always associate him with Zenyatta.
As they should, but there were others as well. But speaking of the man, it's I said this earlier, Todd, you weren't on the set, but the worst thing a trainer can hear from the peanut gallery is, oh, if only they could talk, speaking of the horses. Well, of course they do talk, and they have their own language. John Sheriffs was fluent in that language. That's what made him a great trainer. He could teach a master course on what the horse is communicating to you, and that's where his skill lied.
Well, the other thing about it, I know they don't take it into account, JK, but he was veteran. He served in Vietnam. He had an exemplary life on and off of the racetrack, and you felt privileged to be around him. And he also, while we talk about Zenyatta, he got a Kentucky Derby win with Giacomo shocking the field.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an important part of my journey when Giacomo won that day. And the one thing I'll say about John Sheriffs as well is, in this day and age of everyone knowing your winning percentage and what you do with first-time starters and who do you have in your barn and the pressure of owners and probably a lot of know-it-all owners as well, John did what he wanted to do and what was best for the horse. And I think many people that were around him or know him or saw him from afar will respect that for forever.
Yeah, I wish he could have been here for this moment, taken away way too soon this past February. But looking back at his Hall of Fame resume, career earnings, $58.5 million. And we mentioned that upset in the 2005 Kentucky Derby. But he had 39 Grade 1 wins overall. The list of notable horses, we mentioned Giacomo Baeza, who's still running. We'll see in the Whitney tomorrow. Now with Bill Mott. Zenyatta, the great Zenyatta, who won the first 19 starts of her career before an agonizing defeat in the final start of her career and the 2010 Breeders' Cup Classic to blame. Life is Sweet also on that list. But John Sheriffs goes into immortality now in our sport, inducted into the National Racing Hall of Fame. It was a privilege to gotten to know him over the years, and I'll look forward to going to visit that plaque just across the street here at Saratoga. So to celebrate this day, we have the National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame as one of our graded stakes races on today's card. Looking ahead to the field assembled here, we do have a scratch of the 5, Glavin. Glavin will be out, race number 9 on the card, the 7, Immortalized, withdrawn as well. JK, what do you make of our favorite, the 1, Touch of Fire, 5-2 in the morning line?
Yeah, certainly deserves to be the favorite. He's been very consistent in his last 3, 4, 5 starts, basically all of his starts of his career. He's tactical, he's drawn well, he really has everything in his favor, I guess except for his price.
And then Glavin, looking ahead to tomorrow, he opted for another race on the Whitney card. So that's kind of interesting because, as we said, he would have been one of the favorites. If you're looking beyond Touch of Fire, who's going to take a lot of play here, Tom, who else are you looking at?
So I think the pace is cloudy in this race, and so I don't want a deep closer here, although the turf seems to play to that. The big move here at Saratoga is go around and make that big move. We've seen it earlier today as well. But I think I want somebody that's going to be as tactical as can be. And, you know, obviously I want a little bit of a price too. So maybe, believe it or not, Arizona Territory, the 6 horse. I can make a play for that horse. Came from a deep outside post position last time, had a wide trip.
The Hall of Fame later today, race number 9 on our card. Back to our immediate future, looking into the paddock here for race number 4, and that is a look at the 4. Easy Roll here in race number 5, and Easy Roll was even money in the morning line, currently 8-5. So, in a discussion with this horse as our favorite, is this a horse to beat the favorite or bet the favorite?
I'm going to try to bet the favorite with this horse. I think that when you look at these races at Saratoga, especially on the dirt going long, you really have that mile and an eighth variety. There's no real in between. I think sometimes when you find a horse or horses that like that 9 furlongs, it's something that you can kind of lean on as a big weapon against other horses that may not want to go that far. On paper, Easy Roll's last 2 races have been the best, in my opinion, and they both have been at 9 furlongs. That checks a lot of boxes for me. Now, when I thought he might be a little bit shorter in price, I wouldn't have any problem with someone betting this horse to win at 8-5. But I also put together a cold exacta ticket that you could play, a $25 exacta ticket, the 4 with the 1. Just one way, straight like that, the 2 top choices, because I do think that those 2 will separate from the rest of the field.
And you can make that play through your Naira Bets account, 8-5 right now on the 4 Easy Roll, and then the second choice is the 1 Papa Yo at 9-5. So JK essentially saying it's a 2-horse race, the betting public backing that up. Tom, do you believe it as well?
I do, but I really thought the advantage might go to the 1-horse Papa Yo, just because that horse is going to be a horse that can kind of set the tone of the race. The odds board is reflecting that. I'm really surprised that Papa Yo, the 1-horse, is vying for favoritism with our 4-horse Easy Roll.
What do we do with the 3 Google Joke? Is this horse a threat out on the lead at 12-1?
Well, he's coming back quickly. He's come back in 15 days and done most of his damage, sprint and middle distance. Mile and an eighth. It's a bit of a question mark for the 3-horse.
Keisha, experienced group down here. Who's catching your eye in race 5?
Well, your favorite Easy Roll, to be honest, he's not the one that will immediately grab your attention. In fact, in the past, I have looked at him and said he doesn't really look like the type of horse that gets better with more distance and improves with the 2 turns. However, he's proved me completely wrong about that. And having spoken to Ray Handel about him on several occasions, he said, I love him going the 9 furlongs. That's his favorite distance for whatever reason. Even though he is a little bit more compact, he's on the smaller side. He really accentuates his kick when he's able to stretch out and go that 2 turns. So he won at this distance 2 starts back and back in April as well. Last time, yes, he was a distant second behind Georgia Magic, but that horse was able to control while this one was pretty far back and on the inside, and I thought made the most ground running late. Georgia Magic would come back to win again with a 101 Beyer speed figure up here, and 3rd place finisher Willing to Risk It All would win an incredibly tough race with an 84 in his subsequent start. So kind of flattering that competition, and I do think Easy Roll was up against it. He's, yes, a short price favorite, but I do think that he is very much the horse to beat in here given his overall form. The intriguing runner, as Tom pointed out, is the number 1 Papa Yo, as he was a horse that was running at Oaklawn previously, now making his first start for Linda Rice, and has been given some time, which I always like. It's a harder track over at Oaklawn. Give some horses some time before coming to New York. Whatever mental, physical, it really can just do some wonders for them to have a little bit of a freshening. I haven't seen this horse in a long time, but he looks like a completely different animal now as he is coming back as a 5-year-old. And typically Linda Rice horses do carry a lot of weight and conditioning, but he looks fantastic, which, and when I've seen him in the past, he's one that was never really very attention grabbing. Dappled from head to toe, great weight on him as well, very strong, and he has been marching around the paddock. He's shown that he can handle the mile and an eighth. He broke running, but was caught wide with an outside post last time. I do think that he will be forward, and a very intriguing runner and a new face coming here to the Naira circuit. The number 3 Google Joke is getting a big stretch out in distance from 6.5 furlongs all the way to the mile and an eighth, a distance that he has tried a couple of times before and has run okay at. This horse is massive. Physically, he looks like one that wants to go a mile and an eighth. He's all leg, very long in his frame, very big, but he's incredibly sharp. He has much more of a demeanor to suggest that maybe he is a little bit better going shorter, and maybe that's why they have been sprinting him or experimenting with distances because of the way that he acts. So he is a horse that could make things interesting for the number 1 Papa Yo, because he's stretching out and he's so energetic and he has shown speed before. We'll see how it does end up setting up, but like I said,
just purely physically, he looks like he should appreciate going longer. Hopefully mentally, he can keep it together and stay settled for the longer distance test. Todd?
Let's go back to the horse that Acacia was talking about initially there, the 4 Easy Roll. She said she can't really get away from this horse. And we have an effort 2 starts ago. We'll go back and look at the win. June 19th, Belmont at Aqueduct, going 1 mile and an eighth, but showed that tractability, sat in second, kind of dropped off to third a little bit, but then re-rallied here for the win.
Yeah, I mean, it was a day where it really wasn't a fast pace, but Easy Roll showed what he can do at this distance, and that was a really nice finish on the end, going this distance for 1 mile and an eighth.
JK, would you be concerned that he's 0 for 2 at Saratoga?
It's a great question, Todd. You missed that earlier.
Phenomenal
yeah,
question?
it's a phenomenal.
There you go.
we were
Is it asked a lot?
No, because no, that doesn't bother me too much. I mean, it's hard to win up here. I'm more concerned with a horse and how they've been running as an individual as of late, what kind of form that they're in. It wouldn't throw me off too much.
Because I look at a horse like the 8 Left Me Behind, who is okay at 1 mile and an eighth. I'm not going to say the horse is going to jump up and win, but when you look at the races at Saratoga going 1 mile and an eighth, to me they were against better horses than what Easy Roll was beating downstate.
Look, when I see a horse that has issues at the gate, as Left Me Behind does, so they named him just right, and you're making an equipment change, and I've been there, as a trainer, you've got a trainer that's guessing. Rudy's guessing, just trying to do something different to get him to be just a little bit more part of the race early.
Look at the field. Going down the horse path, coming out for our post parade here in a race number 5. This post parade for race number 5 here at Saratoga is presented by the new Belmont Park. Racing returns to Belmont on September 18th. To find out more, visit newbelmont.com. And a number of you have been doing that. There's been a lot of discussion. I've been talking to a lot of local horse players. Looking forward to getting back to Belmont Park this fall downstate and interested to see the facility. You're going to be shocked at how amazing the paddock is. The whole facility is phenomenal. I've had a preview, but make sure you check it out at newbelmont.com. All right, starting our post parade with the 1 Papillot.
Yeah, I think this horse from the inside is a horse that goes, and Manny Franco is in the zone right now. I like that.
The 2 Fateful Lightning getting bet down from the morning line.
Ran well last time on the turf, but gets back on the dirt here today.
Google Joke, the horse to catch.
Yeah, coming back in 15 days at 1 mile and an eighth. We'll see.
Easy Roll remains our favorite, not the even money morning line favorite, but 6-5 currently.
Yeah, its last 3 9 furlongs races would all win these.
American Grant, this is a big step up in class. Longest shot in the field.
Longest shot in the field, but has a good dirt family. He's been doing most of his running on the grass. His last race was his first dirt race in a while.
Scratch the 6, Urgency. Here's the 7, Antietam, coming off Acclaim.
Yeah, look, I'm nervous. Anytime I see Acclaim by that trainer, I feel like that's a guy that can move one up.
I thought it was just the fact we were having dinner tonight. Here's the 8, Left them behind. Equipment change, blinkers off.
Yeah, it just doesn't have enough early speed and doesn't have enough good gate behavior for me to trust.
So second biggest price in the field at 13-1. Taking a look at the 2, Fateful Lightning. As we said, bet down from the morning line. Tom, do you agree with the play that is taking this horse down to 7-1? Now 6-1.
Well, I always thought when I looked at this horse, JK, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're welcome to do it. You've done it in the past. That you're looking at a family that has a lot of turf and poly kind of to it and not so much dirt. So I kind of feel like this horse form is muddied up by some really good turf races.
I agree with you. I think a lot of, like I said, the last race was pretty darn good, but that was on the grass. And you kind of cycle through the dirt races. They aren't great. One of the best performances of the horse, that was 38-1. I just don't trust a horse like this with that kind of form.
I'll question the distance too, Todd, at 1 mile and an eighth.
And that's something you can't question with the favorite Easy Roll, as we showed you getting those wins at Aqueduct to go 1 mile and an eighth. I wanted to press you a little bit, though, Tom, on the 1 Papillot. In your opinion of the Oaklawn Park form, that is a track that you know very well. You've had a division there before you became a retiree. How do those races, how do you see the Oaklawn Park form relating to this starter allowance condition at Saratoga?
Well, I mean, I can only go by the experience of the horses we had there this spring and in springs in the past at Oaklawn Park. And usually they take a while to kind of round back into form when they leave Oaklawn. I think we're starting to see that midsummer. We start at the end of the Churchill meet, and it wouldn't concern me at this point.
And Papillot, we're looking at right now at 2-1. Acacia, what are you seeing throughout the warm-up here?
Well, you might have actually caught a glimpse of it with the number 2, Fateful Lightning. He was pretty sharp out there once they broke away from the pony. Kendrick Carmouche always pretty much takes his horse away to give them a big warm-up, and I did see Fateful Lightning start to kind of throw his head around. He is an energetic type, but he has come back nicely and settled out there on the track. He is one that I do think has improved with Gus Rodriguez and has come along in the right way. Broke his maiden last time out through disqualification, so now not only stepping up to face winners for the first time, but is also switching surfaces, as you all mentioned, and he does have some knee action in the way that he travels over the ground. I've always liked him actually a bit more on the turf, but physically and just everything about him, I think overall he's really improved as a horse. Maybe that's a positive sign. I just do wonder, as he has to face some tough veterans with a lot of wins in this race. Now, the number 8 Left Him Behind, as you all were touching on, has some gait issues. The blinkers are coming off, and he is a horse that is also outfitted with a cage bit, so a much stronger piece of equipment for him to give his rider a little bit more control out there on the track as well. And you will see Rudy Rodriguez do this often, where he will make quite a few changes in equipment sometimes from race to race. Previously, he wore a regular ring bit. And so I always wonder how it does factor in. How can you kind of read through to see what is really making the big difference in this horse? He's had a pretty quiet warm-up. Christopher Elliott has kept him with the pony. He's a blocky, strong, powerful individual, as he always is. He's run fine at the distance in the past. It's just the gait is his Achilles heel, and we'll see if being able to see his company around him and some of those changes that they've made with his equipment will help him to break a bit better early on, Todd.
Acacia with phenomenal insight there and talking about the equipment. As a trainer, Tom, were you reluctant to make changes like that, or is it just that's the situation, I got to go ahead and do this? There are some trainers out there who are reluctant to maybe put blinkers on. They'll wait. This is a little bit more inside here, what Acacia was talking about. How were you as a trainer, and how do you view equipment changes like that?
So I was probably against it more when I first started my career, but when I got into claiming, which we did a lot, and my first major client in claiming was Maggie Moss, it's something that she went to a lot when we claimed a horse. Hey, blinkers on, blinkers off. And if a horse is used to something a lot, you know, sometimes that change of equipment can produce a totally different result. So as time went on in my career, I became more accepting and more trying different things from race to race if something wasn't working.
The field moving into line for race number 5. As we saw, JK, all three of you agreeing here on the favorite, the 4 Easy Roll. Now odds on at 4 to 5. I could see why you'd want to go to an exacta here.
Yeah, I had a feeling this horse was going to kind of dip down a little bit, so we'll try to make that pay out a little bit better by trying to be right about 2 things in one race.
A great Friday crowd, as JK mentioned earlier. Tomorrow, Saturday, Whitney Day, which is the main show. A lot of people coming up here for this day each year, and this year, especially with the field assembled, we might be looking at record numbers here tomorrow. Gorgeous Friday, post time for race number 5 from Saratoga on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2. Let's go up to Frank Maramati for the call.
Left Him Behind has gone in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Left Him Behind was left behind, and Fateful Lightning was not quick out of the gate either. Google Joke is very alert and is vying for the early lead. Papillot is right there, and Antietam comes away in third, already about 4 lengths off the pace. Easy Roll settles down in the 4th spot with 6 to make up. It's a gap of 5 back to American Grant. Left Him Behind is second to last, and another half dozen or so. And a strung out field to Fateful Lightning. The opening quarter went in 23 2/5 seconds. And the lead belongs to Google Joke, who is showing the way toward the 5/8 pole, has it by 3/4 of a length. Papillot is racing in second. It's a gap of 4. Back to Antietam in third. Easy Roll is down at the rail, and now getting that rail spot inside of him is American Grant. Those two move right together. Left Him Behind is next, and still a large margin to Fateful Lightning. The half in 47 4/5 seconds, heading to the far turn. Google Joke prominent throughout with less than a half mile to go. Papillot applying some pressure now. These two on even terms as they move toward the 3/8 pole. It's 2 more lengths. Antietam is asked to pick it up in third. Easy Roll is fourth with 3 to make up. Down at the rail, American Grant, and Fateful Lightning, who was so far back, is suddenly coming into contention on the far outside. They're at the top of the stretch, and Papa Yo is the leader, gets the best of Google Joke. They're followed by Easy Roll, who's doing his best, joined by Fateful Lightning on the outside, but Papa Yo is clear by 4. Easy Roll trying to close the gap, but it's still a 4-length lead with guess who? Manny Franco yet again. Easy Roll was second. Fateful Lightning third, and then came Lefton behind.
Well, you've heard the term in sports, in the zone. Manny Franco is in the zone, and it's the decision-making in this race, which to me is astonishing. I'm not sure many people thought, handicappers anyway, that Papa Yo was going to be sent after Google Joke. He does send that horse after Google Joke, but it's what he does after that which is stunning. He takes back off the pace and reestablishes position.
You just saw Manny Franco look over his shoulder. He just does it again. He's going to get off that rail. He's going to move outside the pace setter. He's been on the inside and challenging him the whole way. You would think at this point this is a Hail Mary move, and it would be ordinarily. But Manny Franco knows what he's got, and he moves outside, and all of a sudden it's a different ball game. This horse gets on the bit. And when they turn for home, we see from the pan view, you're going to see Manny Franco hasn't moved his hands. He's got plenty of horse. This move right here won the race for him.
And Acacia, at this point, he was traveling with a lot of horse, but I was a little concerned about him dueling with Google Joke early and then making this move. What'd you think?
Well, I completely agree with Tom. I thought that was the deciding move that made a huge difference. And from what I've observed of the dirt races thus far today, it does seem that being a little bit off the rail is beneficial. And Manny Franco is completely clued into that. I wouldn't call it a bias just yet, just something to keep an eye on. It does seem like horses that go to the outside. Look how Manny actually takes him off the rail in the stretch as well. Something that I've observed, and maybe to keep an eye on with the dirt races throughout, that being a little bit off the rail is actually a positive. And clearly when you're so dialed in, that confidence we talked about with Manny and riding like he is, he's also very attuned to how the track might be playing.
JK, it's Franco Friday.
Sure is. And I tell you what, you know, last week we got to see Irad Ortiz win 6 in one day. Or maybe it was 2 weeks ago. It all runs together for me up here. Manny Franco's got 4, and we're only into the 5th race. He's got a favorite a little bit later in the card as well. Could get really interesting.
Yeah, we have history that might be unfolding right in front of us, and what an appropriate day for that, as it is Hall of Fame Day here at Saratoga, and maybe Manny Franco will write the record book here for wins in one day. But what a treat in the first 5 races on the card to have 4 wins already. And I was saying to this as I was talking to some fans who are all extolling the virtues of Franco early in the card. I'm like, he's one of those top consistent riders that you could still get a price on. I mean, you end up getting him here at the second choice at 2-1, and that's because of the depth of the colony here.
Oh, indeed. And I mean, unlike the trainer colony where we've seen the wins so spread out, which is really uncanny for a meet like Saratoga, where, you know, the best trainers bring their best horses, so they usually win the most races. The jockey colony has been totally different. The wins have been consolidated, and we've seen more than one jockey have big days like Manny's having right now.
Where's it going to end up? We know where he's at right now. 4 wins through 5 races on the card. Franco Friday continues here on Fox Sports 2. More Saratoga Live right after this.
Lights out, locked, pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked,
The wine steward, it is locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
As if Saturday Whitney Day wasn't big in and of itself, how about this? It is the Kentucky Derby for 3-year-old trotters, a defining race in standardbred racing. The Hambletonian is tomorrow. That'll be part of our coverage here on Whitney Day. Just lock it in on FS2. We've got you covered here on the Fox Sports family of networks. Whitney Day also including coverage of the Hambletonian from the Big M. Back to our Hall of Fame day here at Saratoga, and Manny Franco showing Hall of Fame skills here with already 4 wins on the card. A guy who knows how to have a good time is Roddy Valente, owner of our most recent winner, and he's with Acacia Clement.
Always a pleasure to catch up with Roddy, who hit some traffic on the way, but luckily it made it here to be in the winner's circle just in time.
Yes, I called Linda. I said, well, I'm not going to make the race today. It usually takes me about 10 minutes to get to the Twin Bridges. It took me an hour and 20 minutes to get to the Twin Bridges. So, but we got here in time, and the results were good.
Absolutely. And as you said, you had talked to Manny Franco, who's in a great group right now, about the way that this horse carries his head. He does run with his head really low.
I never really have anything to say to a jock because, listen, when they tell me how to crush stone, I'll tell them how to ride a horse, and I don't think there's a jock that's going to tell me how to crush stone. And I said, Lynn, I called her, I said, we won't make the race. I come up with my son. I said, just make sure Manny knows that this horse carries his head real low. And I said, you know, don't be afraid of him. And she said, I'll cover that, Rod. And then when I seen Manny after the race, I said, man, I was a nervous wreck. He said, Rod, don't worry, I watched the replays. So everybody did their homework, and the results were good today.
It all showed for sure. First start with Linda, and it seemed giving him a little bit of a break made a big difference as he came back, a bigger, stronger horse today.
You're absolutely right. And, I look at horses when I claim that know how to win. You can't teach a horse how to win, Acacia, and that's my philosophy. And when you don't have to teach a horse how to win, you just got to make sure that when you lead him over here, that you did the best getting him sound, and the rest is up to them. And they handle themselves great.
Very well put. Well, congratulations on the win here. Clearly, you don't need to tell your jockey or trainer how to win either.
Oh, and like I said to you earlier, I said, when they tell me how to crush stone, I'll tell them how to train or to ride a horse, and that will never happen in my vocabulary.
Everybody doing very well with their respective jobs, Todd.
Thanks.
And as it says in your car, objects in the rear view mirror may be closer than they appear. Not a lot of people talking about Manny Franco necessarily going to have a shot at this riding title, especially the starts of the top 2 riders. But now, a day like this makes up a lot of ground.
It does. Unofficially, I don't know exactly where he stands, but you put a day like this together and you get a little closer to the top ring.
And what we're talking about, JK, look at the prices. $16 winner in race number 2, $6 winner in race 3. Again, we're not talking about odds-on favorites here in these 4 wins.
Absolutely. It's very impressive, and he's got a lot of options the rest of the way, like we talked about. Some horses that I actually like a little bit later in the card. I think he's 5-2 in the 8th with Mirage, who I thought had a big shot.
Well, win number 4 comes aboard Papio for Roddy Valente, trained by Linda Rice. Manny Franco aboard Dark Bear Brown Gelding by Protonico. Out of the Warriors Reward mare, My Girl Corey was bred by International Equities Holdings in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And the pick 5 coming back, $2,736.14. And a lot of pick 5s coming up, both in the middle and everywhere else. And coming up next, I thought this was one of the best betting races of the day, and appropriately so. It's the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, race number 6. Spendthrift, home to #1 sires Into Mischief, Omaha Beach, Bacoma, and Yaupon, the leaders of their sire classes in 2025. I mean, this is a race where the favorite could ultimately pay boxcars, could be 4-1, and so far the tote board showing that.
Oh yeah, no clear favorite here. I think 9-2 is the lowest price on the board, and it's all the way to the 12 horse, a first-time starter in Silverus. You know, and I like this horse's works. The 2 out of the gate were very, very good. I watched those, but the 12 hole is a tough post position, not only because you're not going to save ground, but more importantly, it's the horse's first start of his career, and we can't simulate going into a starting gate with a group of horses. Inevitably, when you're outside post and you've never run before, you tend to break away from the field, shy away from the field a little bit. You lose that momentum out of the gate, it puts you at a disadvantage.
Fantastic betting race, race number 6 on this Friday card. We'll get back into that action in just a moment. But we can't help but think about tomorrow. It's not only one of the best races horse racing has had so far in the year, the Whitney. It's a reminder of the Whitney family, and particularly Mary Lou Whitney. Everywhere you look around Saratoga Springs, you can think of the great Mary Lou Whitney.
Mary Lou did wonderful things when no one was looking. Once Mary Lou set her mind to doing something, there was no stopping her.
She was a beacon of light in the community, not only in Saratoga, but I'm telling you, her power of being a champion and supporting those always in need, it speaks out around the world.
I mean, really and truly, we owe Saratoga, as we know it today, to Mary Lou Whitney. The hospital, the dance museum, SPAC. Think of all the things that she has meant to this area. There was no reason why she had to do that, except that that was who she was. That was her nature.
Our backstretch workers, they are the sports unsung heroes. These wonderful people work long hours in dangerous situations while often living in poor conditions. All of us should try more to improve their lives and advance their dignity.
She means a lot to the backstretch. From her smile, from her genuine giving back. They will miss her coming into the backstretch appreciation dinners when she had to do bingo and she would just show up from the tent and everything that she sponsored through the backstretch programs.
It's been 26 years. It's just one furlong away. They're coming down to the finish. Can Smarty Jones hold on? Here comes Birdstone. Birdstone surges past. Birdstone wins the Belmont Stakes.
I'm sorry that Smarty Jones couldn't win. We kept saying to Prado be second.
In victory, and a lot of times you get defeated, but she was so great in victory, and she felt sorry. And she really did, which is amazing. It shows you the spirit she had.
And little Birdstone digs down. The cliff's edge could not get to him. In the darkness at Saratoga.
She fought. I mean, that's a good example for everybody. Don't give up. She just kept at it, you know, and she never wavered. So, great inspiration for all, especially me.
The way she told everyone, these are our horses. It's our responsibility to take care of them, not just when they're racing, but afterward. I've never had a friend like Mary Lou before in my entire life, and I know I'll never have another friend like her.
It didn't matter whether you were a millionaire or you were a guy walking down the street in sneakers, shorts, and a t-shirt. Everybody was a somebody to Mary Lou.
Knowing these people and riding for them is an honor, a privilege, and something that I will never forget. I was very proud when I rode for the stable. It was to me like I conquered the mountain that I was trying to get up to.
Every once in a while, somebody comes along
that makes a difference. And then somebody comes along that makes a huge difference. A tribute to her should last forever.
To all Saratoga, thank you for my wonderful life. May God bless you. May God shine His love on Saratoga and on this track.
Force of nature, indomitable spirit. There's many ways to describe Mary Lou Whitney. She's also been called the Grande Dame of thoroughbred racing, especially up here. And I want to go back to what Steve Caparizzo was saying in that piece. Everybody mattered to her, whether it was the groom of her horse, the trainer of her horse, partners. Everyone had a place in the life of Mary Lou Whitney. And that's why, if you ever came to Saratoga, you will walk away having a story, having encountered Mary Lou Whitney. It seemed like she was everywhere. And now, even though she has been gone for 7 years, as you look around this community, there are reminders of Mary Lou Whitney everywhere. And so, as the late Dwayne Lucas referenced there towards the end, that tribute will continue till the end of time, and it should. She was a timeless figure, and we'll always think of her and her family's influence on thoroughbred racing each and every year on Whitney Day. Tomorrow, we'll present you the Whitney, and we will each and every day think of the great Mary Lou Whitney. You know, the first time that I realized how different she was at press conference that we showed. Here she was winning the Belmont Stakes. That was the year that everyone hoped that Smarty Jones could become a Triple Crown winner. Deflated audience, and she recognized that. She didn't get up there and start spiking the football. She felt for the audience out there. She felt sheepishly bad for having to upset Smarty Jones.
She had the wonderful attribute of being accessible, and when you spoke to her, you felt like you were the only person in the room. Just a class act.
Tomorrow, the Whitney truly is one of the best races we've had on Thoroughbred Racing's calendar so far this year. I know we were saying that in the Stephen Foster last time out, JK, but it's true. Basically, essentially, that group is back again and adds some other horses with quality. And the bottom line is the Whitney is the best field we've seen for older horses this year.
Absolutely, and it's exciting. You get all the best older males, and then you toss in the best older female with nitrogen. It's going to be a race to remember, and a race that, no matter what happens, feels like it has to live up to the hype. Look, Magnitude, in my opinion, has been the most consistent horse this year. But those two horses behind him, Baeza and Sovereignty, have shown such brilliance at times. It's hard for me not to think that there's not still some brilliance in there with those two horses.
And then adding to the intrigue of this race, a filly taking on the boys, Nitrogen and the Whitney. For more on that, Megan Burgess.
Here amongst the jockey statues, a favorite for many fans here at Saratoga Racecourse, and the Mary Lou Whitney entrance, aptly named for the woman who built Saratoga and who brought people to this game, brought people to Saratoga to enjoy it, and it's become the mecca of racing, especially, of course, here in upstate New York. Behind me, Sierra Leone winning this race in a thriller in 2025. What will 2026 bring? We've got a clash of the titans, the best older horse in Magnitude, Wida Barrio, the 2023 victor. Not only that, but throw in Horse of the Year Sovereignty. Well, this filly, Nitrogen, she'll look to turn the tables, and does so. She'll look to be the first filly since Lady Secret to beat the boys in the Whitney. What a remarkable achievement it would be. You heard John Green, her owner, partner with GJ Stable, remark that it's been a process of just keeping Nitrogen on the ground in her training. And while this is going to be a Herculean task for her to get past these horses, what a remarkable achievement it would be, and how special for the legacy of a woman who gave us so much. Mary Lou, we'll be thinking of you tomorrow. Todd?
Nitrogen taking on the boys, and to talk about the history and the Whitney, some good ones have done it.
I mean, look at Personal Ints in 1988. I was just starting training then, and that is the last filly to win the Whitney. It just shows you how difficult it is. But Nitrogen, champion 3-year-old filly from last year, and just an amazing win in the Ogden Phipps. If anybody can do it, Nitrogen King.
Lady Secret, the best Oklahoma bred of all time. She was built like the boy. She was an Amazon filly looking back to 1986, but it is a short list of great names, and Nitrogen trying to add herself to that remarkable list. Don't miss it tomorrow. The Whitney, race number 12 on the card. Our feature scheduled to go at 6:33 Eastern time. Okay, back into the paddock for race number 6, and looking at these 2-year-olds, as we said, a wide open race. We need every edge we can get, and we got the greatest edge, the separator, Maggie Wolfenden.
I like that.
Can we make that my middle name now, Todd? I like that. Thank you. As we'll check in with some of the firsters here in the paddock, and one that is taking a lot of money is number 12, Silverus, on the outside for George Weaver, who has just been so great, as he usually is, with his juveniles. And taking a look at him here in the paddock, the son of City of Light, who is good with his dirt sprinters. He walks incredibly well, which I love to see. You know, usually a good athletic walk is going to translate to an athletic horse at a full run on the racetrack. So let's take a look back at his latest breeze, which was from the gate with a 4-year-old who has already broken his maiden by the name of Vikinda, who, albeit did stumble very badly, so giving Silverus a little bit of an edge. But I like the fact that George showed a bit of confidence in this horse in working him with an older mate. You see his blinkers on there. He's wearing them here in the paddock. But this guy's very well prepared from the mental and physical standpoint of things. Now, there's a little bit more distance on the bottom side. I wouldn't be surprised if this horse would prefer a little bit more ground going forward, but he should be okay at this 6 furlongs first time out. Next, we'll move on to another first-time starter that I was really intrigued by. This is such an Eddie Keneally move. Number 10, City of Rome, who is taking a lot of money as of now. They buy him for what? Or make him eligible for this race for the $15,000. Eddie's part owner. You crank him up, you get him to win up in Saratoga, and then you sell him for a lot more money than what you paid for. I've seen Eddie do it so many times before, and he does have a good eye for a horse, to say the least, as this guy is very handsome. He's so well muscled, too. I've been watching some of his workouts at Churchill Downs. He was just a touch slower from the gate than his mate, but then he easily blew by them late on the rail. I was really impressed with that work, two back from the gate, going that 48 as he is the picture here in the paddock. This guy looks the part of a favorite, too. He has been professional shipping in here from Kentucky, Todd.
Thank you, Maggie. Waiting for a call of riders up here in race number 6. As we said, just look at the odds board. Whoever you're like, you're getting a fair price here. Our favorite is the 10, currently at 4-1. But looking at the 9, Audible Johnny, who is 12-1 here for Safi Joseph Jr., was with Jose Delgado as referenced in the debut, May 25th, race 2 at Monmouth. Look, a second place finish, but it's only a field of 4.
I think the thing that counts in this race is that Audible Johnny is chasing the winner of this race, who has more horse than Audible Johnny does all the way around there. He's doing all the dirty work, trying to keep up early, takes him out of his game to do that, and yet he still holds on and finishes pretty well. So I give this race, I give it a B+. I think that's a good performance.
You buying this horse coming up from Monmouth?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I'll say is that there has been a horse come out of that race and win, so there was only a few in there. That's at least a little bit comforting if you are in the corner of this one.
And a couple of first-time starters in here, Big Bold Red and Knee High, both long shots in here, Maggie. Are there reasons to maybe give them a second look?
I think so, Todd. You never know. The board is your best guide in these races, but both the 3 and the 8 I thought had interesting pedigrees. As you'll take a look here at Big Bold Red, obviously a Candy ride. That's a good influence. But the Dam, she won going long on the dirt, and one of her 2 foals did win first time out as a 2-year-old. So speaking of a little precocity, I know this isn't necessarily Shug McGahee's move is to win with a firster, and usually if they are going to win, they're really, really talented, and they're like running in the 7 furlong race on Travers Day. But this guy makes an excellent impression here in the paddock. So far, while he's been a little bit vocal, he's been very professional thus far. Good size to him, and honestly, a lot of times Shug's horses look as though they need a start. this guy looks pretty fit. And while his works have been a little bit on the more tepid side, I like the way that he's been completing them. You can watch a few of them on First TV, and they're definitely building works where you can see him hit another gear down the lane and always matches well with the mate that he is with. Next, we'll take a look here at number 8, Knee High. Now, obviously, when you're half to a stakes winner and you only sell for $65,000, well, it's usually a bad sign. But with Knee High, he is half to just a touch. The dam, she won first time out as a 2-year-old. There have been 6 winners from 7 foals. Now, he did work 10 and 2, which isn't really good at OBS, but he just looked as though he was struggling with the synthetic a bit. Now, obviously, he's been training for Mike Gorham down at at Delaware, so I can't watch his workouts. He is green in here. He has been the most obstreperous here in the paddock by a mile. So let's hope that he and Jamie Rodriguez keep it together all the way to the post. But Todd, he's a good-looking horse. I remember just a touch. He's kind of a weaker bodied, slimmer frame when he was a younger horse. This guy has a lot of size and substance to him. If he can keep it together, maybe there is a little bit of talent in there on the dirt.
Yeah, that's a good group to throw yourself in there with just a touch. It was a beautiful looking chestnut. Another part to this story, Manny Franco has won 4 races in a row. Can he make it 5? We'll find out when we return. It's the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. The field coming out on the track for race number 6 furlong maiden special weight event for 2-year-olds. Here's the one, Pirate Ship.
Pirate Ship has a start under his belt and blinkers off today.
Number of first-time starters to sort through JK. The tote board says Rufus the Red has a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. And to Tom Worley, who doesn't have, great stats with first-time starters, not something he does very often. I think that says something.
Yeah, those comments could apply to the next barn here with the 3 big bold red.
They could indeed. 15-1 sitting on the board.
There's a look at the 4 Constant Force. Manny Franco is going to take all kinds of play from here on out.
Manny Franco. What else do we need to say?
He has 4 wins in a row coming into this race. Can he make it 5? We'll explain a little bit further. There's the 5 Coltrane.
Yeah, here's a horse, Ron Moquette, Flavien Prat up. That's a good combination.
Hurricane Mo making the 3rd start of his career.
Yeah, it's taking money in both starts as well. You're getting 13-1 today.
Ed Charles, all kinds of trouble at the start last out.
All kinds of trouble. We'll go over that, and a horse has a race under the belt. I like this horse.
Knee High coming in from Delaware.
Yeah, mentioned a half to just a touch. You actually ended up being better on the grass.
Here's Johnny, Audible Johnny.
Yeah, we watched that replay on Here's Johnny the first start. We'll see if he improves.
City of Rome. We heard Maggie talking about Eddie Keneally, how he takes these lower-priced horses, gets some big races, sells them privately. This horse taking play, 9-2.
Yeah, I like this horse, but in all fairness, I like the actual City of Rome a little bit better.
The 11 Noden is 56-1, longest shot in the field. Should this horse be?
He stole my thunder. Yeah, I think so.
Silveris is our favorite at 3-1. Are you surprised at that?
I mean, no. I mean, the success that George Weaver's had with 2-year-olds over the last few years is indicative of him taking money like this. The horse is drawn well. The horse has been working well. I just think there's way too many variables, way too many other things going on in this race to settle for 3-1.
A live look at the field warming up, and Maggie has been following them from the paddock out through the warm-up. Maggie, who's catching your eye now?
Well, Todd, luckily I wore my sneakers today, so I can run out here from the paddock to the track here in the winner's circle. Rufus the Red, I have been holding my breath because he's pretty naughty. He's been pretty naughty since he came into my husband's barn. Ired's pretty brave, taking him away from the pony. Okay, still holding my breath. Not a bad-looking horse, don't get me wrong, and it looks pretty fit. This is a little bit more about an education because the fact of the matter is he has a pedigree that's tilted more towards the turf. Being a son of Cantheros, the dam, she was a good dirt sprinter. 2 of the 3 siblings have won, though if you go back a generation, and he does move like a turf horse, to be fair. The dam is half, though, to multiple Grade 1 winning dirt router in Defunded. So, hey, it's a pedigree that could probably go either way. He does move very well. When I talk about that suspension in a trot, it's usually relative to a horse that wants to spring off of a turf surface. So, like I said, physically, it's there. Mentally is the big question mark with Rufus the Red. As we'll move on to another first-time starter that I don't necessarily get. That's number 4, Constant Force, who I saw a lot of people picked. He's the son of Mackenzie. The dam was unraced. Lone sibling ran 1 time and really wasn't much to write home about. This horse isn't a bad physical, but I was not in love with his warm-up. Yes, he does have the hot rider on his back and Manny Franco, but he also just looked as though he might need a start overall. He'll prove me wrong. I'll probably walk him right into this winner's circle, but I just couldn't get behind him at a relative short price. As we'll also take a look at a second-time starter. That's number 7, Ed Charles, for Chris Engelhardt. I thought he was green coming out of the gate. He had that sometimes problematic inside post for 2-year-old first-time starters. Gosh, he was moving well, and he's gotten stronger, too, out of that race. Meg, who do you like?
I agree with you as far as the preliminaries with the number 4 Constant Force, who I didn't mind physically, but also one I'd agree perhaps could need the start. But I've been at Monmouth Park and I've been able to catch up with Juan Avila quite a bit. He's the kindest and always very candid about his horses and where he sees them being able to see fit. He said this one's fast, Meg, and this one's ready to go. Up there at a decently generous price, 7-1. I'm going to layer him underneath the 10 as we send it up for the call from Frank Miramati.
Moving in. Coltrane goes up. Hurricane Mo. And Silveris to the outside. Walks up. And in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And a stumbling start for Noden toward the outside. It is Audible Johnny who breaks right on top. City of Rome is right up alongside. Moving through at the rail is Hurricane Mo. Knee High is in the mix. And Silveris on the outside. They're really going at it up front. Pirate Ship is by himself 5 lengths off that battle on the front end. They are followed by Ed Charles as they round the far turn. Ed Charles is a good 10 lengths off them. Just in front of him, Noden, Big Bold Red, wasn't quick early, but is passing a couple of horses now. At the back of the field are Rufus the Red. Constant Force is second to last, and another 3 back to Coltrane. It's 22-3 for the opening quarter mile, and Hurricane Mo on the inside is battling with Audible Johnny. These two coming to the 8th pole together. Just in behind them, Knee High is racing a joint third. Pirate Ship is trying to get into the mix. Far outside, Noden running a good race, a 16th to go. And from way out of it, here's Constant Force. Manny Franco coming and getting them all. 5 in a row for Manny Franco. Constant Force, terrific. Noden was second. Behind them, Pirate Ship and Audible Johnny were battling out. We all take a bow to this tremendous performance from Manny Franco.
You have just witnessed something at Saratoga that is steeped in history that you have not seen in 16 years. It was back on July 25th of 2010 that Javier Castellano won 5 races in a row on the card. Manny Franco has just done that, and he is not done.
No, I mean, look, we're off the air after this race. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stick around. I want to witness history. This was amazing. They went really, really fast up front, you guys. You can see that here. The field's very, very spread out, and everything backed up. Manny on the outside, he's going to come. He's going to win this race. The horse that ran second, the longest horse in the field, the 11 horse, Noden. He doesn't lug in down the stretch and has a straight course. He might be the winner of this race.
Todd, I got to tell you, I didn't have a dog in this fight outside of the horse that I picked on the show. I was yelling for Manny down the stretch like I was alive for $100,000.
I thought you were.
This is so much fun to watch. I'm a fan of this game first, and to see something this cool and to be here witnessing it, I'm with Tom. I'm not going anywhere.
Look at his reaction after the wire. Again, this is a maiden special weight race, but he knows what's happening here. You think of the greatest riders in our sport over the decades. They've come here to Saratoga, and he is now in a category rarely seen. 5 wins in a row. Javier Castellano doing it back in 2010, but he could now separate himself, make it 6 wins in a row with the upcoming 7th. And if you looked at his mounts, this was one of the most unlikely ones. If you thought, well, the win streak is going to end, it would be here with a first-time starter who was 15-1 in the morning line and training exclusively at Monmouth Park.
Just amazing. Just amazing. I mean, we talk about being in the zone, and I know this is going to sound out there, kind of cosmic, but horses feel confidence on their back, and there's no doubt that Constant Force felt that confidence of Manny Franco on his back.
Okay, so again, take into account what's happening here. 5 wins in a row, hasn't been done since 2010. The all-time record for most wins in a single day here at Saratoga by a rider is 6. We've seen that already at this meet. Let me tell you, with what you've watched so far, with what you know remaining for Manny Franco, is he going to rewrite that record book and get to at least 7?
If I got to stay till race 11, I'll stay till race 11. I'm not going anywhere.
I think that his best shot to tie it would be Mirage in the 8th for Fernando Abreu. The rest of them, he's going to need a little bit of help, but I didn't think this horse was going to win. So what do I know?
5 wins in a row. If he makes it 6 in the next, it's something we've never, ever seen at Saratoga. And if he manages to get 2 more wins on the card, it's also something we've never seen. 7 wins in one day. But Manny Franco, all smiles, holding up 5 fingers, and this crowd is in it with him right now. You know, it's just an quote-unquote average Friday. Nothing's ever average at Saratoga, but these are the moments that we talk about. It has nothing to do with the graded stakes races remaining on the card. It's the athleticism being shown, and one of our best athletes anywhere in the country at the top of his game.
And Todd, you mentioned the crowd. This is the most educated crowd you will find for the races. Everyone knows exactly what's going on.
Yes.
I got to imagine, Manny's week didn't start off great. He did not win the MVP in the charity basketball game like he always does.
I saw some of his misses.
But he's figuring it out now. He's rallying back.
And then how about the price here? 8-1 on Manny Franco. That's what I go back to. This is not a guy winning 3-5, 4-5, 9-5. He has been 2-1, 5-2, 6-1, and now 8-1.
I'm not sure this horse wouldn't have been 20-1 if it wasn't for the presence of Manny Franco.
He would have been a bigger price if Manny Franco wasn't on his back.
Well, how about the superfecta in here? 4-11-1-9, 8-1 over 66-1, over 10-1, over 16-1. Yeah, we maybe had other plans, but we're staying at the racetrack. We're done here on the set. You're going to be in great hands with the next crew taking over, but you do not want to miss what Manny Franco does the rest of the day. Can he make it 6 in a row? Can he get to 7 wins on the day? So many possibilities, but no doubt is this. Watch Manny Franco after the wire. You think he knows what's at stake here? Absolutely he does. More coming up on Saratoga Live right after this.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, and it is Manny Franco Day here at the spot on this Whitney Eve. 5 wins in a row, as you heard Todd Schrupp before the break say. This hasn't been done since Javier Castellano 16 years ago. And Manny, take a bow, sir. That was very impressive with a horse coming in from Monmouth. And we saw the speed evaporate, and this guy was there for you, closing on the outside.
Yeah, Maggie, I have he stumbled out of the gate. But at the same time, I was confident because they was high on the horse, so I was confident. I say, man, he stumbled, so let's teach him something and see what happened at the end. And when I took it to the outside and the dirt, he don't get more dirt on the face. He just level up and start running, and I feel that I'm gonna get there.
When you came into this day, do you ever have a feeling like it's going to be, such a winning day? Or do you come in like you do every single day with confidence?
Yeah, I come in with confidence. I mean, I ride every race to win, so any kind of horse, favorite, no favorite, so I'm positive every day with my horses, and I think that's the way, it's been. So just having, the support to all the trainers, owner here in New York, so I'm just happy to win this position.
You're not done yet. You're on a couple favorites coming up. You are on an 8-1 shot, though, in the Saratoga Oaks. I know Acacia already asked you about Botas, who is very interesting, coming up later. But Consensus View, you broke her maiden first time out. She was the lesser fancied of Chad Brown's in that race. But are you encouraged by the fact that she went and got it done so early on in her career?
No, definitely. If they got it done like that, they good. And Chad, is an amazing trainer. He knows what he's doing. I'm in good hands there. So hopefully she step up today and see we can get another winner.
Manny, keep up the amazing work. Couldn't be happy for you. You're like our New York stalwart, and for you to be doing this at Saratoga says a lot about you as a jockey.
Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate it.
Manny Franco is the man of the day. And Todd, as you said, it's Franco Friday, and you've got some new friends on the desk with you.
All right. And look at these prices. You know, at some point, we're going to have to figure out what the Manny Franco parlay is. Someone's working on that right now in the truck. If you bet him in race 2 and just continue to bet him through race 6, where would you be sitting bankroll rise? 2 to win to start all the way through, because that's what's incredible about Manny Franco. You can still get him at a price even when he's dialed in. His 5th consecutive winner is the biggest price of the day for his win streak, 8-1 on Constant Force. And you should take away the fact that this was quite a debut for the son of Mackenzie out of the Violence mare, Buy Me a Rose, and bred by Kidder and Cole in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Juan Avila, the trainer, Jaime Perez, the owner, but it's Manny Franco, the rider. Can he make history with 6 wins in a row? We'll find out when Saratoga Live returns.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Welcome back to Franco Friday at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live, and I'm pleased to be here to witness what you've watched as well. Manny Franco winning 5 consecutive races and a shot at 6 in a row in our next race. Welcome back to our set just off the paddock. I'm Todd Trupp. Very pleased to be with Andy Serling, former rider Richard Migliore, who knows a few good afternoons here at Saratoga, and 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. I have to start with you, Mig. What was your best win day at Saratoga?
I won 4 here, and I was over the moon about that. He's eclipsed that, and he has a chance to add on to that.
just fantastic. He's a hard-working rider, shows up every day and gives you an effort in every race, and you could see how much that meant to him. I mean, he started celebrating actually a stride or two before the wire. His smile could light up Broadway here in Saratoga, and he's the only guy who's got a chance to win 6 in a row.
Andy, you've seen some pretty great performances by riders here over the years. If he can get to this 6 in a row, or maybe establish the new record of 7 wins in a day, it's quite a special category.
Yeah, and I'm about to stop him because I picked this horse in this race.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Sorry, Manny.
Paul, when we talk about athletes being in the zone, explain that a little bit further, and it happens with our athletes as well, jockeys.
Well, I mean, he's just definitely in the zone. You got a first-time starter, you get a hot pace, and sometimes it's better to be lucky and good in some of these type of races, and he fell into a race that fell apart, but he gave his first-time starter a big chance. You were talking about the parlay. If the 7 wins this race, it's $2,300 for the all Manny Franco middle pick 5.
Starting with a $2 win bet
That's
on
crazy.
his first
$5,000 parlay of those winners. And, I think the thing that's important to say is this isn't coming out of nowhere. Manny Franco has been the leading rider in New York for the last 2 or 3 seasons, and we've seen a rider that's gone from an excellent rider to a truly top rider in the country. And Manny's riding has just gotten better and better, and hooking up with his agent, John Panagot, giving him the opportunities to ride a lot for Chad Brown. I think it increased his confidence, but it also increased his ability to ride in the turf, because it put him on live horses and turf races, because Manny is not a rider necessarily that 10 years ago you would think he's a really good turf rider. Now he's riding the turf as well as anybody. He's really has no flaws in his game. He's aggressive, but he can wait behind horses. And as far as I'm concerned, he's having the kind of meet that shows he belongs with the biggest names in this game. And to me, that's the nicest thing about the meet he's having, and obviously the day he's having.
And how appropriate that it happens here on Hall of Fame Day, that he's putting this day together, because it was earlier here on this Friday that a new class went into horse racing's Hall of Fame. We told you about trainer John Sheriffs early in the show. Also posthumously going into the Hall of Fame, trainer Christophe Clement.
Yeah, well, Christophe, obviously, his Hall of Fame attributes are obvious to anybody, and surprised it took him this long, frankly, to get in the Hall of Fame, but he's in now. But to me, Christophe is more memorable for the person he was. He was a wonderful, wonderful person, a person who made the lives of everybody that knew him better. And he was very generous with his time, always inviting new people that came to work at NYRA to come over to the house for dinner and introducing people to each other. He had a great sense of humor. He was a very bright guy. He had a much bigger, broader understanding of things in the world than just horse racing. And he was a friend to so many of us. And I can tell you, for my case, I miss him every single day I'm at the racetrack. He was a wonderful man.
And we were talking about this earlier, Mig, with John Sheriffs, who also went into the Hall of Fame. He served his country in the military. He served a tour in Vietnam. And so when you talk about the character of these individuals, it matches their resume.
Absolutely. Christophe, a Hall of Fame human being, as well as a Hall of Fame horse trainer. And John Sheriffs, a patriot. He served in the Marine Corps in Vietnam. One of the greatest people I've ever talked to about horse racing and the history of it. He would send me books. He would find me, you'll find this interesting. See how they handled things back 100 years ago. Just a phenomenal human being, and obviously a way around the horses.
He would text me out of the blue on some winter afternoon and say, watch the show, you guys are doing a great job. I mean, that's the kind of guy he was.
They're both, it kind of have the same demeanor. I know they have different backgrounds, but the kind of way they handled people, the way they handled the horses, so kind, and I think their horses fed off them too as well.
It was quite a day for the families of those 2 inductees and the Clement family there as well. Some of the comments from Valerie Clement.
Christophe viewed himself as a conductor, blessed to have talented musicians. He was very proud of his team, the CC tribe, the wonderful people he surrounded himself with. Victories are the measure of success in our sport, no doubt. May I please invite you to look further, apart from the horses, of course. What is uniquely beautiful is a racing community. Christophe felt loved, so loved. It was just, I promise not to cry. It was just so beautiful to watch, and it is imprinted in our heart forever. And we just want to add thank you for your presence during this terrible time in our lives. We have promised to stay strong, going forward with his many dreams. Now it's time o'clock. It means time to embrace your dreams. Cross your ocean. Don't stay ashore. Christophe left us far too young, but he asked us, enjoy life every single day. Thank you.
Valerie Clement, the widow of Christophe Clement, up at the dais earlier today, giving his Hall of Fame induction speech. Everyone there wished it could have been Christophe, and obviously you heard by the emotion they wished that was the case as well. It was a similar situation. It was this past February that we got the shocking news that John Sheriffs had passed. His Dottie, his beloved Dottie, stepped up to the podium today and had a sense of humor about the ball cap, the trademark ball cap that John Sheriffs could be seen in everywhere when he was out at the track.
John so cherished the history of this sport and all the pillars of the turf, the historic horses. He absolutely loved it. The life we've had is a Hollywood story. We are beyond grateful to this industry, to every horse that we've ever been around, to every person, everyone who's been so kind and generous to us. It's been amazing. I am going to try to replicate what John did at that moment in his life when he was so proud of Zenny and she won the classic. And he commented to the sports guys and to me, I didn't know what to do. I was so excited. I just wanted to rip my shirt off. But I really couldn't do that in public. So what did I do? Well, you saw it in the video. They were kind enough to put it in. John, this is for you. I hope it do it justice. And to quote Elle Woods in Legally Blonde, one of our silly little movies, congratulations, Hall of Fame class 2026. John and your fellow inductees, you did it. Now here goes.
I had the privilege of being there in 2010 when he trained Zenyatta to become the first female racehorse to win the Breeders' Cup Classic. I can say in all the things I've seen over the years, including American Pharoah's Triple Crown, historic wins all around the world, it was the most joyous time at a racetrack, and it was because of John Sheriffs and that entire crew and how accessible they made Zenyatta. What a fantastic moment this morning with Dottie, his widow, and I had learned later that John wasn't feeling well one night, and he didn't want to keep Dottie up, and he went and slept on the couch. That happened to be the night that he passed away. Dottie was always with him. He always thought of her first, and you look at both those inductees, the strong women behind both of them.
And it should also be noted that who finished second to Zenyatta in that Breeders' Cup?
Gio Ponti.
Christophe Clement and Gio Ponti.
Yep. That is really crazy. I didn't think about that. But, you know, there are two women that allowed their men to just focus, concentrate on their horses, their barn, and dealt with so much of the other things that a trainer has to deal with. So a huge part of the team, and in some ways maybe their names should be on the plaques next to their husbands. I remember that Breeders' Cup when Zenyatta won it. I was backing up on Regal Ransom. Wasn't going to get a check at that point. I stopped riding because I was watching her finish. I became a fan in the middle of the race.
I've been in Gio Ponti.
So those are two, I think you got 9-1. Two entries with synthetic track. All right, two entries that we just showed you into the Hall of Fame, but more inductees, Andy.
I'm thrilled that Gulch got in. I've always loved Gulch, and I personally felt he belonged there. And David Whiteley, of course, who trained many good horses, especially including Coastal, who is one of my favorites.
Well, and long overdue. Kona Gold got in.
Yes.
No one will ever match his consecutive streak in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Humble brag, I vote. I've been voting for him for a while, so it's nice to see him get a breakthrough. All right, up next, race number 7. Let's see about history with Manny Franco. Remy's Moon, no surprise, one of our favorites here. He's trying to make it 6 wins in a row, surpass 6 wins in a day. Maggie, how does Remy's Moon look down in the paddock?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Manny's horse in the last race, and I wouldn't pick Remy's Moon here, Todd, but can't stop Manny right now. He is a freight train and a force to be reckoned with, as we'll actually check in with a barn that Manny does ride frequently for and who he's already won on the card for. Ricardo Santana, of course, will be aboard number 2. Projectability, who got his first start on the turf last time and finished 4th. He was bothered a little bit at the start. He kind of got, bumped and pinched back a little bit, and he was chasing on the inside mid-pack. And then he ran on well behind the winner on the rail. But, a lot of times when horses are trying a new surface for the first time, especially on the turf, because it's such a differently run race in that it's closer quartered and you have to accelerate quicker. It's not that grind. And obviously you're not getting kickback. To my eye, projectability looked as though he was just a bit green in dealing with the turf first time. And that when we saw Ricardo kind of try to set him down and run on, his head came up and he just looked a little bit lost. So I'm hoping with now that experience, he can build upon that effort because he looks fantastic here overall. And I think sprinting on the turf is right where he wants to be based on what I see from him physically. Next, we'll move on to number 4, Money Makes Money, coming in here for Robertino Diodoro, who got him from Mark Glatt. And in his last race, he was kind of out the back early, and he tipped out in the stretch after saving ground. And I like the fact that he was the only horse in that race at Santa Anita who made up ground. He is a little bit of a smaller type, and I actually watched some of his workouts on First TV coming into here, and he has been working pretty well. I know they're not the fastest times, but they're around the dogs, and he definitely outworked his mate 3 back on the Oklahoma turf course. Really well conditioned heading into here, good energy, kind of your typical turf sprinter, as we'll also take a look quickly at Frostel. Last time he was on the turf, it does say taken in hand, final 16th. I wonder if Ricardo was just overreacting a little bit to horses kind of coming around him, one's drifting in front of him, and maybe with the clearer run, though I don't think he was going to finish any better necessarily than what he was, maybe half a length. I do like him getting back to turf sprinting here, Todd. He is built that way, he has those slack pasterns and that flatter foot.
What a crowd here today. As Manny Franco and the jockeys walked out, they were applauding as if someone had won a race, and then when he got aboard his horse, they applauded again. If you want to see if he can continue on this historic march, check out the Fox One app and the NYRA YouTube page. Thanks for watching us here at Fox Sports 2 on Saratoga Live.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Buquero.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality race horses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front, domestic product!
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey, Japan Cup.
Welcome back to a Friday on Saratoga Live, unlike any we've ever seen because of Manny Franco, and our coverage today brought to you by NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app to get started. Again, Manny Franco trying to make it 6 wins in a row. We'll stay on that in just a moment. But as we meet our field for this post parade for race 7 is presented by the new Belmont Park. Racing returns to Belmont on September 18th. Visit newbelmont.com to learn more. We're up to the 2 projectability.
Yeah, Linda Rice owns and trains this one. Got out of the gate a little slow last time with a better break. Could be a player here.
Equipment change off the claim for the 3 Bridle a Butterfly.
Yeah, tough to take this outfit off the claim, but this horse's recent form is good.
Good advice here. Money makes money coming in from California.
Yeah, Charles Garvey, the owner here, owner that usually has his horses out in California and at Oakland as well. This horse is going to ship in. We've seen a shipper come in for Rob Hess that won.
Gypsy Dreaming returning to the turf. Is this a good idea?
Well, not based on the one race this horse ran the turf.
2 ducks. Took a while to get off the duck. Broke the maiden in the 11th career start last out.
Yeah, won it from the 1 spot, too. It was a good effort. Now has to beat winners today.
And Manny Franco aboard the horse you like best in here.
If he runs the race, he ran 2 back in his only turf sprint, that he gets a clean trip, he's going to probably win. They stretched him out last time. He's back doing what he's supposed to be doing.
Rider change for the 8 Russi. Make the rider Jamie Rodriguez.
Yeah, 2 for 20 lifetime, but both wins here have been here at Saratoga.
And the 9 is Frostel.
This horse got a very weird ride 2 times ago, his last turf race. You see the taken in hand finish in the 16th pole? It's 100% true. I have absolutely no idea what Ricardo Santana was doing, but I know what he wasn't doing was riding out to the wire.
Scratch the
in the chart. I mean, it's not like...
No, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Math tutor has scratched. I just got to get used to this. I've been off for 3 weeks. It's a field of 9. Paul LaDuca, you turned in your pick 5 ticket much earlier today. I'm so curious if you were planning on using Manny Franco, and what would be your advice to a horse player who's watching this play out? If they weren't using Manny Franco coming in, don't they have to use him now?
Well, I was using this horse anyway. I think this horse is the horse that could be the fear late in this race, so I'm going to use 1, 2. I'm excluding the 4 in here. Money makes money. That horse beats me. It happens. 5, 8, 9 in the next race. I do think it's Mike's Magic's the horse to catch, but I do think Manny's the horse to beat in that race. Fernando Abreu's horse has been running well. I like Touch of Fire as my single. 2, 4, 5, 6 in race 10. In race 11, I thought it was a 3-horse race, the 5, the 8, and the 10.
You can scan that QR code. It'll take you to Paul's play at NYRA Bets. We're inside of a minute to post for all plays here in race 7. Back to Manny Franco. He's got these 5 wins in a row coming in, trying to go where no jockey at Saratoga has ever gone before, 6 in a row. We did figure out what the parlay was. If you put 2 to win on that first winner and stayed with Manny Franco through the 5 wins, where are you sitting right now?
You're sitting with $5,400 to win on the 7.
That would be quite a run, and it can happen here.
You know, it's like the old story at the racetrack for the guy who wins $10,000 in the early double, and he blows it back through the day, and his wife says to him that night, "How'd you do today?" He says, "I broke even."
It's true. I can use the money. All right, Maggie, in the paddock, you weren't big on Remy's Moon. Has that changed in the warm-up?
Well, I kind of thought about it a little bit more, Todd. The fact that this horse is turning back in distance, I think bodes well, because like I said, he's a bit of a smaller, more unassuming type, and I think that he's just built more like a sprinter. He didn't have the greatest of trips going back to that turf sprint, kind of got steady back early and then made a wide move around the field. And look, he goes out for Joe Sharp. Obviously, we've talked a lot about Manny Franco, but going back to that race on July 12th, he was beaten 4 lengths in that mile race, but Highlands Way came back against a much tougher field and ran a really good second. So maybe coming out of a live race too. So I don't mind this horse physically. I just definitely preferred others. As we'll also take a look at number 6, that is 2 Ducks. He's a big price up there, but as we often say, you know, once that proverbial light bulb goes on, sometimes it stays on. Once they finally break through, as he did so in start number 11, I think this is obviously a much tougher field than what he faced last time to get it done. He is moving incredibly well. He just looks like a horse that could be thriving right now. I just don't know if his best, which it looks as though he's at, is going to win here. Todd.
One of the things I love about sports, and particularly this sport, thoroughbred racing, Migliore, we've never seen it all. We could come to the racetrack and we'll see something we've never seen. That might happen here if the 7 Remy's Moon wins. Manny Franco winning 6 wins in a row. It's never happened here.
Been in this game 50 years, and I'm excited. So that tells you just what you're saying. You can see anything, and in Saratoga, a lot of times, you see great things.
Andy, amongst our analysts, you're the only one who picked his mount, Remy's Moon.
Well, I hope I have the right horse. I think he is the right horse.
5.5 furlongs on the turf. Manny Franco has been the right rider pretty much all day, with the exception of race 1, but he comes in having won 5 in a row. Again, he's post 7 aboard Remy's Moon in this field of 9 as the 7. Let's go up to Frank Miramati for the call.
Out quickly. Money Makes Money is flashing sharp early speed too, and down on the inside it's New York Scrappy. So New York Scrappy is now battling it out on the front end, leading it by a head. Gypsy Dreaming is up into second. Money Makes Money racing in third. Frostel is fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Down on the inside, Projectability is next, followed by Bridal a Butterfly, who's racing between horses, and the red blinkers now has 6 to make up as they round the far turn. 2 Ducks is next. At the back of the field, Remy's Moon, and on the outside comes Rusi. 21-3 for the opening quarter mile. They're at the top of the stretch, and New York Scrappy goes on with a 2-length lead. Money Makes Money is coming gamely on the outside. These two are 4 lengths clear of Frostel in third. New York Scrappy, Money Makes Money. Money Makes Money within a half length. On the inside, New York Scrappy trying so hard. A photo finish that goes to Money Makes Money. New York Scrappy finished second. Third went to Bridal a Butterfly, and then it was Remy's Moon.
Money Makes Money coming in from California and liking the East Coast with this win. You couldn't like the trip that Manny Franco had with Remy's Moon, always far back here, and it was clear early on it was not meant to be 6 wins in a row.
Well, he did gallop out first. I don't know if that counts. You know, we'll get to Remy's Moon in a second. This horse got a perfect trip for Irad. He brought his California form and got it done. I got to say, New York Scrappy was kind of fortunate, keeps running very well, and there's something to be said, Richie, for horses, they're in good form.
Yeah, no doubt. Boy, you know, he was going fastball, but it's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. He did it well, New York Scrappy alone on the lead. But the winner got that perfect inside trip, coveted pocket spot on the turf. Money Makes Money, perfect ride.
Fast time, 101-3 the final time. That's cooking. 5.5 furlongs. Now, they did run, I don't know if the track is playing a little fast, but Money Makes Money. We've seen now 2 California horses, at least sprinting, that have come in here that have both won.
The other one, Bob Hess, over the weekend that you're referring to, 4-1-3-7, 5-2 over 2-1 over 7-1 over 4-1. Okay, so the consecutive win streak comes to an end, but the bottom line is Manny Franco joins Javier Castellano as the only 2 riders to win 5 in a row. But he has a serious shot at passing that total win in one day at Saratoga of 6 with the mounts that he has remaining.
He's very live in both races 8 and 9. And his ride here, you know, he's got a horse that doesn't have a lot of speed, and he was a little sluggish early. Manny put him in a good spot. He got into a little bit of a jackpot, not his fault in the backstretch, as you know, as Richie likes to say. There are bad rides and there are unlucky rides. He had on the right spot, got a little trouble, but he did a very good job of sweetly sort of getting out in the turn and angling out. But you watch this race, Richie, it was dominated by horses that were able to save ground and spend most of the race in the rail. I'm not saying there's a big bias, but the rails are at 0 on the Mellon course for the first time in quite a while. I think there's a little advantage to saving ground. Not Manny's fault. You're riding a horse like that, you're going to end up trying to rally in the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah, and as a rider, especially if a horse has been a little sluggish early, you have to make an assessment. Can I afford to be wide from this position, or do I have to try to take chances and cut corners?
Well, look at the ride that he gave in the third race, the first-time starter for Graham Motion from post 9. Now, that was actually a slightly faster pace in this race for maiden claimers, so obviously they were moving. But you watch the ride that Manny gave that horse. Now, I know he won by 5 lengths. He was much the best, but Manny got him right to the fence in the turn, and he was able to save ground. Okay, the Red Sea opened up. He rode the best horse. But if he wasn't best in there, he still would have won because of the ride Manny gave him. And to me, that's a rider who's riding well.
Paul, as an athlete, is there any resetting for Manny Franco? It's kind of like in a baseball game, you start out 5 for 5, then you strike out in that 6th at-bat, and it looks like you're going to get a 7th. Does he have to reset it all, or do you think he's still in that zone?
No, I think there's a reset. That's basically a line out to left. He did whatever he could and just couldn't get home. I think, like Andy said, the 2 horses that were forwardly placed too won this race on the rail.
Yeah. And he's most likely going to be aboard the favorite in the next race, race number 8. He's on the 8 Mirage. Many agree that is probably the horse to beat coming in. That would take him to 6. We've never seen 7 here. You want to stick around and see what we have for you on Saratoga Live. I'm going to stay here on the grounds, but not on the set. Going to join Tom Amos over at the Tree House, and we have to rehydrate. But coming up next,
anybody have a weapon?
Greg Wolf. Can I get a Whitney? That's tomorrow. Greg Wolf will be coming up next with Andy Serling, Richard Migliori, and Paul LaDuca. Saratoga Live returns right after this.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live. Thanks for spending your Friday afternoon with us. And Manny Franco was having himself an afternoon, but it could only take one guy to stop him. Of course, it was Arad Ortiz Jr. And Arad, money makes money. Tracking the pace early took the length of the stretch to wear him down, but you had the measure of the second place finisher.
I mean, I broke so good. I think that was a huge help. I've been running 6 and 6.5 at Santa Anita. I mean, they cut distance like that. It's hard when you have to make that much ground. That most of the time they don't show that much speed early on the race, but he did, and that was beautiful. I was riding behind the speed without doing too much to him, and still have a good kick on the end.
He did, and Robertino Diodoro becomes the 82nd trainer to win at this meet. But Arad, we'll see you aboard a Touch of Fire in the Hall of Fame coming up. Brad Cox has said that he's best when he has a target. Is that how you're going to play today's race?
I mean, we can do anything with him. He went off the pace, stuck second. I don't see a lot of speed on the race. We got the inside pole, so let's see what happens, how he break out of there. And he can be a little aggressive, you know, that's him. But I mean, let's see what happens. Going to the first turn, we'll probably make a decision there. If he come back to me, I will be happy anywhere he wants to be and go from there.
Definitely has a better post than he did last time in the far outside. Arad, best of luck later, but congratulations here.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, and a guy that I'm sure is going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer as we look forward to the Hall of Fame coming up in just a race. But now we welcome a new host to the show. Hi, Craig.
Hi, Maggie. Good to see you. Great to be here, and you feel the energy on this eve of the Whitney Hall of Fame Friday, but also, too, with what one jockey has been doing, putting together. I had a chance walking over here. Streak comes to an end, 5 in a row for Manny Franco with Rat Ortiz Jr. there, but gave him a little fist bump as he was walking to jump on his mount. The entire crowd chanting Manny Franco's name, trying to root him on.
That's great. I mean, that is if that isn't a quintessential Saratoga moment, Richie, I don't know what is.
Well, it's created a buzz, and the crowd's talking about it. When I was walking to the set, Paul, people were starting music. Wow, you can believe what Manny's doing, and that's great. We love to create that excitement.
Yeah, this is the one place where kind of reminds me of old Dodger Town, where you could walk through the crowd and maybe grab a whip or some goggles from one of the jockeys.
You ever ride the 7 train to a Mets game when you played for the Mets?
Well,
Did you really?
Well,
when you played for them.
When I played for them, and then we would dress up the rookies in M&M outfits and all kinds of outfits, and we'd send them on the 7 train. And you would just think there would be chaos, but people would just look at them like nothing was going on.
That's awesome.
Money makes money. Rat Ortiz Jr. his 29th victory at the meet, teaming up with that horse switching to the Robertino Diodoro barn. We moved to race 8, pick 4, and a mile out of the Wilson chute here. Everyone for sale for $20,000. Claiming race, horses with only a maiden win on the resume. So non-winners of 2 life coming up here in the 8th. Told we have a pretty big card on Saturday.
This is a big race, I think.
Some big horse race in the older horse division, one of the big ones. I guess it's called the Whitney. It's one of the most prestigious races there is in the sport. We will talk more about it and that showdown being billed as the race of the year, and for good reason. When we come back, who will win this year's edition? Reigning champion 3-year-old filly. Horses won 3 consecutive Greater Group 1s in a row. Our last year's horse of the year. How about a former winner? Stay with us.
America's #1 sale for New York's finest yearlings. Recent top performers include Grade 1 winning grads Iron Orchard, Rhetorical, and Usha. Plus these 2025 New York bred champions. With an expansion of New York's purse parity program, there's never been a better time to own a New York bred. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 16th and 17th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Located at the Oklahoma training track, the Whitney viewing stand provides a picturesque view of morning workouts. Modeled after the 1892 Judges Stand at Saratoga Racecourse, the Whitney viewing stand opened in 2013 to honor the racetrack's 150th anniversary and the Whitney family. The Whitneys have been intimately involved with the track for more than a century, and their contributions to the facility and community remain evident today. Mary Lou Whitney, considered by many to be the Grand Dame of Saratoga or Queen of Saratoga, was present for the stand's public debut. Mary Lou bred and raced 2003 Kentucky Oaks winner Birdtown. She's the only woman to have done so and was inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame as a pillar of the turf in 2019. The scenery from the Whitney viewing stand is a true testament to Mary Lou and her family's devotion to the sport's most iconic racetrack. We could spend an entire summer talking about the impact that Mary Lou Whitney and the Whitney families had on this game, but certainly on this town and this racetrack, and that's why this is such a special week.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we say it every year and we talk about it, and there's some things you say that are sort of corny and they're not really true. Mary Lou Whitney played an enormous role in sort of recreating Saratoga to make it a destination for people. I mean, we've said a lot, Richie. They were talking about shutting down in the summer here and racing at Aqueduct. I know, it sounds insane, but she's the one who convinced sort of the socialites to come back, put a lot into this town. I've been around a long time. I don't know if people remember when she used to have that party in the park.
Yeah,
I mean, they lined the
Casino.
streets for Mary Lou to come down there to see her. She was a huge figure, a bigger-than-life figure, but also a very generous, kind person as well who interacted with everybody.
Well, just what you're saying, you know, Saratoga was always given 40 racing dates. They deferred 16 of those days originally to Jamaica, then when Jamaica closed to Aqueduct, because they handled more money down there than they did up here. And trainers would either go to Delaware for the summer or Monmouth or stay at Belmont and ship around. She made it a year-round town. There's no doubt that she made it, just what you said, a destination place.
Yeah.
Big one coming up tomorrow on Whitney Saturday. And let's take a look at the race by the numbers. Whitney, first run back in 1928, was first won by a filly. Black Maria became a three-time champion, the fastest Whitney ever run. Lawyer Rana was a track record as well, though Nitrogen came within a fifth of a second of that track record. Her last start, Discovery, Kelso share the record, most wins 3 apiece. Kelso owns the distinction of beating more Hall of Famers and champions than anyone in history. Green Tree stable, an amazing 6 Whitneys among them. Tom Fool, 1953. Pat Day, one of 2 jockeys with 5 wins, including that 1988 score. Among easy goer, John Gaffer Sr.'s 5 wins, most by a trainer. All those coming with Green Tree Stable, where he served as lead trainer for nearly 40 years. 6 fillies have won it. Can Nitrogen make it number 7 on Saturday? 9 Whitney winners have captured a Breeders' Cup in the same season, including White Abario, who'll look to add a second Whitney as a 7-year-old Saturday. 26 have been crowned champion, including the brilliantly fast Nick Sco. 12 named Horse of the Year in 2006. It was Invasor, who out of the Breeders' Cup Classic later that season. Gunrunner among 22 enshrined across the street in the Hall of Fame. His 2017 campaign included wins in the Woodward and the Breeders' Cup Classic. So much history in one of the most important and prestigious races there is in this older horse division. Of course, it's our ABR race of the week. It's a monumental one in the division, and so much intrigue. There would have been anyway, even if Nitrogen had not showed up. But now you throw champion 3-year-old filly into the mix, who comes off just a sensational performance in the Ogden Phipps, and it just raises it another level. Let's meet the field. We'll start with Magnitude. No one coming in on more of a roll than this guy right here.
No, I mean, he is the leader of the division now, but it's very early. But a win here will solidify his status as the top racehorse in the country.
Dubai World Cup, Stephen Foster, can he add a Whitney? Nitrogen, the reigning champion 3-year-old filly.
Yeah, and Mark Cassidy, her conditioner, never afraid to take on a challenge. She runs her last race back. She's going to give the boys all they can handle.
Antiquarian, he's had some very big moments, but not yet against Grade 1 company.
I think he gets an unbelievable trip. We'll see if he's good enough. He does get Manny Franco in the irons. In his Suburban, he just got off to a poor start. I think you draw a line through that.
Forged steel, is he more than just pace presence?
You know, he's unlikely to run because fortunately we're not supposed to get rain, and his trainer said he would run if it rained and White Abario would run if it was dry, but he is a pace presence if he's in the race.
Incredible that White Abario still going strong now as a 7-year-old, won the Whitney, added the Classic, and now back to try and do it again as a 7-year-old.
Well, he's trying to pull a commentator and win the Whitney 3 years apart. He won it in 23. He's looking to win it in 26, and he has races good enough to win in this Whitney.
So brilliant in that Horse of the Year campaign. I think most, after what he accomplished last year, thought, well, he'd be the huge favorite in this race this time of year. Not the case.
Yeah, and listen, there's so many ways you can look at it. Did he not like the track in the Stephen Foster? But his numbers hasn't decreased that much. Have the other horses caught up to him?
Tis-tastic.
Huge long shot here for Steve Asmussen.
I'm guessing he is sort of insurance in case something should happen with Magnitude. Obviously, he would be a big long shot if he played a big deep closer, probably even wants more than 9 furlongs.
And stablemate to the horse of the year, Baeza. Can he get those gate problems behind him?
Well, you can make the argument he was the best horse in the Stephen Foster, but he cost himself with his breaks. Now, he's the last one in, and maybe that'll help him. I know they're going to do a couple of different things, put pads in the gate. If he breaks cleanly, he's definitely the horse to beat.
And it's such an intriguing addition this year. Obviously, one of the most important races in this division all year long. But there's questions for everyone in this group this year. Who is this Whitney most important for?
Honestly, I believe it's most important for every single horse in this race. I think you can go horse by horse and explain why it's important for them. Obviously, Sovereignty is looking for redemption. But for every horse in this race, there's a great importance. This is, in my opinion, the single most important race that will be run in America this year.
I'm with you. I think it's more of a highlight on Sovereignty because I think Sovereignty his bar was so high last year. I think this year, if he doesn't run well in this race, where do they kind of go with him, right? Where everybody else, if they don't run well, it's kind of a clunker. We're not used to him throwing in clunkers, let's be honest.
Yeah.
So
has he really thrown in clunkers?
Not really.
Or, as you said, his figures are faster than they were for the most part last year.
But it is shocking he's not won yet.
Of course. I mean, I understand with what's going in. It's surprising, but Magnitude was not Magnitude when he ran against him in the Travers. I mean, he got a 106 buyer, and I know it's not everything a speed figure, but a speed figure matters, and we all believe in them. He got a 101, I think, in the Derby last year. I understand he's gotten older, he's improved, so it wasn't as much improved as you expect, but the Derby he ran in had a fast pace. The race fell apart. This race had an honest pace, but he wasn't running against horses like Magnitude, and Baeza's gotten better this year. So I don't know. I think the other horses have kind of, like you said, Paulie, have caught up to him and actually surpassed him. I still am hoping he puts together his best performance tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think he's had trips that are conducive to his best style anyway. So I'd like to see them get back to what they were letting him do last year. Just get in a good rhythm, find his stride before they get into the race.
I'm not letting you escape this question. So who do you think?
I agree with Paul about Sovereignty. You know, we kind of want to see him get back on the beam, right, and get back into that winning habit. Baeza, I want to see this horse just put it all together one day, too. Just do everything correctly, and let's see what he really is.
I'll tell you what, whoever wins this race, that's going to be the end of the commercial when they stand stud, unless Nitrogen wins this race. But the bottom line is you're going to hear Frank Marimati say, whoever wins the Whitney, that's going to be their sire page when it comes.
If you have any interest whatsoever in horse racing, any, and you're in the area, you should be here. But if you're home watching, do not miss this race. Yeah. This is a race that will be talked about for years to come. This is a great race.
No question. A race for the ages in one of the most important races there is in the sport. Maggie, your take on what we're going to see in the Whitney.
And Greg, while the Breeders' Cup Classic usually has the most weight when it comes to Horse of the Year, the Whitney, I think, is going to hold its own as far as the votes go. Whoever wins this definitely asserts themselves as leader of the class as of now for becoming at least your older handicap champion, if not Horse of the Year. Obviously, we have to wait for Forever Young to show up, hopefully, at Belmont, and then, of course, the Breeders' Cup Classic at Keeneland this year. But as you guys were saying, it feels as though so many horses, I don't know if they have something to prove, but they have something to gain and or lose with their performances in this Whitney. Magnitude, I think right now he is the head of the class, and he looks utterly sublime training in to this Whitney, and I think he is going to assert himself. Can Sovereignty get back? And I think what Andy said is true. I'm wondering if everybody has caught up / surpassed him. He's still running triple-digit buyer speed figures, but I do think we get to see the true Sovereignty. Too much nervous energy going back to that Oaklawn handicap. Didn't care for the track, according to Bill Mott, in the Stephen Foster. Tomorrow, hopefully, Mother Nature cooperates with us and we have a true fast track and back to the scene of his bigger performances to date, including that Travers. And then Nitrogen, what are we going to see from her as she faces the boys for the first time? Baeza, new equipment in the gate. Is it going to lead to him having a break? Because obviously we know the talent's there. He's usually just his own worst enemy. Greg, this is just a fabulous race with so many side plots and stories and horses that bring such big resumes to the table. I just can't wait, needless to say.
Going to be a tremendous Saturday, and it is going to be a packed house here at Saratoga on Whitney Saturday. Fox Saratoga Saturday, tomorrow the big one, and what a day. 4-star Dave, an undercard event on a race that is a standalone race. Test as well, and then we have the Christophe Clement Turf. Of course, Christophe Clement, the late Christophe Clement, inducted into the Hall of Fame across the street earlier today. Alabama for 3-year-old fillies, Counting Stars. On top of that division, can she stay there? And then the big one, the DraftKings Travers, with your Kentucky Derby and Belmont winner Golden Tempo back in action, and a win in that race. That becomes your front runner for Horse of the Year. Race 8, as we get back to live action. Mile out of the Wilson Chute here in this non-winners at 2 Life $20,000 claiming race. Can Manny Franco collect number 6 on this card? The streak of consecutive wins came to an end in the last race. He won 5 in a row, Andy, but he would join 3 other riders. Of course, Gerardo Ortiz Jr., the third to do that on a day at Saratoga just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, but what Manny's really showing, particularly this meet, because the eyes are on Saratoga in a way they just aren't on racetracks anywhere else in the world. And what he's showing people is something we all know. We follow racing day to day. We're at the track every day. We know Manny Franco is one of the best riders in the world. Manny's showing everybody with the meet he's having and the day he's having that he belongs with the Ortiz brothers and Flavien Prat as one of the absolute elite riders in this game, and I could not be happier for him.
Full agreement. He's always been very physically strong. His finish is second to none. But he's really caught up in the mental aspects of the game and riding smart races. Did you see players, Paul, kind of evolve like that? You knew they had the natural ability, but they had to kind of put all the maturity together.
Yeah, they have to have that one big moment. I think for Manny, having Tiz the Law, having that big horse in the moment. I know we were kind of in a phase where we didn't have a ton of fans at that time, but that will give you a ton of confidence, and you keep on moving forward. I used to tell a lot of guys, you can't move forward if you're sitting on the bench. So you got to keep on riding horses, and I think Manny keeps on getting better. And to Andy's point, if it's not the Ortiz brothers or Flavien Prat, it's been Manny or Ricardo Santana. Everybody else has been riding a little tentative because of what the other guys have been doing.
Big mountain you talked about for him, Tiz the Law, of course, kicked off the Triple Crown with a Belmont win in that COVID year. Would add a Travers. This is the one he'll ride in the upcoming race, trying to get number 6 at 5-2 on the board as we go back to Maggie.
And we'll check in with the 2 horses that come from Monmouth, or shipping in from Monmouth. I was talking with trainer Tim Hills here in the paddock, and he did say to me, it just feels like such a disadvantage having that long van ride from New Jersey up here on these summer days. It's warm, and it kind of knocks them a little bit. And that's what I saw from number 3, Sociably Johnny, in here, as he is one that was acting up really badly to be saddled. Now, once they took him out and kind of did him on the walk with the pony, he settled nicely. As physically, I like what I see from him. Last time out, he was kind of, chasing, and the race had already been run, and he just kind of clunked along for 3rd. I know he's not any great shakes by any means, but maybe the added ground will do him justice. Like I said, I didn't love the explosive energy when he first came in here, but he's actually settled beautifully, and he's a bigger horse, so more ground I think is going to be okay, and it might draw him into the race a bit earlier to give him a better shot. Moving on to Tim Hills, number 5, Mike's Magic. He will get to a fast track for the first time in a while, actually. The first time he ran for Tim back in April, it looked as though he needed the race against tougher company, and he just hasn't been back on this surface until now. And I'm wondering what he'll do, because he looks fantastic here in the paddock. I saw him 3 back on May 25th, and he's so much stronger, having the 3 races since then under his belt. He seems very confident and well within himself here in the paddock. I like what I'm seeing from this guy, who also gets a bit more ground to work with at this mile, and I love it. He's huge. He's a big, rangy type of horse, so I think he fits well in this group. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. Get to the post parade coming up in just a few moments here, as we'll have riders up. Wager AI putting together a play for us. And we'll take a look here as they take a look at where there's inflated odds, perhaps where there should not be. They recommend a $2 exacta with this one, the 9, who's the 9-5 favorite right now, with the 3, 5, and 10 underneath. So they are saying completely ignore the hot hand. Manny Franco.
Yes. Well, they also are saying they're looking for value.
Yeah.
And the point of this would be, and I think it's a great point you bring up, Greg, is Manny's getting overbet right now.
Although this one is at his 5-2 morning line.
I'm just saying maybe they feel he's getting overbet in that situation. The 9 Shangri-La Road is a fascinating horse because if you look at this horse's early form, he obviously wouldn't be in this race with this kind of form running for $20,000. You have to ask yourself, Linda claimed this horse, ran on the turf twice, claimed him out of a race for Brad Cox, but he didn't do much running. And I think it's a fair question at yourself, how much do you trust this horse at 9-5, Richie? Or Paul, either of you, both of you.
I don't, Paul. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a tough horse for me to get along with because if you look at the early races, this horse debut crushes this field, but that's a long time ago and about a year and a half ago. I think the only chance, I think Dylan Davis should go to the front with the 5. That's who I like. I know you like this horse too, Andy.
Same
the only thing that the horse can do is send and hope this horse can get courageous or lay right off the 5 early.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 9, the question with the 9 is you have to ask yourself these questions. Every bettor has to ask themselves how they feel about him at the price. I think if Shangri-La Road were 5-1 in here, you might feel a lot differently than 9-5. Now, Wager thinks 9-5 is a fair price, and they're looking at value in the exactness, and that is meaningful to me. And I picked him second, and I do think he's the horse to beat. But, man, this guy comes in here with some serious questions.
It's also not an ideal post. I'm not crazy as you start getting towards the outside of that at Wilson Shoot.
Yeah, I agree.
Talking about the big day Manny Franco's having, of course, that has been the story of the day by far, no question. Linda Rice, though, chance for her 3rd win on today's card with this 9, who's the 9-5 favorite.
Kind of like Todd Pletcher when he was struggling early. People were kind of saying, look at Linda, she's 5 for 57. And I was teasing her about it a little bit earlier. I see her a lot. Well, she's come alive. And you know what? You wake sleeping giants. Linda knows how to win races just like Todd does.
And pretty scary, too, to think about, Paulie. She's now got 14 wins. Obviously, she's heated up the last few days. She's only 4 back of the meet's leading trainer, Chad Brown, with a, yes, she's heated up, but a slow start.
Yeah, and like I said, I think she rolled out one of the nicest 2-year-old fillies. That's a state bred, too. So you're going to see that filly a little bit later on.
She's also somebody who has the ammo that Chad Brown has. She's got a lot of bullets to be firing from her barn.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we did have a brief delay here in the paddock because there was an issue with the tractors and the gate out on the racetrack. So all that maintenance equipment must be cleared before the horses hit the track, obviously for safety reasons. So now horses are making their way down Champions Way, Greg, and we can proceed.
All right, good news. So brief delay, back to action, and post-parade here coming up.
Maybe they need Manny to drive one of the tractors, you know?
He could do it all.
Maybe Manny's got the keys, we just don't know.
The reality of racing is there are so many moving parts to getting through a day and so many people with jobs to do that you never see, that the fact that these things don't happen more often is a surprising thing. Not that occasionally there's a 1 or 2 minute delay. Who cares? We're having a good time. We're in Saratoga.
Racing returning to Belmont Park September 18th. Go to newbelmont.com for more information and all the excitement we have this summer. It's always off the charts, but now we have something that we're super excited to go back to as well.
Couldn't agree more. I mean,
I'm so excited about that. Like usually we end Saratoga and it's a little bit of a lull, like almost like a post-Saratoga hangover.
I heard a rumor, though, with the new Belmont, they're going to be tearing down your cottage on the backstretch. Is there any truth to that, Richie?
Oh, boy.
As long as they build me a new one.
Are you going to be in it? Are you going to be like one of those guys that's not going to leave the place? So you're going to be in there and they're going to be trying to bulldoze it?
I wouldn't leave if I was him. Here's Monty Avi to start off the post-parade, trained by Mark Hennig.
Yeah, obviously this horse would kind of blow up the tote board at 43-1.
As would this one, Raging Sea Captain.
Yeah, it would be a big surprise here.
Derek Ryan Barn with Sociably Johnny.
It's a nice rider switch. I know Jose Locano's been struggling, but this is a good rider switch on a horse who's in decent form.
Wayne Potts Barn would reside.
Yeah, Jalila Rivera picks up the mount here for the injured Edgard Zayas, another one that would be a surprise.
Mike's Magic for Tim Hills.
Paulie and I are together here, hoping this horse wires the field.
Jake's Orchard, another huge number next door.
Yeah, Finger Lakes for him this year hasn't been good. Would have to turn it around in a huge way.
The Obliterator, here's a player at 8-1.
3 months ago, he would have been favored in this race, but his last 2 races leave a little something to be desired.
Can he get number 6 on this card and equal a Saratoga record? Manny Franco, Mirage.
Well, hot riding Manny Franco, horse's feet on positive energy. This horse has 1 win, 6 seconds.
I think if he wins, Frank will say it's no Mirage. Manny's having a huge day.
Well done. He
ideas.
just may. Shangri-La Road went by 9-5.
We mentioned him.
And you're looking good on the outside for Amelia Green.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Always, Meg, always.
He was talking to Paulie.
You guys got to stop. I watched Airplane today. You guys are making me.
10-1.
You should have been in Airplane. You know, if you were born 20 years earlier, Paulie, you would have been in Airplane.
Great movie.
So here's a look at the 5, and Paulie and Andy. Did you guys just become best friends? Team it up here on Mike's Magic.
I will tell you, and I tell this to a lot of my friends, there's nobody's opinion I respect more than Paulie's. And I often like when Paulie and I agree because for the most part, we look at races from a different perspective. So I feel like I see something, you see something. But I think in this case, Paulie, I think we were both looking for an alternative. Don't trust the 9, don't trust the 8. They're the horses to beat. The 10 is too big a price, I would say. But this horse is supposed to be the speed, and that was my angle.
Yeah, I'm with you. I just think going mile for the first time, I think can open up a little bit here. And there's just a lot of horses in here that kind of run around in circles. So I think if he can get a clear lead, the one horse I'm kind of worried about is the 8. Because that horse can maybe come back from the mile and 1/8. We'll have a little finish. I just don't see a lot of other horses here with finish.
Can Manny get number 6? Right now on the co-favorite, that is the 8, Mirage. Let's go to Maggie.
I'm hoping he can here, Greg, as I really like the 5, but I find whenever we all land on the same horse, it never works out well. So good luck to Andy and Paul, and I wish the best for you. But I'm going to take the 8, who is my other horse in this spot, because last time when he showed up for Norm Cassie, and he was dropping in class, there was a little reason to be somewhat suspicious. He showed up with front wraps on for the first time. He looked great physically, and I thought he ran really well because, you know, he sent hard from the outside, going 1 1/8. He pushed the pace the entire way around there. We saw Antietam sit back behind those early front runners, and he passed Mirage, but Mirage never really gave up. I know the margin of victory might say a different story, but you watch this horse's determination through the lane, and I appreciate it. Well, the front wraps do come off for this effort here. So like I said, I think in the pre-race last time, a little bit of a cat and mouse game when you're dropping one here at Saratoga. So I'm going to take him and hope that maybe a little less ground works well for him. It's kind of that Goldilocks effect of right in the middle with Mirage. I don't know what to do with Shangri-La Road because I liked him last time and he was awful. He was wide throughout there, but I thought he looked like a turf horse, and I thought his first race sprinting was promising. But Linda's like, take him. I don't want him anymore. And I don't like when Linda does that. She does win with these, I'm not going to lie. They do often work out for her. And he looks great. I have no problems with him other than getting a little bit warm, but that's not really an issue considering it is warm today. You want them to be sweating? We'll see. I'm not willing to take him at 2-1 here, Greg, but I'm also not going to be shocked if he wins.
This horse right here trying to bring Linda Rice, number 3 on this Friday card, but next door, Manny Franco trying to get his, what will be a record-tying 6th win on a single day here on Mirage the 8.
Well, if I lose, Paulie and I lose, I hope we lose to Manny. I got to root for Manny.
You like the 7 here, Mig?
I do. This horse has been very popular at the claim box. I always like that because it means horsemen are attracted. He's a 3-year-old. And he's got races that would put him in the frame. And I'm just hoping that Raylu can get a good trip right in behind the speed. And I agree with you. I think the 5 needs to be aggressively handled. And I hope he finds that coveted pocket spot behind the pace.
Mirage about to step in. Favorite, though, is next door in the 9. There's Manny stepping in on the 8. Number 6 with a win here to equal a Saratoga record. We'll see if he can get it. Let's go upstairs with the 8th on this Friday card. Frank Miramati, the call.
You're looking good. Is awaiting his turn. Reside just went in. 2 more left to load. Mike's Magic coming up. And you're looking good. Goes in. And they're off. And it is a quick start for Mike's Magic, who will vie for the early lead in the opening stages, right up alongside Jake's Orchard is right there. These two have sped 4 lengths clear. You're looking good in third. Sociably Johnny along the inside. In fourth, they start to string out. Shangri-La Road is next, followed by Mirage and Manny Franco, some 8 lengths off the lead. A break of 4 back to Reside. The Obliterator is next. And then Monte Ave and Raging Sea Captain is the trailer. Through a quarter that went in 23 4/5 seconds. Mike's Magic takes him to the half-mile pole, alone on the front end by 2.5 lengths. Sociably Johnny on the inside, and Jake's Orchard stride for stride, second and third. You're looking good fourth. Mirage is down at the rail, fifth, but only about 5 lengths off the lead. As they move toward the far turn, Shangri-La Road is right together with Mirage. The Obliterator is next, followed by Reside. Monte Ave is second to last, coming to the quarter pole, and 5 clear of Raging Sea Captain, 47 3. For the half, 6 furlongs in 1:12 2. They're at the top of the stretch. And Mike's Magic trying to cling to that lead, but You're Looking Good has gone on by and taken command. 4 lengths back, Sociably Johnny in third, followed by Mirage, a 16th to go. You're Looking Good, and Ricardo Santana Jr. too strong. You're Looking Good wins by 3.5. Second to Sociably Johnny, then Mike's Magic and Mirage.
You're Looking Good, Amelia Greenbarn, Ricardo Santana Jr., double-digit odds here, 10-1.
I can't believe this horse is 10-1 in this race. He was one of the few contenders, and our horse couldn't get the distance, Paulie, and Dylan did everything right, just can't get a mile. But this horse is an overlay, and Ricardo did all the right things and got it done. Amelia Green, nice to see her get a win, and she has been struggling. She's too good a trainer to be winning at a small, low percentage.
How many times, Mick, were you laying second and you looked through your legs behind? Because Santana looked behind. He knew he had the 5 beat. And the only horse, we were looking for a horse that was finishing, this horse came out of a 1 1/8 race.
I couldn't look through my legs. I probably got dizzy and fell off. I could look under my arm and maybe turn around.
I hate when they look.
But Amelia Green, she hasn't been winning. She only had 1 win so far going into today, but her horses have been running well. So 9 seconds, 7/3. And it must be frustrating for a trainer. Your horses are running well, but they're not breaking through and getting it done. And you've got to take the keys
yesterday too.
Yeah.
And the 9 did absolutely no running whatsoever in this race. That horse just can't run anymore. Manny's horse not good enough, but Ricardo got in the right spot. One thing about Ricardo, he's aggressive. He puts himself in position to win races, and if he has the horse, he gets it done.
Yeah, there he is. Ricardo Santana Jr., his 15th of the meet. Manny Franco has to settle for 4th on Mirage. Let's go to Maggie.
You're looking good. You are, Amelia. Congratulations here. Last time going 1 1/8, it just seemed like he got a little leg weary. He was swapping leads. This mile suited him perfectly.
I thought so too. Ricardo rode a very confident race, got him up there, got him involved. I think made a big difference. Last time he ran a little patchy. He was on and off the bridle. I think it was the first time I took his blinkers off, so it was kind of like running him like it was his first race all over again. So I think second time now, blinkers off, obviously being more forwardly placed, made a big difference.
A horse that I think is a good testament to showing patience. Finding where they belong, finding what equipment works. Is that just the #1 thing to have as a trainer?
I think so. Obviously, they all have their levels. We treat them all the same, but they ultimately do have their levels. And I think, these were his friends today. And like I say, Ricardo rode him great, so a lot of credit to him.
Well, congratulations. Nice win here.
Thank you so much.
All right, Amelia Green, you're looking good. He was.
Yeah.
Coming to the wire. Guys.
Too good a trainer. We knew eventually she's going to start breaking through with some wins. Longtime assistant to Todd Pletcher and got her to stay around a little bit longer. He had to talk her into it, but knowing he's going to give her everything he had because she was eventually going to go out on her own.
My friend Joe Applebaum always says you don't look at win percentages because wins, there's a lot of randomness to it. You could win some races in photos and lose some races. You look at in the money percentage. She was 12 for 25. She's 48% in the money. Her horses are running fine. They just aren't getting it done, and this was a few days ago, so I don't know, she probably has different numbers. But the point is, her horses are running fine. They're just not getting lucky and winning, and she'll win a few races. And now she's got 2 wins, and she'll probably end up to meet with quite a few more.
10-3, 5-8. You're looking good with the victory. Grade 2 Hall of Fame when we come back. Mile on the Turf for 3-year-olds and Touch of Fire. The morning line favorite, trained by Brad Cox. Former stakes winner trying to get the first graded stakes win of his career next. When we wrap up here at Saratoga, you're watching Saratoga Live, by the way, we head back downstate to a brand new, beautiful $500 million new facility at the new reimagined Belmont Park. And the keyest of key dates, that opening day Jockey Club Gold Cup with Forever Young.
Yeah, I mean, to open up the building with a race of that magnitude, with a horse of this magnitude, and I imagine horses that are running in tomorrow's Whitney, it's going to be a day to remember.
It really is, and I'm really happy that the Jockey Club Gold Cup's going back to Belmont. You know, it was fine up here, but it always felt like it should be at Belmont, and to open a new facility with a horse of this caliber and the group of older horses we have, I'm so excited.
Imagine if he was in the Whitney.
Yeah, and imagine if you get at least 2 or 3. If we can get 2 or 3 of those horses in the Whitney, it will be just a tremendous event. Yeah, looking forward to the new Belmont Park, obviously.
Make your plans very, very soon. Very limited space for that opening day, sort of a soft opening, beautiful new facility, and we can't wait to move into it. How about 10-1? You're in the 8th. Ricardo Santana Jr. for Amelia Green. You're looking good at double-digit odds.
Doing something no horse has ever done before.
Win, post 10 out of the Wilson Chute, 0 for 17 until this victory. That's a pretty incredible stat.
Yeah, nice stat from my good friend David Aragona, so thank you for that, David. And pretty amazing, pretty kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, it really is, and I start to downgrade horses that are drawn more outside of the Wilson Chute.
On the other hand, there are 2 2-to-1 shots that post 8 and 9. So I'm not sure why this horse was 10-1 with a bad post when they really didn't have much of a worse post than those horses.
Right.
And it was due.
After 3 races, too, we'd probably be looking at if something really happens, we're looking at a pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, $449 pick 3 telling the story.
No.
Grade 2 Hall of Fame next for 3-year-olds, mile over the inner turf. We showed you Touch of Fire, making that walkover for Brad Cox, former stakes winner at Churchill Downs. 6-5 on the board right now, trying to get the first graded stakes win of his career. Rad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard.
I liked him because I thought he could wire the field. I'm being told by people that their plan is to rate him today. I think that would be a mistake, and if they rate him, I want to bet Botus.
Okay.
Well, didn't Miguel Clement win a stake on the day his father got in the Hall of Fame?
That would be pretty fitting, wouldn't it? It would also be number 6 for the man we're about to tell you about right now. That, of course, would be Manny Franco. He was coming into before today even happened, but this Saratoga summer is one of the stories and kind of breakouts of this Saratoga season. He had 27 victories coming into today, and of course now 5 wins on the afternoon. He sat down with Mig to talk about what he's accomplished in this game and what's coming next.
Manny, it's pretty remarkable what you've been able to do in your career. 17 times leading jockey at Aqueduct, 3rd all time to myself and Angel Cordero. I have no doubt you would have caught me if Aqueduct stayed open, but you ran out of racetrack.
I'm sure I did.
How does that feel, though, to know that you, like you said, have written that chapter of your own, of the history of New York racing?
For me, it's what I want to accomplish in my career. When I retire, I want my name there because that's for what I work for every day. It's an honor to be next to Angel. He used to be my agent. A guy like you, you rode all your career in New York, and just a bless and a dream come true for me.
Coming off another fantastic Aqueduct meeting, come right to Saratoga. What was last year like for you up here, and what are your expectations for this year?
It wasn't a bad meet because I win 2021, but sure, your expectation is you want to try to do better than last year, you know, and sure, it wasn't that way, but like I said, my mind is still in the, same way, keep working hard every morning, day in and day out with my agent, and that's what I'm doing every year here in Saratoga.
You came through the jockey school in Puerto Rico. So many great, talented jockeys have come through there. What was that experience like? Was that something that you'll always cherish?
Oh yeah, definitely. The school in Puerto Rico, I think is a big advantage because they show you everything before you get on a horse. You learn from the bottom to the top. So I think it's one of the best schools around the world.
What was it like watching, and you guys are friends, you both came through the jockey school. Jose Ortiz, watching him win the Kentucky Derby this year?
Nah, it was unbelievable. It was great. Give me goosebumps because I know him from the school. It's just unbelievable year for him, the year he's been having, and wishing he's the best.
One of your biggest wins of your career, you won a Belmont Stakes, obviously, but you won the Travers here with Tiz the Law. What was that sense of accomplishment, that feeling for you?
That's the best feeling in the world. When you have a horse like that, sometimes one on a lifetime, so you gotta enjoy the moment. That's what I did, because I felt like I had the horse. So when you have the horse, your confidence level is on the top. So every time the horse runs, I say, okay, this is my time. So.
Every jockey wants to win the Kentucky Derby. Is that #1 goal?
That's my #1 goal. I would love to do that in my career before, retire, and I'm gonna work for that.
And a look at the way riders who are leading the way here at this summer season. Manny Franco, all of a sudden, with this performance Miggy's put on today, he's right in the mix for a riding title.
He put himself squarely in the picture. I mean, this is 4 incredibly talented young guys, and that's what impresses me about our jockey colony. I mean, we've had great jockey colonies here in New York, but there was usually a little bit more age on them. This is a core group of young guys, and they can continue to improve, which is a scary thought.
Even Ricardo, who's 5th. He's a young guy, too.
Yep.
We're all
all
guys.
These guys, what, early 30s?
Yeah, I never even thought of that. Yeah.
Right? They're like in their prime. I mean, every rider has a window when they're at their best physically and mentally, and they're all in that sweet spot right now.
I gotta ask Johnny V. Johnny V obviously won his 900 stake.
800
stake. Like, is this the toughest colony he's had here over the time? I'd like to ask Johnny about that.
Pretty darn good, isn't it?
I would say it's one of the best colonies I've seen since I was a kid. When I used to see Lafitte and Jorge, George Velasquez and Vasquez and Angel and those guys riding.
Migliori.
That was before. I started. It was long before your time. You weren't even riding yet when I first started on the track.
16 minutes away, race 9, Grade 2 Hall of Fame on Hall of Fame Friday. Gonna move over to Fox Sports 2 after this brief timeout. We'll have a post parade coming up for that one. Saratoga Oaks on the way as well. Those 2 races back to back when we continue with Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. We'll see you over there.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to the premier meet in the country on Hall of Fame Friday. We'll revisit an emotional induction ceremony. In today's feature, Touch of Fire, the morning line favorite for trainer Brad Cox. He looks for his first graded stakes win. Faithful Departed, the filly to beat in the Saratoga Oaks. She comes off a strong runner-up effort in the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks. Jose Ortiz back aboard that morning line favorite as he continues his historic year. Saturday, he'll line up on one of the favorites for Horse of the Year. On Magnitude, who seeks a 5th straight graded stakes score. What a weekend we have coming up. One of the biggest weekends in our entire sport anywhere in the game. Whitney weekend. Welcome to Saratoga Springs, New York. And Saratoga Live on our Fox Sports 2 coverage and a gorgeous Friday afternoon. We're 15 minutes away from the Grade 2 Hall of Fame. Right across the street before racing began. Earlier this morning was a Hall of Fame inductions, and I'm sure a lot of tears shed with 2 late trainers, the great Christophe Clement, John Sheriffs, both inducted into the Hall of Fame. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Richie Migliori, Paul LaDuca with you as we get set for 2 graded stakes here back-to-back.
Yeah, you're just in time to watch a couple of terrific races, Colts and then Phillies on the turf. Really good races, competitive races. Looking forward to it.
Touch of Fire, what do you think of this Hall of Fame, Mig?
Well, I mean, he's got the inside post, and the reports that he may raid, I think that would be a mistake. I think you want to protect inside position, allow an horse to use their stride. He's 6'5". I think it's a bit more competitive than that, don't you?
I think the one thing is why they're thinking about rating. Both 2 times this horse has been on the front end, hasn't got the job done. So got a kind of easy lead at Fairgrounds. So they're thinking maybe he's better with a target in front of him. This was his race at Churchill Downs when he did have a target and he won nice.
Yeah, this is the Autobahn. Sat just off the pace here, and he opened up. But it was odds on in this field, Andy.
Yeah, listen, Brad Cox's a great trainer. He doesn't need me to tell him how to have his horses be ridden. It just bothers me when the assumption is a horse lost because of the tactics. He probably wasn't good enough getting the 1 1/8 last time to win the race. He was almost 8-1, and he got beaten just over a length. He didn't underperform on the lead last time. He just found a field that was slightly better than him. So I don't know why. I know if Richie were riding him and the trainer said you're going to rate him today, I can see Richie thinking, really? I'm not going to rate this horse.
That's when you got to make sure they break extra sharp and say, well, he just broke so good I couldn't take it away from him. Let me ask you this, though. If, in fact, they do rate this horse, who winds up as the speed?
I think the 4 putting the blinkers on. Here's the
3 or 4.
The weird part of this race. If you look at the 4, the 9, and the 1, they were separated by an inch last time in the Belmont Derby. I mean, literally an inch. They were a big photo, right? So why was the 1 the favorite? I get it, it's Brad Cox. But I thought the pace advantage, and Irad, but I thought more of the pace advantage.
I agree, Paulie.
So the 4 at 7-1 is probably a better gamble right now.
For a trainer, though, that's won for almost 50 at Naira over the last 2 years.
For those just tuning in on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, and there's the favorite, Touch of Fire. The big story this afternoon has been jockey Manny Franco. He didn't just win 5 on the card, 1 away from a Saratoga single-day record. He won 5 in a row on this card, and right now the mount that will try and deliver him equaling that record, a 6th win, Botas, the 9, taking a lot of attention from the outside post down to 3-1 from Miguel Clement, whose late father was just inducted into the Hall of Fame earlier today. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And it would be poetic if Botas got the win today for the Clement barn. And I really like him. I have been waiting for this horse to turn back in distance. To me, he's just built so much more like a miler. And I think with possibly getting, and you usually do, get a bit more pace in front of you going a mile, it accentuates his kick, much like we saw, you know, kind of going back to his two-year-old races. I know they were in a mile and 16th, but again, I think he's a horse that wants that pace to close into. He's not just going to keep galloping as those longer distance horses do. And now that he's third off the layoff for this 3-year-old campaign, he looks stronger than ever. He's actually bulked up, to my eye, stronger behind the saddle, through his shoulder. He looks tremendous here. I think he is a major, major player in this race and looking to give Manny Franco his 6th win on the card. You guys were discussing the pace. I know Brad Cox is really headstrong on Touch of Fire rating because his only 2 losses came when he was on the front end. Irad Ortiz, I spoke to him earlier on the broadcast, and he said, we're going to play the break. So indicating to me that it's a good post position that if he breaks well and nobody else is going, he would be content sitting on the lead. I'm not sure that number 4, Third Coast, won't have something to say about that because he was sharper in the paddock when he showed up here to Saratoga for that Belmont Derby. He did have the earplugs in, much like he does here today. And in the running of that race, he broke on top, but then he was taken in hand. He got very headstrong early with Jose Lascano. Now, the blinkers are going on today. I have not seen what they're actually going to put on them, on him, on Third Coast. So awaiting that, looks as though it's a shortcut blinker, so nothing significant. But because he was so headstrong, you know, going a mile and an 1/8, and now they're cutting back in distance, are they going to try to be more forward with this horse and kind of, you know, focus him in and let him get into a rhythm while cutting back in distance, Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll have our post parade coming up shortly, 10 minutes away from this Grade 2 Hall of Fame as we take a look at blinging it back. Mark Cassie, he's going to have his reigning champion 3-year-old filly Nitrogen tackle the boys in the Whitney on Saturday. This one just missed by a neck in the Saranac last time out, Andy.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe there's a bit of an argument. This horse is really starting to improve, and at 9-1 is an awfully inviting price on a horse that ran as well as he did last time at 25-1.
Still can't believe, here's Johnny. That's the 2 who got steady at the top of the lane all the way on the left, ran him down, But they kicked away from this group mid-late.
Yeah, I mean, they did. And I think Andy's right. This horse is kind of showing steady improvement. Never count Mark Cassey out, dual Hall of Famer himself on Hall of Fame Day.
Jose Ortiz will pick up the mount here for an injured Edgar Zayas on blinging it back. So 9-1 as we get a look there at Prince. I feels like there is no one, Paul, in this field that you can dismiss. Did you feel that way?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think the race runs through the one just because the one has that cozy position. Whoever goes to front, Irad's going to have that horse as a target. But I'm with you. Like, you go back to that last race in the Belmont Derby, they're not far off each other, the 1, the 4, the 9. I think Botas is very talented. And the 6 has got a tremendous pedigree. You just don't know if he's ever going to wake up to that pedigree.
Yeah, I think out of the 2, who's 17-1, I'm not going. He's a little tough to make Prince, I thought. But I think everybody else has at least a chance.
I thought Arizona Territory was really good. I mean, he has to step up, but he was wide last time. He was good last time.
I'm not sure what to make of him, Paulie.
How much do you believe, by the way, with this horse right here, Brad Cox? He said Commandment he felt could potentially be in front in the Jim Dandy. So do we believe that this horse is not going to go to the front?
Well, I don't think Brad is. I mean, I'm not. You're saying this. I don't. I understand. I think what Paulie said is the case. He won rating. He lost in the lead. On the other hand, and he's lost twice in the lead, and he's won 3 times rating. I think that's what Brad's looking at. I don't agree with him, but Brad Cox has won a lot of races without me telling him how to have his horses ridden. So the fact that I don't agree with him is completely irrelevant.
I understand, Paul, too, what Manny Franco's done today. He'll be on Botas 5-2 on this horse. That's significant money.
This horse is talented. I think he kind of put it all together. He had a pretty good trip last night in the Belmont Derby.
He did. Had a good ride.
He's waiting for that kind of breakthrough. And maybe with Manny, the way he's riding, he gets it done. I agree. I'm with you. I don't think he should be that short of a price tag.
Is the interesting thing about him that he doesn't seem to have improved that much so far from his 2-year-old form, right? He was a good 2-year-old. He's improved a little bit, but you kind of expected him to improve a lot more. Now, maybe he's going to take that step forward today, but so far as a 3-year-old, he hasn't quite shown us that he's a lot better than he was at 2. Is that fair?
Yeah. I think that's very fair. The other thing, too, is the outside post. He did want to get a little keen last time, and he might have a little trouble getting some cover that would help him switch off from that outside post.
I would have liked him if he drew inside. Yeah. No doubt. I agree with you, Richie. No doubt.
Well, trainer of the 9, Miguel Clement, his father, and he had to take over his stable much sooner than expected with his passing back in May of 2025 at the age of just 59 from a rare form of eye cancer, posthumously inducted into the Hall of Fame earlier today, and John Sheriffs as well, passed away at the age of 80 back in February, of course, of Zenyatta fame, which he'll forever be linked to, and not to mention the Derby winner with Giacomo, Kona Gold, champion sprinter. What a morning at the Hall of Fame, and that's just a few of the members inducted into that 2026 Hall of Fame class. Let's go to Acacia Clement.
And here with a special interview, joined by my husband, Miguel. First of all, with Botas here, I know he was cross-entered in the Saratoga Derby tomorrow, going a bit longer. What led to the decision to run the Hall of Fame instead?
To be honest, we spoke to the connections, and they thought this was probably the weaker spot of the 2. I tend to agree. They're drawn 7 of instead of post 9 with 2 defections. Probably was like the last little leaning favorite to go for this spot.
He would, of course, be a special winner, winning the Hall of Fame with your dad, Christoph, inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame this morning. An emotional morning for the family, but how meaningful is it to see him rightly recognized?
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great for the entire CC tribe. It's a testament to who he was, both as a trainer and as an individual, touched so many lives. And of course, it was an emotional morning. I just wish he was part of. He was here to be part of the whole scene and the whole party later, but he would have loved it.
He would have thrown a really good party, that we know. But you're really carrying on his legacy as well, including with Deterministic tomorrow in the 4-star Dave.
Yeah, no, he's a top-class horse. It's just a question of us not getting it wrong, because the horse is, for me, is the best horse in the country the past 2 years, and hopefully just going to continue to do so.
And good luck here today.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
And it was, as you look at the resume of a man now in the Hall of Fame, and yet we all wish it happened just a year earlier, so he could see it, realize he got there. What an incredible career! 182 million plus in earnings, over 2,500 career wins.
Yeah, he could do it all. Turf, dirt, didn't really matter. Just a great trainer and an even far, far better person.
And of course, that horse Mick he was talking about, Deterministic, who Miguel still trains, back-to-back in the Manhattan. He'll try and go back-to-back in the 4-star Dave tomorrow. But it was in that Manhattan last year, just a storybook ending to that Belmont at Saratoga week.
Oh, it really was, you know, and for Miguel to kick off his training career, like you said, it was always the plan for him to take over. It just happened far quicker than anybody wanted it to happen.
Post-parade coming up here for this Grade 2 Hall of Fame. It's presented by the New Belmont Park. Racing returns to Belmont on September 18th. Visit newbelmont.com to learn more. We kick things off with a 6-5 favorite for Brad Cox, Touch of Fire.
Added intrigue to whether or not he goes to the front.
Bobby Robato Barn. And the biggest price on the board with Ricardo Santana Jr. Print.
Yeah, 1 for 8 lifetime. The lone win was on the dirt, and that's why you're getting a huge price.
Brandon Walsh Barn. And a stakes winner at Gulfstream, Vazzy with Tyler Gaffleon.
And he's a horse that we haven't mentioned. He could be forward in this race as well.
Third Coast, equipment change you heard already. Blinkers on for Tom Proctor.
Yeah, this one for Glen Hill Farms and Jose Lascano, a 3-year-old Kelly by Uncle Mo. Blinkers on has resulted in sharper works in the morning.
For Chad Brown, here's Arizona Territory with Flavian Pratt.
I thought he was really good in the Saranac last time. Wide the time before that. Obviously has a ton of potential.
Blinging it back, Jose Ortiz from Marcassi.
A gray here, 1 for 10 lifetime by Volatile. Just missed last time in the Saranac.
And Botas, Miguel Clement, and Manny Franco looking for number 6 today.
I think Manny has a very good chance to get his 6 with Botas in here. He has a long shot in the next and not riding in the last race, so probably his best chance to get his 6th. Great day, no matter how this race plays out.
So 2 minutes to post here coming up in this Grade 2 Hall of Fame. We have 3-year-old fillies up next in that Grade 2 Saratoga Oaks. Here's our favorite, though. And Arad Ortiz Jr., Mig, we'll see what happens. What if he does fire out of there sharp? He has to keep going, doesn't he?
Well, I mean, he doesn't have to. You know, trainers and jockeys have conversations in the paddock, and if a trainer's adamant, you're kind of beholden to follow their instructions, especially a high-profile trainer. You don't want to lose that business going forward.
And keep in mind, one of the real reasons with Irad going to Churchill was to ride a lot more for Brad Cox's barn. So he's now, Brad Cox and Irad are very much joined at the hip and riding together and having a lot of success together. I'm sure they've talked about it, and, you know, they'll decide together. I don't think either of us need to tell Irad or Brad how to ride, even though I want the horse to be in front.
And, you know, take a look at the analyst selections in here. I was just going to bring it up. Acacia goes with Blinging It Back. I'm surprised this one's not taking more support.
I don't get how Blinging It Back is 9-1 in this race. I'm very, very surprised. I agree. I think that horse is extremely live at that price.
Huge effort in this Saranac last start to just miss. Let's go back to Maggie.
Okay, 2 corrections. My toxic trait in life is reading the odds instead of the actual number of the horse, so my pick is not the 3, it is the 9. He's 3-1, Botas. Also, correction, on number 4 in here, that is Third Coast. Much more significant blinker than I had mentioned in the paddock. I just couldn't tell they weren't on his head yet when I was talking about him. So they're closing him in a lot more than I originally anticipated. And he got very sharp once they put those blinkers on. Gonna talk about your favorite though now, and that's number 1, Touch of Fire. I thought he looked exceptional last time. Physically, I definitely don't mind this turn back in distance. As you can see, he's a bit more shorter coupled and built downhill from that hip to the point of his shoulder. Maybe this does the trick. Such a better post position than last time, being on the rail as opposed to the far outside. We'll see what he does. The biggest question is, what does he do tactically? As Acacia, we get it to you with number 8, Blinging It Back. Gets a decent rider change too.
He does, picking up Jose Ortiz, Maggie, and taking a shot with a price horse in here. Obviously, I'm rooting for Botas, but a horse that I did think ran very well in the Saranac last time out. Look, I know he's not been a winning type, at least as of late, but he's a generous price on the board. He was able to be mid-pack. I don't think that he's one that would necessarily be pace compromised in this race. He can kind of put himself where he needs to be, and Jose Ortiz is a very good judge of that, and especially for a horse that is as energetic as he is. Thought that he might end up getting a good trip in here. He'll still get a generous price, though not the 25-1 that he was last time out, Greg.
Well, we all use different things to look at, you know, evaluating this races. What I look at and put a lot of weight into, this horse had the fastest race of anyone last time out.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
9-1.
This is 9-1 in this race. I'm shocked.
And here's the thing: the 6 and the 8, 9 don't get out of the gate. So if you're looking at the 8 is the outside kind of pace. It probably could fall into a decent trip.
Pretty good pickup too with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, I mean, Jose Ortiz is mount scratched, Johnny on the spot, and sometimes them pickups are lucky.
There is a man having just left our picture there, a historic year. Third rider ever, and there he is on the 8 in those hot pink silks. Third rider ever to win a Kentucky Oaks Derby and a Belmont in the same season. The Dubai World Cup he's added. Stephen Foster he's added. It'll be on Magnitude, of course. Or excuse me. Yeah, he will be on Magnitude.
Yeah,
Excuse me, I had quite a choice to make. Ogden Phipps, he was on Nitrogen. And here he is on one, certainly with a chance in the Grade 2 Hall of Fame. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame. A slight hesitation from Blinging It Back, who is rushed into contention as Third Coast takes command early. Third Coast in front, Blinging It Back moves up on the outside second, and Touch of Fire on the rail in third. The pace appears lively enough. Botas is fourth, has 5 lengths to make up in the early stages. They're followed by Vassie in the orange colors, racing 2 clear of an unhurried Arizona Territory. And at the back of the field is Print. The opening quarter went in 23 2/5 seconds. Third Coast leads by 2, with Blinging It Back racing in second. Another length and a half. Back to Touch of Fire, who's right on the inside third. Outside of him, it's Botas in fourth. Then Vassie, Arizona Territory, and Print. Third Coast clicked off a half in 47 4. Takes them into the far turn over, Blinging It Back in second. Botas, Touch of Fire, side by side, third and fourth, as are Vassie and Arizona Territory. Print pushed along at the back. Third Coast asked to quicken now, coming to the quarter pole. On the far outside, Botas is revving up. In between them, Blinging It Back. Touch of Fire is down at the rail. Vassie is finishing with interest. Then Arizona Territory, final 1/8 of a mile. Here's Botas on the outside and Blinging It Back head and head. Botas puts his head in front close to home and starts to pull away. Manny Franco ties the record with 6 wins in a day at Saratoga in the National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame. What a day for Manny Franco, and how special for Miguel Clement to get the victory as well. A fantastic moment in Saratoga history right here.
It was a storybook ending for Miguel Clement, ending Belmont at Saratoga week last year with Deterministic winning in Manhattan, taking over the stable of his late father. And yeah, again, how fitting on Hall of Fame Friday when his late father inducted across the street to win the Hall of Fame with Botas. And there is Miguel hugging his wife, Acacia Clement, and number 6 as well for Manny Franco.
And
incredible story.
His brother Najee Thompson right there in there, the unofficial member of the Clement family. You know what, Manny really earned this 6th win. Yep. This horse doesn't project to be where he was. Manny got this horse in an absolutely perfect spot, guys. A spot that the favorite was not in.
Mig, this was, you see Miguel, he's congratulating anybody. This was riding at its best. He kept Irad locked in for about 5/8 of a mile, and he just couldn't get out.
When we talk about race riding, that's race riding. It should be subtle. You've got a horse inside you that's the horse to beat. You make sure he's hung in there and keep him there.
We saw it at the 3/8 pole, if not before, because you realized that not only was the horse in front of him in his way, but you also know that the 8's good enough to keep going. He's not going to back up. True. And you also got the horse he has to beat right outside of him. And I said to you, Richie, good luck to Irad getting out from here.
Yeah. There was no place to go. And listen, that's the risk you run when you want to rate one from the inside. You're going to get that good pocket trip. You need to see him at some point.
Yeah, and I think, and listen, Irad's a great rider, and I'm not trying to knock his ride, but I think it's what you always talk about getting your position going forward, Richie. If you push a little bit, you create a little more separation, and that didn't happen here.
Yeah, it's hard to see from the pan, right, Richie? Because if we had the drone, it's, we're seeing it from here going, where is Irad going to go? Because you're thinking, okay, is he going to tip out around horses? He must have saw something.
Well, again, you're as a jockey, you're trying to anticipate. You're hoping that someone's going to drift someplace. But Manny kept the other horses tight by riding them close, not drifting away from them, allowing them to get loose. And he kept the field together.
If you're Manny sitting on that horse, you're licking your chops. Because you got the horse to beat in a package inside of you.
Well, that's what I said around the turn. I said, now Irad's playing with fire because he's right together with Botas. We know Botas can finish. And the one just didn't have enough time to finish.
John Velasquez, Ramon Dominguez did it twice 2 weeks ago. Arad Ortiz Jr. did it. And now Manny Franco, one of just a select few to have 6 wins on a card here at Saratoga in a single day. And how fitting that Miguel Clement wins the Hall of Fame on a day that his late father was inducted into the hall across the street.
Truly fitting, and I'm sure he feels his dad's presence, and I'm sure Christophe is looking down smiling about it. I'm not being critical of Irad at all. I think he was riding to instructions, and that's the risk you run.
Let's go to Maggie.
6 wins. Manny tying the record. Botas, what can you say? He's a cool dude. You had him in a perfect position because you had Irad on the favorite to your inside. You must have known that going around there that you would get the jump on him.
I think I was in a good position, but Miguel said the opposite. I'm just happy to get it done. You know, this horse deserves it. He's a very nice horse. Just happy to be on his back.
Manny, you know, some trainers are just never happy, even when you're winning. Oh, no más, por favor. But, Manny, talk about the day. You've equaled the record. 6 wins on a Saratoga card. This is tremendous. I know that smile's not leaving anytime soon.
Nah, I'm still dreaming, you know, like I just doesn't feel right, but, man, I'm just happy to get the opportunity, like I said before, to all the trainers, owners, all year around, just happy to be in this position.
Nobody deserves it more. Saratoga, can we welcome Manny back to the winner's circle, his 6th win of the day. Greg?
Talk about Mig rarefied air accomplishing this at this historic racetrack. Not just a 6-win day, too. Let's remember he won 5 in a row on the card.
It's just phenomenal, and he's riding in fantastic form. His confidence levels through the roof. I couldn't be happier for him, and you could just see his emotion, Paul.
Yeah, he's not a kind of guy that celebrates after races, but when you win these kind of races, I used to tell everybody, listen, if I hit a ball 700 feet, I'm going to run backwards. It's just never going to happen. You win 6 races in a day, maybe do something special. And just what Irad did, right? He won 6 races with the feature, but he had to win his 6th race in the last, right? Manny goes, I'm going to win my 6th race in the feature. I still got a shot. You never know for my 7th in the next race. With a horse that Chad Brown, we've seen him throw horses to the wind, and they can run.
Yeah, seems like a tough task. That'll be a horse with just one start, consensus view, tackling Grade 2 company. But what an accomplishment for Manny Franco.
And I love that, a hug and a kiss from his daughter. I'm so happy for him.
6-win afternoon at this historic racetrack. Only a few have accomplished it. Manny Franco joining that select list on Botas in the Hall of Fame.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, as Botas makes it a poetic afternoon, winning the Hall of Fame. 6-win day for Manny Franco, and pleased to be joined by Miguel once again. This interview I know is a lot more fun than the one before the race for a horse that maybe hasn't had the smoothest of trips coming back as a 3-year-old. Nice to see him get that win today.
Yeah, I agree. A bit unlucky in the Belmont Derby, but that's life. Turned the page, and today had a smooth trip, and Manny rode him brilliantly, so it's great for the entire, Belmont connections.
What about Manny? As he rides a lot for the stable, 6-win afternoon for him, an incredible accomplishment.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Manny. The entire stable is. He's got a great work ethic. We all have to overcome his jocks agent, Mr. Panagot, once in a while, but except for that, we're a big fan of Manny.
We love you, John. He doesn't mean it. As you said, winning for Damon here, and we talked about the significance of having the Hall of Fame stakes today. What does it mean to you getting this win?
Yeah, no, it's great. There's 3 races we really circled a long time ago. The Hall of Fame was one, knowing what's going on today. Tomorrow with Deterministic, and then next week with the Christophe Clement. So those are 3 very big deal races. So the first one's out of the bag, and we got 2 more to go.
We're almost there. Congratulations, my love.
Thank you very much.
We've seen some poetry here with this guy so far, and another one today, Craig.
Just such an incredible story to happen in this race in the Hall of Fame. His late father inducted earlier today. Manny gets 6. I mean, these are stories that you don't see anywhere but Saratoga.
Yeah, no, these are great moments in racing. And I'll tell you something, Manny wasn't lucky to win this. Yeah, it helps to be on good horses, and obviously Miguel has done a great job with this horse, but Manny did exactly what you always talk about, Richie. He got his position going forward.
And the horse was always comfortable. Last time, not as much pace on, a little further, distance, and he was pulling. He was a little keen. Today, he was in that good position, but he was doing it properly. He wasn't pulling.
And in this particular situation, say what you want, Manny Franco outrode Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, but we got to be fair to Irad here.
I'm not trying to knock Irad.
I'm not taking it like that, but
he was under instructions to do that.
You're riding to instructions, and you get put in that position.
That's fair. Yeah, that's very fair.
4th rider in the history of this racetrack to have 6 wins in a day. John Velasquez, Ramon Dominguez did it twice. Irad Ortiz Jr. did it a couple of weeks ago, and now Manny Franco as well. Paul, you've been in that kind of zone before, in your career a lot of times. You had a 6-for-6 day, though. What does it feel like when you're feeling it and just having a special day?
Oh, yeah, I was telling you guys right before, when I had my 6-6 day, I think I hit 2 balls hard that day. The home run and the last base hit, I hit to left field. The other 4 hits were jam shots. I had better days where I would only had 2 hits out of 6 at-bats, but 6-for-6 that day, and just everything kind of landed in the right spot. I hit the ball where they weren't. Manny had, I think, kind of a lucky kind of ride with the 4 the first time starter fell into, but you have to have a little skill with that last ride he had. So, but like I think what Andy said was key. He's been building up to this. He's been having a tremendous meet, kind of bursting, ready for this moment. Now he's 3rd in the standings.
Who are the pitchers? Any of them Hall of Famers?
Pedro Estacio, I got 3 of the hits on, 4 of the hits on. But you got to understand, back in those days, they let starters go for a little while. They would have pulled him out of the game by that time. I remember the last hit I got was off one of my favorite players I ever played with, Ron Vallone, a big left-hander for the Colorado Rockies, yeah.
Pretty incredible. That's rarefied air, too. 6-for-6 day. Mig, 33 wins now for Manny Franco. He's only 3 back of Flavien Prat for the lead.
That's crazy. He is right in the thick of this jockey race that, usually we see like either somebody dominate or 2 riders. We got 4 riders that have a chance to be leading rider here, and they're all riding in tremendous form.
And in a 14-race card tomorrow, after the 7th race, exactly a half of the meet will be over.
Wow.
Oh. Grade 2, Fasig-Tipton, Saratoga Oaks. $500,000 purse for 3-year-old fillies. And faithful departed morning line favorite Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Manny Franco, his last chance on this card to stand alone with a 7th win. He'll be on a filly for Chad Brown, who only has 1 start, 1 win. It was a maiden score, Consensus View. His final chance on this Friday card to make history and stand alone. Still to come on Saturday, the race of the year. Magnitude right now in the driver's seat for Horse of the Year. Last year's Horse of the Year. Can Sovereignty finally get going, get his first win of his 4-year-old campaign after a Derby, Belmont, Travers? His stablemate, Baeza, can he finally get out of the gate? We'll be back. Stay with us.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
This weekend on Fox Saratoga Saturday, one of the best female horses in the nation.
Nitrogen trounces them by more than 10 lengths.
Champion filly Nitrogen takes on the boys in the Whitney, facing Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, and Travers winning Sovereignty, White Apario, and Magnitude in a star-studded field. The 99th running of the Whitney, a win-and-urine challenge for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises. Join us 5 Eastern on Fox.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live, and it's brought to you where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet with us all summer long and beyond. Grade 2, Fasig Tipton Saratoga Oaks coming up next for 3-year-old fillies. $500,000 purse. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Richard Migliori, Paul LaDuca. It is Whitney weekend. Big one tomorrow, race 12, 6:33 Eastern start time. Being billed as the race of the year, one of the best Whitneys probably that has ever been run in a race with so much history. Magnitude right now, the leader of this older horse division, has put together 4 consecutive group or graded stakes wins. Top 4 finishers, guys, coming out of this Stephen Foster. Of course, Magnitude won it. How are they going to finish on Saturday?
I don't know. We'll find out. And I agree with you. You say it's being billed as the race of the year. It is the race of the year.
What about Big Magnitude? He has speed. He's on this roll, and now he's drawn inside, where inside is a big advantage with that first turn coming up so quick.
Well, I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Allow him to use his speed and do what he does, which I'm sure they're going to do. And we've kind of seen this video before with Steve Asmussen. Think gun runner, what he, good 3-year-old, exceptional 4-year-old.
I agree. It'll be interesting to see how much pressure maybe Nitrogen puts on him. Nitrogen ran so well being aggressive in her last race. I can't see Mark Cassidy backing away from that plan.
No, and Magnitude, he broke through the gate before the Stephen A. Foster, still won the race. Maybe that's a little bit of excuse for Baeza, because Baeza still wasn't the last one to load. He had to wait for Magnitude to come back around. Flavian Pratt was asking him to get reloaded. They didn't oblige. Magnitude went back in. Let me ask you something, Andy, because I know you're a bias guy. Did you think there was a bias when Magnitude won that day?
I'll be honest, I didn't from what I saw. I didn't think he rode a bias, did you?
Well, I mean, a lot of horses were gate to wire that day. And I just kind of wonder, like, if Nitrogen kind of stings him, is this the one time he gets challenged on the front end?
I think he may well. I mean, but he's won rating before. I'm not saying he's going to rate. I don't think any of us believe he's going to rate. No. But I think he's going to go. I'm not saying they're going to go some monumentally fast pace. Listen, good horses are supposed to be able to go quick early and still hold on. We saw it before. I mean, people like Commentator, when he beat St. Liam, I know Rick Dutrow employed the Rabbits the next time, 2 of them. He went 46, 109 and a piece in that race. He was flying up front. Anybody thinks that he stole that race by walking on the front end wasn't watching that race.
Paul, what about Magnitude? Obviously, he's spaced these races out. But Oaklawn to Dubai, now Churchill. Now Churchill coming off the best figure by far he's ever run in his career. Any concern about that?
I don't know. He's just grown up and he's gotten a lot better. Now 3 for 3. You can go back to one of his worst races was here at Saratoga, but obviously he is a different horse. You know, you look at this Whitney, there's 7 horses, or 8 horses lining up. I think there's truly 5. Listen, if Ford Steel goes or Tistastic, I think those are the only 2 horses that really can't win. All other 5, if they fire their best shot, can win this race.
I think in all likelihood, at least one, if not both, those horses may be scratched too. I wouldn't be sure if they
Ford
won.
Steel probably.
I think Antiquarian can win this race.
I
don't
too.
think he's
I'm with you.
ridiculous in here. He had a terrible trip last time. He is a much better horse than that.
Big one coming up here for these 3-year-old fillies on the lawn. Grade 2, phasing Tipton, Saratoga Oaks. Faithful Departed, the 6th there in the background, that 8-5 current favorite. Let's go to Maggie.
And really, by the looks of things, Greg, here in the paddock, she deserves to be. Now, I think you could kind of make an argument for her having a tough trip, or as well as the horse I'll get to next, Imagination the Lady, having a tough trip. Now, Faithful Departed, I thought, was lucky to stay out of all the trouble into that first turn. Obviously, Kensington Lane got away with it on the front end, but the Godolphin filly, who was favored that day, she decided after a few yards out of the gate to run off, and so many horses got sucked into that where Faithful Departed, wasn't. But when she saved all the ground and cut the corner, she was blocked for a little bit, so she wasn't able to get out and able to run down Kensington Lane in the end. She looks fantastic here yet again. Honestly, against the majority of these fillies in here, she probably and arguably looks the best overall. So I am with her. Unfortunately, Grant Forster was looking for his first grade 1 last time out. Maybe he'll settle for a grade 2 here with Faithful Departed. Now, Imagination the Lady, she did get sucked in to running off with that Godolphin filly. So she was kind of steadied, and then she just seemed to be out of position the whole way around there, going wide on the turns. And I don't think that's how and where she wants to be during the early stages of a race. She was quiet at first in the paddock last time, and then she got pretty sharp when she hit the track. So I'll be paying close attention to how she behaves once she gets out there, but same thing yet again. She's very calm, quiet, and content here. For Brendan Walsh, coming back and watching some of her workouts, while they haven't been the quickest, she has done them in the right way over the Saratoga or Oklahoma turf course, and I would prefer her to be able to sit back, rate, and make one run, which we've seen her be successful in before, including winning the Edgewood 2 starts back. But potentially standing in these 2 horses' way is a duo for Chad Brown. Acacia?
Yeah, he has 3 in here, Maggie, but the 2 that are taking most of the money does include the number 2, Fitzwright, who comes out of that Belmont Oaks as well, and she did have a little bit of trouble. She was kind of leaning on a foe and ended up kind of losing her hind end and looking pretty uncomfortable early on throughout the running of that race. So I think that she had some excuses too, and while Kensington Lane, as mentioned, was able to control and was best, there was a little bit of a late run to finish 3rd from Fitzwright, who has been in tremendous form since coming back in 2026. You really can't knock her. Now, she does stretch out to the 1 3/16. The distance is a little bit of a question mark for me. Typically, I like Charlatan progeny sprinting on the turf, and she is a little bit more shorter coupled than some of the fillies in here, a little bit more compact. She does have a lovely big stride to her, but I do wonder stretching out. But again, you can't ignore what good form she's been in. Chad's lightly raced filly all the way to the outside in the 8 consensus view is a major wild card in here because distance is not a question for her. She debuted at a 1 3/16 and got the win that day. Chartist did come back to win an off the turf race at Delaware yesterday as this one came running late. I spoke to Chad about this filly earlier on this week, and he said that he really wanted to keep her against straight 3-year-olds, and if anything, he would hope to stretch her out even more in distance. He had no inclination to cut her back at all. So this race opting, yes, not the easiest as far as company is concerned, and having to step up to face graded stakes in just her 2nd start. She is a typical European physical, not one that will grab your attention on the smaller side. She was a pretty expensive daughter of Frankel, purchased over at the Tattersall's October yearling sale. But if she can continue trending in the right direction, we know that she can get the trip, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 7 minutes away. Grade 2, phasing Tipton, Saratoga Oaks. The 8-5 favorite, Faithful Departed. We'll have the post parade when we come back.
definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live with the Grade 2 Saratoga Oaks. Here's our post parade. Kentucky Bell to kick things off.
Well, Brad Cox will try to get redemption here with a horse off a win, but needs to improve to get it done.
Grade 2 Wonder Again winner. Here's Fitz right for Chad Brown.
I got a good trip in the Belmont Oaks last time to be third best, a half length behind Faithful Departed. Gets a better inside draw.
Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher with code Luis Saez.
Looking for a 6,000th win. It'd be nice to get it in a stake, and I bet this horse is forward here.
Graham Motion, impressive first-time starter, won earlier on the card. Blesser as John Velasquez.
And a win here yesterday as well, and this filly's going to have to step forward, but we've seen Graham's horses improve at different times.
Brendan Walsh Barn, Imagination the Lady.
Her race 2 and 3 back and win this. She had a wide trip without cover to nowhere last time. She's my pick.
Here is the favorite, Faithful Departed with Jose Ortiz.
Another one that got a really good trip in that Belmont Oaks was able to take the vacated spot of Fitz Right and slide up the inside.
2 more for Chad Brown. Just Aloof has Dylan Davis.
If code doesn't go, Just Aloof will be in front.
And Consensus View won at a mile and 3/16 at first asking, as mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and comes right back at a mile and 3/16. Now she's going to have to take a big step forward, but the fact that Chad Brown puts her in here has to be a vote of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, he had talked to Acacia on the show, and Acacia had reiterated it just a few minutes ago. And we were talking about it at dinner the other night, and he said, listen, I realize it's a bit of a Herculean act. She's being asked, she's being way over bet because Manny's riding her. But he said, I don't want to run against olders. I don't think this race is going to be even as tough as necessarily finding a long-distance race with older horses. So why not take a shot for the big money?
Gotta beat this one. They all do. Faithful Departed, 7 of 5 favorite. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by her trainer, Grant Forrester. Here is Faithful Departed. Grant, last time out, not the easiest of trips for her.
Yeah, it was difficult. It was as most people know, it was a really weirdly run race. A lot happened into the first turn and throughout. Jose never really had a place to go with her. And it's a little smaller field today. She's got a little outer post. Hopefully she'll break more appropriately and put herself in a good spot today.
She's such a big, beautiful filly. She looks like she'll appreciate distance.
Yeah, we've been really excited about as the distances have gotten long with her. The the day she won the regret at Churchill, she had a huge gallop out that day, and of course was still coming strongly at 1 1/8 miles last time here. So we've been excited about this distance, and I thought she acted really good in the paddock today, a little more settled than last time here.
She knows what it's all about here at Saratoga. Best of luck. Thanks for the time.
You bet. Anytime.
Greg.
Not just a graded stakes winner as well. She's been remarkably consistent, too. She shows up.
Yeah, consistently. And, you know, last time she was a little bit further back, maybe got shuffled a little in the first turn, but boy, she got to save all that ground, Andy. And when she made her run up the inside, from the quarter pole to the wire, she had her chances and finished well.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, she has run some really good races. Her race in Regret was very, very good. But my feeling is I'm going to hope with Imagination Lady was a better price that she was a little unlucky last time. She was wide, without cover the whole way. It's the absolute wrong trip on the turf. And she had run so well in her prior starts that you know she has the ability to win this race. Now, listen, maybe those races were in the spring at Keeneland and Churchill, and she just lost her form over the summer. But the trip was against her enough for me to want to give her another chance at a bigger price.
Todd Pletcher, Hall of Famer, and this is the one he'll send out, a long shot. This would be a bit of a surprise, but should he get this one, as Andy mentioned earlier, and there's Todd Pletcher, it would be number 6,000 in a remarkable career for that man right there.
Paulie, I still think he's going to get it, even if this one doesn't get it done.
Yeah, right?
I think he's got a chance.
He left that white tie at home because that white tie's got 6 wins on it. I don't know if we're going to bring that out, but he's looking for 6,000, and Code should be the pace in the early game, saying at 33-1. I think we should be talking a little bit about Graham Roshan's runners. His runners have been running out, and maybe the 4 can outrun her odds.
What about the 2 Fits Right? We're not even talking about her. She's a massive player in this race and draws well on the inside.
She had won 3 in a row, including that Grade 2 wonder again before being beaten at Belmont Oaks. Let's go back to Maggie.
And actually, I just saw Richie picked Fitz Right as she looks tremendous, as Acacia pointed out. I really like what I'm seeing from Fitz Right. She's a major player here. But I do want to talk about the horse to her inside. That's number 1, Kentucky Belle. Go back and watch her last race at Keeneland. I know it didn't come up particularly fast, but Flavian Pratt handled her with so much confidence that day. Went a little wide into the first turn, continued to stay out 3 to 4 wide down the backside, then launched this ridiculously wide trip into the lane. Now, I do think she needs to strengthen as she comes off of a layoff, but I also think there might be talent there. As Acacia, I love the interview with Grant Forster, an ordained minister who married 2 of my best friends, Nick and Elizabeth Essler.
He said he's done 10 weddings now after becoming ordained. So pretty cool stuff there from Grant. But I like his filly as well. I liked her last time. As I touched on in that interview with Grant, I think that she looks like a horse that will appreciate getting a little bit of added distance in here today. She is indeed more settled this afternoon, which is a positive, Greg, as she'll be stretching out.
Grade 2, Fasig-Tipton, Saratoga Oaks. Let's go to Frank Miramonte with the call.
And here's Manny Franco looking for what would be a record-breaking 7th win on the program. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks. And it's a quick start for Code. On the inside, Fitz Right. Comes away in second, just aloof in third. Imagination, the lady, is a good 4th, 4 lengths off the lead. Bless Her is down on the inside. Faithful Departed, 3rd last. Consensus View and Kentucky Belle right next to one another, and both appear a little bit keen in the early stages. So they move into the first turn. The opening quarter went in 23 4/5 seconds. Code leads the way by 1.5 lengths. Just Aloof is in the second spot, and they're followed by Fitz Right third. Imagination, the lady in the green, 4 off the pace in 4th. Bless Her is just inside of that rival. 1.5 lengths back to Faithful Departed, who has settled 6 lengths off the lead. Kentucky Belle and Consensus View. The half in basically 49 seconds flat. It's Code in front to the half-mile pole. Leads at 1.5 lengths still to Just Aloof. Then it's Fitz Right and Imagination, the lady. On the inside, Bless Her. There's been no change with those runners. Faithful Departed yet to do her best running. Gets the cue now and starts to pick it up. Another 2 back to Kentucky Bell and Consensus View. 3/4, 113 and 2. Luis Saez asking for more from Code now. And here comes Faithful Departed. Cut loose under a stranglehold from Jose Ortiz at the top of the stretch. And from the back of the field, Kentucky Bell is finishing strongly too. On the inside, Fitz right. A 16th to go. Faithful Departed in front, 3/4 of a length. Fitz right, Kentucky Bell. Kentucky Bell coming at Faithful Departed. Kentucky Bell got up to defeat Faithful Departed. Fitz Wright was third in the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks.
All right.
Kentucky Bell, she'd already won at this distance as well. She did that last time out at Keeneland. Gets by your favorite to win this Grade 2 Saratoga Oaks.
And this time, Irad was able to extract himself from the position he was in inside and run down his brother, who I think, Richie, moved a little too soon and a little too wide.
Yeah, I think they're, sensing the slow pace. Jose Ortiz pulled the trigger, obviously prematurely, kind of spread the field out, and that gave Irad the opportunity to sift out to the clear and run his brother's horse down. The horse has only so much gas in the tank, and that gauge was starting to hit empty as they got to the 16th pole.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? If he makes the move, it's a brilliant ride. And it's just like they had bunched up. They went they went okay in the first quarter, but they bunched up, and 113 and 2 for these type of fillies is not really going that fast. So Jose said, let's go around these horses, make the first move. But, like Andy said, Kentucky Bell had some left, and I think this is going to cement your pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, I got to think this feels really good for Irad, too. And as you say, it was one of those unlucky situations, especially by the instructions he had last time. But I'm sure still he was frustrated, thinking I might have ridden the best horse. And I'm not saying he did,
right,
but he must feel like, I wish I could have gotten out. And then he gets this situation. He gets redemption at 10-1 in a big race next time out. There's always redemption possible in horse racing.
There's Brad Cox, winning trainer, his 13th winner of the meet. And now back-to-back victories. Kentucky Bell, our first time in stakes company, now a Grade 2 winner. As we take a look head on here, Mick.
Yeah, Fitz Wright, has plenty of room on the inside. You're going to see Jose look over, and he's going to try to come down to Flavien Prat on Fitz Wright. Keep it tight, don't make it comfortable. And it looked like it got maybe a little too tight. One stride there. Always had room. Just some race riding going on there. But I think if Jose had to do it over, he might have just been a touch more patient. Making that early move, because of the slow pace, I think cost him in the end.
I got a feeling that thought occurred to him about 50 yards to wire when here came his brother.
Kentucky Derby. Acorn, Coaching Club American Oaks, and now this race. It's been brothers going by each other as they continue to battle.
Well, if I'm Jose and my brother just ran me down like that and we're on the gallop, I'd say, yeah, but it wasn't the Kentucky Derby.
Well, their agent, Steve Rushing, obviously he's got 2 of the best riders in the country, which will make his job easier, but he does a fabulous job and has done a great job for other riders as well in the past. And in this situation, Jose's running a 3-2 shot. Yeah. Irad's running a 10-1 shot, and Irad got the best of him.
Yeah, you see, they're showing the backside. You can see, watch Jose. He's the farthest to the right. He's third over, if you want to get that. Watch him pull out right now. He's going to go out right now, and he's going to start going around. And when he makes the move to go around, right here, there he goes. Now he's going. He kind of, you ever watch harness racing or you watch race car riding? Yeah. He's not waiting for the 5 to totem. The 5, he said, I got that 5 beat. Let's go now to the far right.
There's
Makes it a little tight on the other horses, but here comes Irad.
Right behind him.
Right behind him.
It's almost like, Irad knew my brother's on the favorite. I'm going to follow him if I can.
Followed right in his wake and ran him down.
Could not let him get too far away and rolls on by in the stretch. It does so at 10-1. It's Kentucky Bell in the Saratoga Oaks. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Kentucky Bell and Irad Ortiz Jr. Going to deserve an ice bath. Irad, talk a little bit about your trip as you were at the back. But as Brad Cox just told me, this filly wants every inch of ground she can get.
Yeah, she broke a step slow. She never shows so much speed early on the race, so let him find her stride. I was back on the pack and, let him find her stride, and she finished so good. We thought she wants some ground, so she got mile on 316 today, and she did it great.
And kept going, too. Irad, you rode her a little earlier in her career. How much has she improved off of this effort?
Since day one, I thought she was a grass horse. And we keep trying with her, but I mean, I think we finally figured out what she wants to do long on the turf.
And boom, she's a grade 2 winner. All right, congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Kentucky Belle getting her picture taken as she walks into the winner's circle, guys.
Homebred for WinStar Farm, 10-1 upset in this grade 2 Saratoga Oaks. It's Kentucky Belle. Arad Ortiz Jr., his second win on the day, rolling by his younger brother on the favorite, their faithful departed, and Jose Ortiz. Kentucky Belle with the victory in this 1-6, 2-4 finish.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. Tio Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at Tio Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. Even business today. Japan's Tio Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building.
Yes, he is.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Crown jewel of American yearling sales, where world-class bloodlines meet glamour, grace, and grandeur. America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners has produced recent stars Clico, Commandment, Hope Road, Journalism, Shred the Gnar, and Sierra Leone. For 105 years, success starts at Saratoga. The 105th Saratoga sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
I'm Christian Valente with Legion Bloodstock. Legion Bloodstock is a full-service bloodstock company. Myself, Travis Dirk, Kyle Zorn. I think this might be our 4th year in business.
We buy horses for private clients. We also have Legion Racing. We shop at a lot of the Phasic sales for both those different entities.
Phasic Tipton Saratoga sales, a sale we try to target every year.
When we start putting our calendar together for the year, we kind of work backwards from that sale.
Between the racing, the sale itself, it's an experience you can't get anywhere else in the country. Our clients love coming into it. We love shopping it.
I grew up on the racetrack, started as a hot walker and then groom and assistant trainer. Here we are, you're up against Mike Rapoli and Zidane and all the biggest names in our industry. It's euphoric when you come away with that horse. It's just like beating one of them at the wire.
We always tell all of our clients, if you could come to one sale throughout the year, it's the Phasic Tipton Saratoga sale. It's the highlight of our year every year.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, Saratoga Live, the Grade 2 Phasic Tipton Saratoga Oaks. It is Kentucky Belle at 10-1. Phasic Tipton Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the 105th Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 10th and 11th. Where will you be? So Arad Ortiz Jr. rolling by his younger brother, who was on board the favorite with a 10-1 upset for trainer Brad Cox and a homebred for WinStar Farm. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, pulling the upset here. You typically don't see a Brad Cox runner at 10-1, but Brad, with Kentucky Belle, it seems like she's a horse that has gotten better with some time and some distance.
Yeah, for sure. Just physically how she's made and being able to justify, we've always thought she would get better with ground and just time and you know, coming along. And we missed a little time after the Keeneland race and a couple bumps in the road, but you know, patience paid off today. I want to thank the WinStar team for being patient with her, and it worked out well. And Irad, good ride. Just needed the whole mile in 3/16.
Yeah, she, with those big long strides, really covered up the ground, but he really timed it right. And that does seem to be one of the pieces with her as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, look, we came into this race one hoe, thought, break, settle, come with a run, use it as a building block, and it was a good building block. But, to get up and win's huge, especially for a filly, great at stake level, does a lot for the WinStar team and this filly.
Going to be keeping her at longer distances now?
Yeah, I don't think I'd shorten her up. I mean, look, we'll see how things come up. We've got Kentucky Downs and the QE2 later in the year, so we'll see how she comes out of it. Keep her up here for the rest of the summer and go from there.
Congratulations, Brad.
Thanks, Keisha.
Greg?
Kentucky Belle, now a graded stakes winner, coming out of a non-winners of 2 allowance race at Keeneland, Mig.
Yeah, I mean, she's never been off the board, but she definitely raised her game to another level and just got an outstanding ride from Irad. This was one where Jose's been riding so well that I'm sure hindsight's 2020, probably wish he'd been just a touch more patient.
It just shows you, too, 220 yards furlong can make a difference in a racehorse, and obviously she loves this mile in 3/16, and she stepped it up today.
2 wins today for Irad. He gets to 30 now at the meet. As we take a look at the late pick 5 follow along, some big numbers on there. You're looking good, and Kentucky Belle, both $20 plus winners. As we move into this finale, we have several scenarios for a pick 6 carryover.
Right.
Both the 3, the 6, and the 9 would result in a carry.
147,000. I'm surprised everybody's so many were covered.
Yeah, the 7 horses covered. That horse paying $72,000 in the pick 5 and $144,000 in the pick 6. So that's going to be a nice payday for someone.
Smallest pick 5, just over $4,000. That's to Coquito. And Jose Ortiz will be aboard there. Manny Franco, no opportunity in this nightcap to get number 7. We're going to take a timeout. Mig, you should throw the break here. Sultan of Saratoga. We've got the 4-star Dave coming up on an incredible Saturday of action. What a race that is going to be. We'll talk more about the Sultan when we come back.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
I think 4-Star Dave really started to become a fan favorite in Saratoga the 3rd year he won up here as a 4-year-old. He started getting that moniker like horse for a course, Saratoga horse. And then by the 4th year, 4-Star Dave mania was starting to take place. I mean, people who were starting with t-shirts and hats, and it just kept going. I mean, 5th year, and people were going, well, how many horses run 5 years in a row in Saratoga, let alone win? And hard to imagine that he would ultimately win 8 years in a row up here. The thing about him too, besides the fact that he would win every year in Saratoga, was he was very charismatic, and people would go to take pictures of him. He'd actually stop and pose, and he kind of really thrived on the attention. The '93 Saratoga meet was bittersweet. He got his win in Saratoga, keep the streak alive. And then he got taken down, and to me was one of the top 5 worst DQs I've ever seen, let alone been a part of.
4-Star Dave was disqualified from first.
He shifted out a half a path when I went to go to my left-handed whip, and we barely brushed with a horse that wound up, I think, 5th. In one stride, it was back in my right hand, and I had him corrected. And then on top of that, the horse fell down at the break of the race. I mean, I was off of him. I don't know how. Somehow with his head, he kind of put me back in the saddle. His last win in Saratoga in '94 was the most pressure I ever felt riding him. Maybe the only time I ever felt pressure riding him. The only way I thought he could lose is if I made a mistake.
Migliore makes his move with the old boy. There goes 4-Star Dave, and he sweeps to a short lead.
But I felt the weight of Saratoga anyway on my shoulders that day.
4-Star Dave is one furlong away from 8 years worth of Saratoga victories. Here's the old boy coming down to the line. He's making a runaway of it. The legend lives on. 4-Star Dave wins again at the Spa.
He delivered, just a tremendous performance. And I remember I started, patting on him and telling him what a good guy he was, what a good boy. And the crowd was amazing that day. They just went bonkers when we turned for home. Normally as a jockey, you don't hear the crowd. And that day I heard Saratoga react to 4-Star Dave. The day Dave got injured up here, he was chasing Lure and Paradise Creek, 2 world-class turf horses, and he was beaten about 7 lengths that day. And the outpouring of affection from the crowd, from the people of Saratoga, was pretty eye-opening. And I think to me that showed more than ever just how much he had gotten into people's hearts. They had a great retirement ceremony for Dave. They named the street by Ciro's after him, 4-Star Dave Way. The mayor of the city gave him the key to the city, albeit it was a big oatmeal cookie key, and I got on him over there at Ciro's, and it was a really fun celebration, and another way for people to basically say thank you to Dave for all he had given them over the years. You can come to Saratoga in the off-season. It could be October, November. Go to his gravesite at Clare Court, and people leave tributes to him, flowers or a bobblehead. There's always some memento of his success up here, and I just think it's great that it lives on how many years later.
An absolute one-of-a-kind, and we're lucky enough to have the man who piloted several of those victories 8 years in a row on our desk here. Something we will never see again in the sport.
I mean, most likely you won't see a horse race 8 years in a row up here ever again, let alone win 8 years in a row up here anymore. And honestly, I was just very privileged to ride a horse with as much ability, as much charisma as 4-Star Dave. Any jockey would have loved to have been in that position, and I was just blessed to have been given that opportunity.
Yeah, he was a phenomenon. And for those people, I was here for those races. If you weren't here, you can't really know what a phenomenon he was. Everybody loved him.
Absolutely.
Except me, but that's me.
Well, last year, of course, cutting back in distance deterministic, back-to-back grade 1s. He'll try and pull that off again for Miguel Clement. He's the 2-1 morning line favorite, Mig.
And he's won 5 in a row, and he does it the right way. He creates his own trip, and he's just a really good horse.
What do you think, Paulie?
He's got the 2 speeds inside him, whichever one scratches, right? May Boggle or Classic Q, so he's going to have that stalking trip again.
That is coming up on our Saturday program on Whitney Day. We're going to take a time out. We have the nightcap still to come, post-parade, when we return on Hall of Fame Friday. from Saratoga Springs. Stay with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey-trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Enjoy an exclusive visit to a local breeding or aftercare farm with an all-inclusive package featuring breakfast at Saratoga and admission to Saratoga Racecourse. Your visit to a local thoroughbred farm includes an expert-run guided tour and chance to meet the residents up close. Perfect for both longtime fans and families, tours run weekly and include a morning breakfast buffet, round-trip transportation, and tickets to the track. Visit NYRA.com/tours to book today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. Nightcap coming up. Our program brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. We have a 9-5 favorite to close things out on Hall of Fame Friday. Starter optional claiming race, 7 furlongs. Coquito. Joe Sharp claiming away from a pretty dangerous barn that tends to move them up. Stephen Schauer.
I agree. I mean, I picked this horse after the scratch of the 2, but I am wondering if this horse will run as well in a different barn.
Seems like he runs in every barn. Linda Rice's barn he ran in. Sheldon Julio. Linda took the horse back. Rick Dutrow. Steve Schauer. Now Joe Sharp. And, you know, the last Wilton Shoot race was won by a horse cutting back a distance in 1 1/8. Nobody's really cutting back in distance here. So this might be whoever gets forward position could be dangerous in here.
Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Fans looking on here. One more to close out this tremendous Friday. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with the mare that ran 7 days ago. That is number 8, Mersal in here. I'm terrible with math. But this is something Linda Rice is so adept at, that she has had success with. And what I look for with these horses coming back on short rest is their weight good. It is more than good with Mersal. I mean, she is a good doer, and I think that's exactly what Linda recognizes here. You strike while the iron's hot, and that's what she's doing here with Mersal. I have no problems with the 7 furlongs for, yes, she might be better at 6, but I just felt against this field, it's taking advantage of a horse that's doing really well. Number 9 to her outside, Heavenly Light. She'll return to the dirt, and she was actually a reclaim for Horacio De Paz, who has her looking fantastic here, Greg. We'll see how she does with that turn back in distance. She is very sharp, though, on track.
Loading up, Coquito, 9-5 favorite. On the outside as well, you have Despo's Dream. Rudy Rodriguez, the trainer of Rad Ortiz Jr., looking for number 3. Of course, the story of the day has been Manny Franco, 6 wins. He has no mount in this finale, but we'll see if Orad can add to his tally. on Despo's Dream for Rudy Rodriguez. Nightcap on this Friday card on the eve of the Whitney on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Left to load, and that's Despo's Dream going up and in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Despo's Dream is going out for the early lead. Coquito is flashing speed as well and coming to challenge for the front. Down on the inside, Carolina Smoke Show, and now Carolina Smoke Show has come through to be on even terms with Coquito on the front end. Despo's Dream is third. Mersal had a very slight bobble, not even worth mentioning, but it just was. Fourth on the inside, 2.5 off the pace. Heavenly Light is in fifth. The two trailers, Baby Sasakaya and Curlin's Magic. 23-2 for the opening quarter, and Despo's Dream goes to put the pressure on Coquito, and that puts Carolina Smoke Show back to third. Mersal in striking range fourth, has 2.5 to make up, rounding the far turn. A break of 3 back to Heavenly Light, Baby Sasakaya, and Curlin's Magic trails 46-2 for the half. It's Coquito and Despo's Dream arriving at the top of the stretch with Mersal in hot pursuit in the 3-path third. There's 1 furlong to go, and here's Mersal shifting a bit while rallying strongly to the front. Coquito on the inside keeps on battling, and in between them, Despo's Dream. It's Mersal with her 4th win from her last 5 starts under a perfect ride from Dylan Davis. No photo today. Despo's Dream, followed by Coquito and Baby Sasakaya.
Frank Miramati mentioned the terrific recent form, 3 in a row as well for Mersal. It's her 11th career win. Linda Rice, 3rd win on this Friday card. She has 15 for the meet.
Hard to believe you could get a better trip than this horse got, but she won the best horse. But sitting behind the two brothers dueling out there made it a lot easier. But she was best.
You can see how much confidence Dylan has in her, and rightfully so. I mean, basically, she runs every time for him. She comes back in a week. This is a hickory little mare, her 11th win, and an absolutely perfect trip.
Big smile on Linda's face. I think she's like, I got away with one here back in 7 days. First repeat winner of the meet, and I think you might see this mare come back if she landed back. Oh no, she wasn't up for sale today. She got this horse for 30 at one time at Aqueduct. This horse is an ATM machine.
Nice to see my friend Aaron Yagoda get the win. One of the true good guys in the game.
Yep. 8-10. 5-6, 3-1. Dylan Davis for Linda with this 3-win afternoon. Part owner of this one as well. Let's go to Maggie.
And I'm here with the man that is behind the name MareQuest, and that is Aaron Yagoda. Aaron, man, she's in such good form right now.
Yeah, it was a year ago yesterday we claimed her here. She was 7th beaten 63, and I went back to the barn and I was crying. So you never know, right? You just got to be in it, get a horse, whatever you need to do, partner up, get in a partnership. It's the greatest feeling ever.
Aaron, you're such a good advocate for horse ownership, for getting involved in this game. What's your best advice?
Have fun. Do it with your friends. Do it with the ones you love. It's like owning your own sports team. It's a feeling you never experience.
Aaron, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. Have a great meet.
One of the nicest guys, as I said last time. Today he showed up, though, Greg, for this victory for Mersal.
Well, we had Linda Rice several years ago with Voodoo Song win 4 times in a meet. Might be a little late in the game for this one to do it. You never know. Did come back in a week. This is the 2nd one of the meet.
You got to give her all the props here. This little mare shows up every time, and sometimes, we've had some warm weather. You come back in 7 days, they don't give you that good effort. Not with this one.
Knowing Linda, knowing the condition book, as you see everybody celebrating in the winner's circle, she's going to enter this horse in a main track only, and this horse gets a little lucky. You might get the 3rd win of the meet.
So Mersal on quite a roll. 11th career win, 38 starts, 6-year-old mare that just keeps on winning. Big one on a tremendous Saturday coming up, Whitney week. Tomorrow, the Whitney Happens race 12, 6:33 Eastern time. Your thoughts on the reigning champion 3-year-old filly Nitrogen?
I don't like her in this spot. I'm thrilled they're running her. This is going to be a real test. Yes, she could win this race if she runs her last race, but she runs in the other race. She can't even contend here. I want to see it to believe it, but I'm thrilled she's running.
Is she, Mig, just a different type of animal at Saratoga?
Well, it seems like she raises her game up here, or maybe it's just that, she gets good at this time of year. Some mares really like the warm weather. Now, one thing that's going to be interesting tomorrow is Johnny Velasquez rides her for the first time. She always drifts, and she drifts considerably through the stretch in her dirt races, not so much in her turf races. Now, I'm sure Johnny's watching replays and knows, but it's going to be interesting to see how he deals with a little bit of that.
He's going to have to break away from that, right? And I would think just let her do her thing. And she runs a different race over this racetrack. She's going to give magnitude, at least at the top of the lane. It's going to be very interesting how both horses react.
Track record for 1 1/8. It was set in the Whitney back in 2007. That was Lawyer Ron. Her Ogden Phipps, the last time she raced, was just a 1/5 of a second off that track record.
No, her last race was tremendous, and her last race absolutely makes her a big player here. The problem is she's never run close to that before. She's what you and I often refer to, Greg, as a one-number horse. Now, I don't want to diminish her. She's an excellent, excellent racehorse who pretty much runs well every single time she runs, wherever she's running, whatever surface she's on. But now she's meeting the big boys, and she's got to run at least close to that race to have any chance to win it. Maybe she will.
I got to give Mark Cassidy credit. I think she's the first horse that kind of committed to the Whitney. She was like, I'm going to go to the Whitney. With all these horses going in, Andy, he could have backed out with all these monsters.
Well, also,
you got to give him a little credit.
DJ Stable as well. I mean, they own the horse. They had a right to say to Mark, okay, you want to run, we don't. And they said, okay, we're along for the ride, so let's give credit to the owners as well.
Yeah, I love it, yeah.
I like people that take on challenges.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things that makes our sport great. And if she brings that last effort back, at least she's going to give her connections a thrill.
You're looking at a horse that, like White Abarrio and Antiquarian, we're looking at those horses are going to be in 8 to 10 to 12 to 1 range. I don't think White Abarrio has it in him. I do think Antiquarian can come up and jump up and win the race.
There are years where Antiquarian could have been favored in this race based on his form. That's how good this field is, and I agree with you, Paulie.
Mark Cassidy, he's a dream for us in television. He's a dream for people to write the races, taking all these big shots, trying to join this list, Nitrogen, of fillies and mares to win in the Whitney, including the first Whitney ever run, and the great personal ensign. But he takes shots, and with this filly in particular, Andy, Nitrogen, he took a shot to say, she was the best 3-year-old turf filly in the land. We're going to switch gears and move her to dirt. And that's how she wound up winning a championship.
Mark's is a gamer, no doubt about it. I'm still upset about Bateau. I thought you gave a bad ride in that race in the horse, I bet.
No, I was an apprentice, though. I was a little inexperienced. But
you might have caused the crash, I think.
But, the fact of the matter is, look at the list of horses that have won it. Personal Ensign, 38 years ago.
We were here for that one. We were here for Lady Secret.
Yeah, I mean, and in Lady Secret.
Not
these
Gallaret.
are, like, all-time greats,
Gallaret
right?
was an all-time great.
Well, exactly. So if she's able to pull this off, her name goes on a pretty prestigious list.
If she's going to win this race, she has to do what, Andy?
She has to take it to magnitude and then put them all away.
She's got to put away the best horse right now, older horse, and then she's got to hold off the best horse that's never broke out of the gate and the horse of the year for last year. I said this yesterday. Yeah. She wins this race, they're going to show this for the ages to come. And I hope she does. I'm rooting for her. Definitely.
I say they're going to show this race for ages to come, regardless of wins. But obviously, I agree.
But I mean,
with
if she wins this race, it's
a big, big story.
Monumental.
It's a big story, no doubt. But I think it's, listen, it's just amazing that this race is coming together the way it is, and it's going to be. And I've said it before, you cannot miss this race. If you can't get here, you got to watch the show.
It is must
the whole card.
see.
Yeah, well, the card
TV.
is great, but that race itself,
of course.
No, I agree with everything.
No question. You must tune in. Part of Fox Saratoga Saturday. Mersal, 11th career win, 4 of her last 5, 3 in a row. Linda Rice, 3-win Friday, and she is just, let me do my math, 3 back.
Yeah, right.
Oh, Chad Brown.
Like her and Todd made some big pushes. You see the pick 5, 4,400, and some lucky person just shade under $150,000. That will make your Whitney weekend nice.
And $22 million in handle today. So let's say a big thank you to all the players out there. Contribute. Things have been going great. The racing has been sensational. The cooperation from the horsemen, obviously, and the racing office doing an amazing job. One card after another. They're good cards when you have to spend a lot of time handicapping them. And the racing here has been as good throughout this meet on a day-to-day basis as I've ever seen it. And I've been around
it has delivered.
This
long time.
Lineup you're looking at right here, that's just tomorrow. And that's one of the great days of racing anywhere in the world all year long. Test presented by Ticketmaster. 4-Star Dave, Saratoga Derby, presented by Qatar Racing. And then, of course, the Whitney What a lineup of action. We hope you join us. Of course, that Whitney, part of Fox Saratoga Saturday, begins at 5 Eastern time. Our coverage, we begin early tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. Eastern start time. On Whitney Saturday, if you can't be here, be sure and catch our coverage on the Fox family of networks. It was Botas Miguel Clement on a day his late father was inducted into the Hall of Fame, winning the Hall of Fame. That was number 6 record-tying win in a single day for Manny Franco. Kentucky Bell upsetting in the Saratoga Oaks. Magnitude. Will he continue his reign as the top older horse in the country, or will Sovereignty, last year's Horse of the Year, finally strike as a 4-year-old?
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Have it at $410,000.
There's your winner, $410,000.
$400,000.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the paddock suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at nyra.com/groups.